Well, good morning, everybody. Day 2 here at the SLO Morro Bay Open, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. It is wild conditions, beautiful conditions today. Should be incredible also. We have those same medium tides, so to speak. It's not very high of a high tide and not too low of a low through the entire day. The first heat is paddling out, and we're happy you can join us here on the webcast. You're looking at the beautiful 7th of the 9 Morro Bay rocks, the Morros. There's big, wild rights and lefts, strong wind that these surfers are going to have to contend with all day. Sort of a side, not even sort of, a massive side offshore and northeast wind ripping up into the faces of the left. We could see some big barrels today and some long paddle outs. So if you're looking there on the webcast, they paddle out along the edge of that rock face there. It's a nice little cove, sort of an eddy channel that pulls them out easy, and they can shoot out over into the lineup as soon as they get past, or at the gap in the rock, there's a big sweeping current that pushes them up to the north. So yes, there's a good view of it. The current comes pushing around that rock and in between the two of those rocks. And right now we got to call these free surfers in. Now that I'm looking from that beautiful drone angle. Free surfers, please make your way in. Literally 3 minutes until the horn blows for the first heat. So I can see the two competitors sitting right in the middle of all of you. There's like 20 of you. Paddle in, paddle down. I mean, same old story. Every event. Well, what a beautiful day. About 60 degrees, maybe 55 with a cold wind chill. You can see there looking down the beach. That is the flag that marks the edge of the competitor or the competition zone going to the north. It's just stuck in the sand, holding on for dear life. Good morning. Yeah, what a beautiful view of the coast there, looking up towards Cayucas and out of Morro Bay up to Cayucas, and then as it sweeps further, you get up to Cambria that's tucked up and over the last bit of the point that you can see in the foreground. All right, surfers 2 minutes away from the start. That first heat with Talia Swindoll and Bailey Turner. They are out in the lineup, ready to go. Free surfers, make your way in. Again, 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves. Second heat, get yourselves checked in. Talk to the beach marshal in case there's any specifics you need to hear about. 5-minute paddle out would be wise and prudent, I would say. Well, good morning, Waxhead. You have arrived. We are live.
It's been great to catch up with some of the competitors on the beach, in the car park, a little bit of apprehension amongst the ranks.
Well, you wonder. I mean, no doubt.
I actually saw 2 competitors sitting in the car watching the harbour, thinking that they may be surfing inside the harbour, and I said, there's pretty good competitive waves out the front. They go, no way. I said, yeah, I think it's going to be straight out the front. They just saw the size this morning and thought, wow, we've actually... I mean, it's yesterday morning comparatively. Comparing to yesterday morning, I think there's more consistency with the good ones. But when the sets do come, it's pretty tricky to get out. So
yeah, it's a duck diving. It's a war of attrition.
Depending on what you first saw when you turned up.
Free surfers.
Yeah, look at these free surfers. If these guys could get out of the water,
look at them.
That's a great wave, but
disregard for the competitors, but it would be nice. We're less than a minute away. Free surfers, please just paddle in, over, something. The heat is about to start towards the pit, up north, whichever direction you choose. Just not right there, sitting right around both competitors. And the funny thing is they're all competitors. I doubt that that's the local contingency just out for a morning surf. Yeah, because we are literally at 7:30 right now, so having to wait because you guys are just sort of lollygagging, hanging out. Ruby, you're going to have to scold some of these free surfer competitors.
Every day, all day, every day.
Like,
No frickin' pizza.
all right, hold your positions, surfers. We're waiting for this set to roll through to kick this thing off. Yeah, boy. Some big sets. Beautiful view there online as you see those sets roll around the smaller of the two rocks. Well, thanks for joining us. We are about to hit the buzzer.
Okay. All right, give him 30 seconds to start.
I'm going to let him go on this way. All right. All right, competitors, 30 seconds until we blow the horn. Get yourselves as good a position as you can.
Let's count him in, Dylan.
Yep, countdown.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds till we start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it. We are into day 2 here. Women's first round, round of 48 at the SLO Open in Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thank you to everyone for making it down, joining us here live. Baldy and Waxhead bringing you all the fun today, a complete day, a women's round of 48, 8 heats, and then we'll go straight into the men's round 3, round of 64. So another day of 24 heat, or wait, no, yeah, 24 heats, I think, like something like that, 16 and 8. And we are off and running 20-minute heat, top 2 waves. The reason there's only 2 surfers in this heat is I guess we just had a few competitors not show up, and they couldn't reshuffle the whole draw. So just to keep the seedings and everything in order, that's the way it works. So these 2 surfers kind of get a free pass. It's just about who gets first or second moving into the next round and where they sit in the following round.
And it's a tricky wave right now to line up. They'll be surfing again later on, and these surfers need to be making references, lining themselves up with the Morro Rock, and see a little bit of action out there. But it's very vast, the playing field out there. And when you sit at a surf break, especially a city surf break or a regular point break, there's a lot of landmarks that you can align yourself with. But out here, it is quite a distance from the shore, and it's variable. Every heat changes. As we saw yesterday, some of the best waves came straight off of sets. So you'd get a left down the beach, and you'd get the rebound right-hander, and all of a sudden you've comboed your competitor.
Yeah, we'll see if that left rip bowl that kind of is consistent here at Morro Bay, that filters down towards the north end of the competitor's area where the flag is, the sort of the edge. There's a nice running left that goes into there. Today, with this strong swell, at least with this tide that is, I think, kind of at its peak or just past high from this morning. So, yeah, like you said, lots of hills to line up with, but a vast playing field and a lot of current. You know, I was thinking about, are they riding step-ups today? Did they go with a little heavier glassed board? I mean, these are serious, real winds. This is hardcore offshore. Talia Swindoll in the red, trying to get over that first one. So you think they might elect for a few medium-size in-between waves to get themselves settled into the heat before they have to, work into maybe one of the bomb sets to grow that score line. I love the drone angles looking through and around the rocks when you're sitting out there and you see the sets marching in and around, exploding. And there's not only the visual, there's the sound. You feel the rumble, you hear the smashing, the birds are going, the seals are barking. There's a lot of elements kind of charging your energy out there, which can work in two ways. Like you said, some of the competitors were a little nervous, understandably. Big waves, wild ocean.
Well, I'm not sure which heat that they were in, but they were convinced that the event wasn't going to be here earlier today. They just saw one set closing out. They thought, no, they can't have it out there. And I said, it's actually really good.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's what you get with ground swell, long period swell, is that you can turn up to a break and it can look overwhelmed. And then you can look at it 20 minutes later, like now, and you can take a longboard out there and think, yeah, there's some great little waist-type healers. But that's not what you're out there to catch.
No.
So to put it in perspective, that's the Morro Rock there. And yesterday we saw some sidewinders come from that outcrop on the right side of the screen and basically were rideable from the outside. But that's not an anomaly today. It's actually nearly every set wave is doing that. So it's increased a lot. It's 5 to 8 feet today, faces. We have a 16-second northwest swell, so it's up 4 seconds from yesterday. We had a variable 3 to 4 second difference yesterday. It was 12 seconds yesterday with some wind swell.
So that 16-second interval, big time.
And that's the dominant swell. Tiny little bit of southwest wind swell in there, but for the most part, it is just this ground swell. So there's going to be some very strong, committed surfing. The judging criteria today has had a little shift from yesterday. Obviously, the waves are a little bit bigger, and the judges will really be looking at a combination of major maneuvers, but also single major moments. They're going to be looking for hard charging and committed surfing. They really set the precedent yesterday. We're not scared to really separate those long, grovelly scores with the dominant, dynamic, single maneuver waves.
Yeah,
we saw Giorgio Gomez 9.25 with that layback hammer into the lip.
Well, here we go. Our first ride. Talia Swindoll in the red.
Bang.
Beautiful. So she gets up in the lip and goes down. We were talking a little bit yesterday, Matt, about the variance of the inside and the outside. And today you're definitely going to see the surfers getting caught inside. They have to sit that 30 yards in to get the medium ones when the sets come charging around the rocks. They're going out to sea, And it's really hard to make up that ground against the side sweep and the current to get yourself out far enough to be in position for one of those. So you really got to have a game plan, a strategy to either commit to staying on the inside, knowing you're going to duck dive the sets and get the medium ones, or be on the outside and just wait.
And here we have Bailey Turner opening up her account. And that offshore wreaking havoc, but she makes it down. You can see the squalls of wind, so really good work there from Bailey with her opening wave. And the other thing with this groundswell is that it's going to be variable in size. So some will just come in as 4 to 6 feet, and as we see, tomorrow is actually meant to be almost double the size. So we will see an increase in some of those waves starting to come in today. Picking up a wave like that at the beginning of the heat, although there's already 6 minutes gone, is very important. So just a 1.5 for Talia in red and a 4.25 for our surfer in white. A 4.25.
It really is a picturesque setting, isn't it? So, now with the tide sort of at its high or just after its high, you're not seeing the ones break way out. When that tide starts to draw, that's when you're really going to see the bombs breaking much, much further outside.
Do you reckon that right will come into play down the beach? It definitely did yesterday for a moment. Not that many surfers were capitalizing in the event, but there was some great free surfing waves off that river mouth about 100, 200 feet down.
Yeah, I think they get a little nervous because it's on the outside of the competition zone, so they'd be surfing back into the competitive zone.
Which is ironically better than surfing away.
Out of it, yeah. All right, we see Talia duck diving under a massive, it's funny, I love that, it's 5 to 8 feet.
Well, that's typical groundswell situation. Tomorrow is predicted to be 8 to 12 feet faces, and there's a big one wedging off the corner.
And it's always amazing if you're watching on the webcast, that drone angle does not ever do its service for the actual size and energy.
If it looks wild and solid on the drone, you can almost guarantee that it's twice that from the land angle.
Yeah.
But I think most surfers who are tuning in right now are well accustomed to drones by now. They can really
decipher that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the old surf check from top of a cliff or a headland, and you're looking down. That was always deceiving when you're a kid and you're checking the waves and you walk down to the beach and it's much bigger in person on that sand level.
Yes. Have you had that experience at Nazare by chance? Sitting up on the
No.
lighthouse going, it's only so big, and then you see this tiny little ant coming down and
Well, it's funny that top angle at Nazare makes the wave actually looks like a fun peak when it's in that 10 to 15 mark.
Yeah.
And you go, wow, there's some like really rippable peaks there for a 9.6 or something, and then that cam from the beach angle looks, you can see jet skis trying to get out and people almost dying, and
the whole perspective shifts when you get to real level. That's kind of like what I was talking about.
For sure.
Looking around what the surfers are experiencing when the sets are marching through the rumbling of the ocean. I'm sure you've had that when your skin starts to percolate early in the morning before sunrise on the North Shore, when you can just hear the entire ocean exploding and there's like an energy in the ground. You're like, oh no, do I even want to see it today?
Well, that's the surfer's magnet. I think everyone does feel that to a certain extent, and it's all relative. Like these surfers out in the water now are aiming to get onto that Challenger Series and inevitably get onto the Championship Tour, and they will feel that at varying stages, and that level does change. But if you haven't done it for a year or two, you hear about people going back to pipe, and that apprehension, even though they may have surfed it dozens or hundreds of times, it's still there. If you've taken a 3-month or 6-month gap and
it's
go back, and even the best do feel butterflies. They do feel nerves. You start doubting your equipment, but it's a magnet. It draws us to the ocean.
What is it? It's the drumbeat that we move to.
That's
it. Well, all right, we are past halfway through this heat. Talia has a 1.5, and Bailey with the one backside hit gets a 4.25. So that's how this heat is settled in at the moment. Talia with priority definitely needs to get something going. You think, too, strategically, if they do get a wave that they ride a little longer, maybe 2-3 turns, it's going to be a really long paddle out, so they're going to lose a lot of ground in that. So, it seems a strategy would be go for an effective one big turn, pencil dive off, get back out as quick as you can for the second wave.
Perhaps the last wave of the set.
Yeah.
But they're looking for hard charging. The judges are looking for hard charging, committed surfing.
Big time. And it's interesting right now watching Talia. She's in that position with priority. To catch these waves, you have to commit to the paddle. She's not liking what she's seeing, so she's kind of having to half paddle because she doesn't want to lose the priority at this stage of the game. Oh, she did.
She lost.
Well, look at that. Right in front of me.
So white priority. Red second priority. For those of you joining us on the webcast, we are joining the beach commentary with the live webcast. So at times today, we will be louder so we can relay that message very clear to the surfers in the water. So don't be too harsh on the YouTube comments. Let's be stoked that we can tune in and watch the next gen. And also some veterans put that jersey on and give the young guns a bit of pep in their step.
looking like Vico right now down in Victoria.
Stiff offshores.
Stiff offshores. Portugal gets this kind of look too.
Does, very much so.
Yeah.
And also, when we're looking from the contest site out, with that tide at the moment and that groundswell, there's quite a bit of sand on the beach. So it's very European looking right now. And it's a dark sand. It's not a super white sand from that volcanic rock.
Everything's ominous.
It is. We just don't have a crazy shadow from the rock yet.
Not yet. Well, 7 minutes left. Talia did commit to that one wave that I was sort of referencing, and the priority judge deemed that she had paddled strongly in missing that wave, so it was handed over to Bailey in white, which is a good thing for her. But maybe it's going to free up Talia to really scour the lineup aggressively now, where before she maybe was being a bit tentative with that paddle.
Well, priority, with especially the two-person heat, this is supposed to be 4, so it's a non-elimination. They're both progressing through. So fortunately for them. But it's first heat of the day. It's always a little difficult and ominous, as you said. The paddle out is much more fierce. And a note to competitors coming out, certainly get your competitors rash vest and prepare yourself to paddle out early. Speak to the contest director and organize yourself, because the logistics of today are complicated. If you have backup boards and leashes, have people ready, because there's a chance that you will need that equipment.
What are the notes to self? Make sure you got the fins screwed in.
Yep.
Make sure your leash.
No comp leashes today.
Yeah, here we go. Talia on her forehand. Kind of bogging that front rail, trying to time that funky section, the wind sweeping across her. So nothing doing for her. She's going to get another low 1-point score, which really those two won't combat Bailey's 4.25. Yeah, make sure your leash string is strong and the knot is tight. Make sure you don't have a comp leash. What else?
I'm sure some people have just got so many comp leashes, and it's just pointless in conditions like this where you've got so many variables. You've got the wind, you've got the undertow, and we're just hitting that 5-minute mark. Weight will help you today in certain aspects. Not too heavy, but just enough to handle that wind. And when you hit the lip line, you're going to need a board that you're confident can come down through the elements and land safely in the flats, and just rely on it. Think of some of the famous windy events over the years. Think of Sunset, think of Jeffreys Bay, Bells Beach. These are locations where it's synonymous with windy conditions, and I think of guys like Occy, so low, their hands and their backsides buried in the water and coming hard. And think of big bottom turns at Sunset where they just disappeared into the wind and the foam, and they come roaring up the face and so low and connected to their equipment, and really trying to keep the center of gravity planted so they can control the bumps and control the board and all the wobbles that Mother Nature's throwing at them. And if you can harness it with a nice little style, Brad Gerlach perhaps tuning in as well.
Well, yeah.
Harnessing that wave key and connected to your equipment and connected to the ocean. It's an embryonic style stance that actually looks pretty cool too.
Yes. We love the style. We love style points. It's pleasing to the eye. You know, and with these offshore, these really powerfully strong offshore conditions, it takes a long time to catalog it. You don't get to surf in these conditions often. I mean, even when you're traveling around the world to all those places that we're kind of referencing, it looks like even they don't have those days all the time where it's this strong.
This is an optimum. These are optimum conditions for this part of the coast. A tad too windy perhaps, but it's straight offshore, and the waves are pumping. We saw heaps of free surfing barrels down the beach yesterday, and we even saw some tubes in competition. And if you're filming yesterday, you would have had definitely some clips for an edit.
Yeah, Run Amok, who has been a part of these events always. He's the one that catalogs all the photos for the social media and everything that the event does. He's here every day. Well, so thanks to Run Amok. All right, ladies, there is 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. Bailey, you're still in the lead with priority with that one wave of a 4.25. Talia, you need a 2.76 to get into first. Fortunately, both of them moving on through to the next round because there's just the two surfers. Coming up in the next heat, we do have 4 competitors that will be in the water, so things will be definitely a little different. Here we go, over on this little medium right-hander, sweeping down carve, and this one opening up nicely for our surfer in white. Almost rides out, just got bowled over by that whitewash there. So here's Talia now. It looks like a late, sort of a foamy drop on this right.
Nice.
Yes, she deals with that competitive lip.
One minute and 30 seconds remaining. And once again, to our viewers tuning in, this is the QS 1000. This is the women's division here. Bailey Turner just looking here, just a triple pump there, and probably didn't need that last one, just off tilt in that last turn there, and that wind getting the best of her. And this was Talia's wave. So here, big bottom turn, lines it up, and hits that oncoming section. So a committed turn.
Yeah, you'd have to say she went blind for a minute there when all the foam smashed her in the face.
Well, if we could barely see her, absolutely,
yeah.
for sure.
Whipped by whitewash. So we'll see if the two even elect to try to paddle back out with 45 seconds left in this heat. We see Bailey just riding a little one onto the inside, and it looks like they're going to call it unless they get a reform with 30 seconds left, and the next heat has paddled out up around the rock. Here we go, a small inside right for Talia, and Talia's previous wave was a 4.75, that wave a 2.5, Bailey a 3.9. So it looks like Bailey's going to take the win of these two, and we've got 10 seconds left, which I'll count down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, and we're going to go to a quick commercial break here at beautiful Morro Bay, and we will come back with heat number 2, round of 48.
In the land of SLO, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO now. Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Here at the SLO Open in Morro Bay, Baldy and Waxhead. Heat number 2 in the water right now in the red, Zoe and Kiana Addison McPhillips. In the blue, white, Kikora Neuenberg, and in the green, Shay Sherman. You see them nestled up against the rock there, trying to pick their part of the lineup. We saw only a few waves ridden at the very end of that last heat on the inside by the two surfers, so it'll be interesting to see how the 4 surfers pick and choose the strategy that they're going to implement.
Fantastic training conditions for that next gen, Baldy, because when you graduate from the regional qualification Tour, you'll be on that Challenger Series with hopes of the CT, and this is pumping conditions for the CT. This is stuff that a lot of those surfers would relish when they go to places like Portugal and France, and depending on wherever the tour ends up. I mean, it's open ocean stuff, but it's pumping depending on which part of the world you're from.
Well, and that's it.
And it's small.
If you want to be the best, you have to learn to, meet power with power and ride the right equipment and, surf at maximum speed and power against what it's giving you, and that's when you get the most dynamic big surfing and turns by the world's best. They can harness that energy to their advantage, and that's where you see the younger generations working their way up, getting that experience. It takes a long time. You can surf hundreds of hours and still be sort of misplaced feeling.
And that's what these events are here for, and that is the purpose of the regional qualification system, is so we can get the best surfers and the most experienced surfers from each region on the World Tour.
Well, we see a few surfers, they can't get down the face with those swift, steep offshore winds. Ooh, look at this beautiful looking. Oh, it deceived me. It looked like it was going to be a nice right for Zoe, and then it just went backwards and into the foam. So a quick nothing for Zoe. Wow, we see these lefts peeling through, bombing. So definitely a challenge to pick the right spot to sit, where to take off. Definitely that apprehensive feeling of not wanting to be too far out or too far in. So just a quick 1-point ride for our surfer in red, who now will deal with paddling back out, hopefully getting back out in the lineup quickly. Next heat, Zoe Chait, Edinwala, Brian Lee Beckman, and Camille Cortazo. Get yourselves checked in. Make sure you're ready to do that paddle out before 5 minutes. Well, if you're cold and need a little coffee, check out Iron Wolf Coffee in the blue mid-state container just by the competitors area where the board racks are. Get yourself a nice latte or coffee. Fresh pastries. All right. So can Bailey and Talia return the jerseys, please? We need those for the next heat. Talia and Bailey, please bring your jerseys back. We appreciate it. "14 minutes left in this heat. One wave ridden so far. So these young women being challenged to find the wave they want to execute their turns on or even get one. And in all honesty, it's hard to know some of the young ladies I haven't seen in the events before. It might be their first QS event, and all of a sudden here they are thrown into the lion's den, so to speak, you know, really challenging their own grit and will, their ability to control their energy in these strong conditions. Depending where they're from and what they're used to surfing, these are strong open ocean swells here hitting our coastline of Morro Bay.
We see the sets roll in here at Morro Bay. We are between San Francisco Bay and LA, so right in between the 80-mile coastline of San Luis Obispo, SLO County, and they're one of the sponsors of the event, but it's the presenting sponsor, Surfing for Hope Foundation. It's a non-for-profit organization created to help ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing and ocean life. They host free surf camps in this area for cancer survivors and their family, and put on the annual longboard contest and a memorial paddle out. Later on this event, we will have the LQS, the Longboard Qualifying Series, in conjunction with Surfing for Hope, which will be held here, and some big sets rolling through. And there'll be some longboarders licking their lips, because sometimes when waves get bigger, a bit of paddle power certainly helps.
Yeah, they get down the face, get into it a little early. Maybe they'd be able to elect
sure.
to sit over by the rock and get those entry lefts and just fly.
I'm mind surfing that.
Yes.
Wow, steamrollers. So that's that long period swell, 16 seconds in the northwest.
Channeling their inner calm is what I'm thinking these young women are doing out there, because they're looking over and hearing the thunderous power of that stuff coming from around the rock.
Incredible.
Got to commit to it. You know, and again, obviously, it's high performance, it's turns, so to speak, but they might have to shift in their mind, hey, it's okay to ride that more than a step up. A board that's 3 inches bigger than I normally ride,
For
not
sure.
1 inch, and just get in and do some cruisy turns.
You can't win a heat if you're not riding waves.
Right. So, you know, it's not like you're going to be blow and tail reverses and the things that maybe you're used to doing in easy, soft SoCal conditions or other places. Right now, it's serious surf, bury a rail, and just go for it.
Especially with 20 minutes.
There's no time.
That's it. So
and you need that paddle power to get back out.
The idea is just to fit the board into the wave.
Yes.
And whether you're going vertical or you're carving or it's major, what's critical maneuvers. There could be single turn, but you need to get down the face, handle the wind. You need to handle the current. You need to handle the groundswell. You need fins to really grip the wave to then allow you into that lip line, or even just carve under that lip line but it's still committed. I mean, there's barrels out there too.
It unpacks a whole other realm of the experience that these surfers are going to gain over years
sure.
of going competing. Maybe they're not yet comfortable with riding those boards that are 6 inches longer than their normal board because they don't know where to stand to utilize how loose and easy they do surf once you're accustomed to them. You know, there's all those things that just come along with time and exposing yourself and being thrown into these more intense conditions. But right now, with 8 minutes left in heat number 2, one wave ridden so far, a wave that just turned into a frothy ball of whitewash for Zoe. So, I mean, there has been no end of waves to be ridden, just really challenging to pick where they want to sit in that lineup to get them. There's a lot of current coming up the face with that wind. They're oftentimes, as you know, taking off in extreme offshores, you do go blind because there's so much wind and water whipping up the face, hitting you in the eyes. You're kind of closing those eyes until you're hitting your feet on the board, and then you open them and you're like, where am I now?
And Blue's up and riding. So this is Addison McPhillips. Nice opening turn there, lines it up, and a completion. So at this point in the heat, that is super important. And she's looking for the inside section here. It's not going to give her anything. So this will be interesting, Baldy. Will she paddle back out via the rocks, run around?
Well, that's what yesterday I was alluding to. We had, you know, other events this size surf, and sometimes they just can't get back out or they get swept way up the beach. So now 2 waves ridden back to back, both of them on that left sandbar that was in play yesterday and probably will be again today. A 5-point ride for our surfer in blue. So that is, she's loving that. Although it's a medium wave, she did well just to handle it all. And the other score, so Shea Sherman, who got a wave behind, I guess it was an incomplete in the green. So priority is with white. Kiakora.
There's a set after this. She just turned for this wave. And red's up and riding. This is Zoe. And there's a set that's about to absolutely annihilate Kiakora. Beautiful off the top there for Zoe. Just
that's the classic. Paddle over a little one, see the set 3 waves behind,
That's
and go,
it.
I'm turning on the next one. Get me out of here.
That one had already broken when Zoe took off on that wave.
Yeah.
So Kiakora had to go under that wave.
So we do see the runaround happening for Addison on the beach right in front of us. Will she have time to get up to the rocks and get out and about with 5.5 minutes left?
We're going to be taking note of this. That rip isn't exactly running out because it's a groundswell. It's really coming in straight across the whole beach.
Yeah,
you can see in the camera angle to the left of the screen that usually there's a bit more of a rip there, but at the moment, I mean, it's possible. You just have to hug the rocks and time it really well.
And also her line that she took just then running in the knee-deep water as opposed to just up on the sand straight to the edge of the rocks. We'll see. Lots of things come into play. Zoe got a 3-point ride on that last wave, that inside right. So as it is, Addison McPhillips, finally we have a set. She is in first. Zoe in second. Shea Sherman with the 0.9 needs a 3.1. And Kiakora, no wave ridden at the moment, needs a 4. So with 4.5 minutes left, no wave ridden, still only needs a 4-point ride.
Sets out the back though, holding down that priority. If she can get under it or even catch it, she's going to be in line, the firing line to go under. You can see on the left of the screen there. She's going to have to jump under this one. She's duck diving. She's not on the bailing train yet. And that's a compromise of when do you make that decision. That was actually a very high-scoring wave, that right-hander. You can't see just out of screen. It actually reformed back into the corner. But at what point do you start bailing your board and not duck diving? I mean, obviously you want to hang on to it at all costs, but there's certain waves that if you duck dive it and the lip connects with you, your body, your chin, you'll hit the board.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's always an apprehension. I think some people's level might be a little different to others. How about you, Baldy? When will it get to a point where you'll ditch the board?
And it's not so much the size. There are some days where no matter how big, if you've timed it perfect and you've got the right momentum and you know the lip's going to land right at the back of your board and you're going to get that sort of circular shoot out the back, you will. If you're going to be 10 feet in front of it, and you're going to be right in the detonation.
Especially if it's a slab or something like that.
Just sit and wait and jump.
Yeah. If it's shallow, you starfish.
Yeah. Do you go for the stand up on the board and jump off, or do you just do the push aside and swim down?
I'll just do the push aside.
Yes.
Funnily enough, the jump off isn't as effective as most would think. It takes a subconscious thing that you do to try and do it, but you actually are sinking. By the time you dive off, you actually would be deeper if you to push off.
Yes. Here we go. Down the beach. Red trying to get into it. Can't with 2.5 minutes.
Down the beach. Kaikora. She's paddling.
Scrapping.
Come on, let's go. No.
That was about as committed a paddle as you can try to do. I've always liked the go to the side, but the reverse. So you pencil, but you take your hands from the side and push up. So you now have effectively gone down 6 feet.
Wow.
As opposed to the reverse.
Yeah.
Because you have the full leverage of your hands from your hips up over your head. The full
I'll do
wingspan.
that. Feet first.
Yeah. Anyway, how many?
So let's hope the surfers don't need to anticipate too much of that today.
Yeah.
But these are all part of the decisions that they have to make in the water, like running around. So we've still got Zoe, who's paddling out against the rocks. We're trying to keep vision on her right now to see where she's located. She's back out in the lineup.
Back out, and I see also Addison is back out.
3.5 minutes it took Zoe to paddle around. It was 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Right, when she just passed us.
Yep.
So, and we didn't even start timing it when she was up
the
beach. So it is a journey.
So we could say between 4 to 8 minutes to do the walk around.
So you pretty much have grace for one of those in the heat.
Sure. So when the one you commit on has to be a good one.
Okay.
We're down to under 1 minute. That next heat, I'm sure, has been paddling out, and we see our surfers really fighting the whitewash, doing their best to get back out. As it is, Addison back in the lineup in first. Maybe she'll now elect to find a little left chip in. Zoe in second. We see them both on the screen there, blue and red. The ocean almost looks calm for a half a second. And we are down to 20 seconds. I will count it out at 10. Down to 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Addison. It's a second ride. This is going to be a beauty. Under the lip, throttled by the lip there. Wow. Okay, so we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with heat number 3.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLOCAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLOCAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Okay. What a day we have here for the SLO Cal Open at Morro Bay. We are back in this heat. In the red, Zoe Chait. In the blue, Eden Walla. In the white, Brynlee Beckman. And in the green, Camille Cortazzo. So in that last heat, we saw Addison McPhillips and Zoe Kana moving on through into the next round, the round of 24. Good for them. Sort of that guinea pig heat, the second heat of the morning, and challenging for them to find the waves that they wanted to jump up on, or even just catch the wave. Well, these four surfers are definitely sitting way inside, so they're trying to it seems find a medium-sized wave to start with, because
and that's a large one behind them. Wow,
yeah, they're not even close to where
look at the potential of scoring on that one.
The outside is. Yes.
So that's a lot bigger than yesterday. So that one really did break on that outside section, and don't be fooled, that was very, very contestable. So if somebody does sit out there and gets one turn, one big turn under the lip, that's the committed surfing the judges are looking for. And we'll read you word by word the notes from the judging criteria today. So focusing on the quality combinations and big single major moments. Hard charging, committed surfing is the call of the day. So that is exactly that. Get a set wave, show the judges you're committed. You know, full send on the rail. And if you can hit the lip line, you're going to go excellent. Another one rolling through right now. These surfers are a good 150 feet in, getting smoked by the whitewash right now.
Yeah, that's the challenging bit. Again, picking their spot in the lineup, not only having the lineups from, the east, the hills and the smokestacks and the houses and whatever it might be. It's really out on the rocks. Where do you want to be 60, 70 yards in or out? And we see right now the four surfers getting kind of obliterated way on the inside.
And there were 2, 3, 4 heat-winning waves.
Yeah,
that just came through. Yeah,
it's tough.
No groveling today to the competitors that are listening to us on the beach. Go out there and put on a show. You need to commit. You need to charge hard, or you won't get the scores. The small, grovelly waves, you'll be in the 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s. The judges will be making a big difference between the hard-charging, committed surfing. So sit on the outside, wait for those set waves, and put on a show.
And I guess if it is a first-time experience getting thrown into a heat in these type of conditions ever, take that home with you too, as like, I did it. Give yourself a pat on the back.
For sure.
It's a big deal, and no doubt you were nervous, and the butterflies were going. 20 minutes in every heat, 15 and a half left. We do see a surfer committing. Can't get over the edge there. Too much wind, and so we saw in that last heat, Matt, that those good waves ridden were definitely down a bit off the rock. But we know that we're going to get some intel when we get the post-heat interview with Addison to hear what she had to say, how she was feeling. That'll be interesting. We didn't get a talk with Bailey after the first heat, so thanks for joining us here down at the beach or live on the webcast. We're doing split duty.
It was fun, but really hard.
Yep.
Yeah, super tricky.
All right, we have a couple surfers up. There we go. I saw Blue. I saw Eden on her backhand. And it looks like, are we ready to throw down to a little beach interview? We'll get there in a minute. We are ready. All right, take it away. Thank you.
We have our winner of that last heat. Challenging conditions out there, but you managed to get a couple of waves complete, get them all the way to the inside section. What was the paddle out like?
It was gnarly. Like, it took me a long time to get back out. And then after I had the run, I was so, like, out of shape. It was hard, but I was happy to get one, like, good wave, like a smaller one, so I was stoked.
And that paddle out, about 5 to 6 minutes in duration, not including the run around. Fitness is going to be a major key today. You ready to go in another round?
Yeah, I am. I'm happy to make the next round. I'm stoked.
And this is quite large, some of the biggest waves you surfed in competition. Have you surfed Morro Bay before?
Yeah, I have. The last time I surfed here was super small, so it's a bigger challenge, but it's good to be out there and, like, experience it.
Well done. And anyone at home that'll be tuning in right now that you want to say hello to or communicate with?
I want to say hi to my mom and my grandparents, and just want to say I wish you guys were here and tune into the next heat.
Unreal. So more of that to come, and we'll be back in the booth very shortly.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, Addison. Taking that challenge head on and doing the run around, showing the other competitors how it's done. Looks like we have a few scores to drop in. This is a replay of our surfer in blue from this heat, heat number 3, Aiden Walla. 12.5 minutes left. The ocean almost quiet for a minute here now. And we have 3 surfers that got a ride that rode waves right before and during that interview. So we'll recap that when we get the scores in. Aiden got a 3-point ride. You see on the screen, white, nice combination there. Bottom to top for Brenly. And then there's Zoe's wave, our surfer in red. Red finds one up in the corner. One of these runner lefts. Nice, committed bottom turn, top turn combination. Does well to handle that offshore. You could see it wanted to hold her up, but I think that's going to be her secondary and backup wave, which is great. So she opened with a 3.25 and then back out in the lineup quickly to get a second wave. And Brenly's wave, we saw that slow motion action, a 4.5, and here she is again on her forehand on a small little right, but nice sweeping arcing carve to open and a good finish tack in the corner for Brenly. So these ladies now getting busy in the heat. And you see the sets looming that are going to come and wash them. And that's the nature of the business. They're happy to sit on the inside and get these medium waves. Wow. Brenly got a 5.25 on her last wave. We'll have to recap that for her after all these sets wash through. And Zoe got a 4.5. So Brenly out in the lead and Zoe in second. This was the 4.5 of Zoe. Nice committed bottom turn and top turn combination. And Brenly on her forehand, this sweeping open shoulder down carve. Does well to carry the rail line into that oncoming section. So it looks like Green's priority is suspended. She might have gotten washed in by the set. That's what the X means on the priority. Oh, it's not showing online, actually. It's just showing for us. Just under 10 minutes left. Heat number 3, round of 48 here at the SLO Open in Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation, and thank you to SLO. Our title sponsor, Visit SLO, of which we'll get into all day. Not only do you get the wild, woolly ocean, you get the beautiful landscape. You get the mountains and the valleys and the rivers, so there's every sort of activity or relaxation you could do. You can be a foodie and a winey. You can be an outdoor enthusiast. You can come here and combine them all. You can just sit in nice coffee shops.
Pack the mountain bike, diving gear, fishing rod, hiking boots. Bring the camper van or stay in some of the amazing accommodation, the Airbnbs and the hotels that line the highway along here, and all the little nooks and crannies and all the little towns off the highway. It's actually home to the first motel
That's
we established yesterday as well. 1925. Motel Inn.
So is that a play on words? It has to be. The first motel in the world.
Yeah, and that's a big one. So that's that's a 10 feet face for sure. That's a big wave. You can see that on the webcast right now. So sign of things to come with those sets, sidewinding and regurgitating off the Morro rock. We're going to see more of that today. So this is a long period groundswell, 16-second norwest swell. It was predicted. We have great winds this morning. And I did notice in that last heat, the post-heat interview, Addison was riding a step-up board, a round tail, and it looks strong, and that would explain the heat win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or the contribution to the heat win.
She did a great job, and she got that beat. She, sort of said, okay, I'm going to find my way down the beach, get that left, and commit to the runaround. So maybe her team, whoever she's with, had said, if you find yourself over there with enough time, go for the runaround, which she did, and she said she was gassed. So, training does come into play. All three surfers are... Well, it's showing their priority is suspended just because they're caught inside and getting washed down the beach. So where they are, I think they're down to or up to the north a little bit. 6.5 minutes left, but we had a flurry of action early on, and Brenly taking the lead with a 4.5 and a 5.25. Zoe in second with a 3.25 and a 4.5. And Eden with the 3 and the 1. So Blue does have first priority. It looks like she must be back outside now, and she's in a good position. She needs a 4.75, though, to get herself into advancing at second. Ooh, you can see
And
there on the...
I must say, even just a 7.75 or a 4.75, this is very attainable in one turn.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw it in this heat so far with the 4.5 and the 5.25. So, right around that. And all of those were really just one nice bottom turn and one completion carve in the lip on medium-sized waves. So if someone does elect or steps up and gets that bigger than head-high set wave, commits to some vicious turns, we could see it go into the excellent range. The judges sitting back and waiting patiently.
Yeah, this strategy in this 20-minute heat, it's difficult. If you're free surfing, there's a good chance that within the first 20 minutes you're not even getting a wave as we hit that 5-minute mark. So you need to go out there and start hammering straight away. My advice, if I'm paddling out the next heat, we've watched all the heats this morning, Baldy, is to paddle out immediately as soon as 5 minutes to go. Utilize all that time, your composure, sit out the back really far. And here we have Red up and riding. So this is Zoe, hard off the bottom and carving it back in the pocket with a bit of flair. That pink board and red rash vest really lighting it up in the morning sun. And she's staying really busy on this wave here. No stranger to bigger waves. And she is pumping through to the inside. So all the work done on the outside. So it'll be fantastic backup for her. maybe eclipsing both of her scores. We'll have to wait and see. 4 minutes 20 left on the clock.
Yeah, so she had a nice run of maneuvers from start to finish there. 6.25 drops in straight away. So great example of what the judges are kind of allowing and willing to give the scores for. That was a medium-sized wave, and now we go. Another against the grain right for Aiden.
So 6.25 for Zoe as she's paddling back out. She may just be able to hear us, and Eden up and riding on another nice wall. A smaller wave in between sets, and she's out of there, and both surfers may sneak out with 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. White has priority. And we are not only live on the webcast, but the surfers are listening to us with the beach announcing. But of course, because of the elements, the wind and the raw groundswell, it's difficult to get that requirement across to the surfers. So today it's mostly webcast focused. And when we can see the surfers on a break or an interval between the sets, we will be delivering their positions.
Well, that was interesting. Eden had that right, got a 4. So she didn't get the required score. Brenly, with priority, still in second place after Zoe got the 6.25. So holding second position with priority in white. 3 minutes left.
Red in the lead. White, your last wave was a 5.25, and blue, your last wave was not enough. Your last wave was a 4. You require a 5.75.
And our surfer in green needing a 9.75, hasn't had her first wave yet. She's off to the side there, the most northerly surfer. It looks like she's moving towards something right now. Priority is with white, then with green.
So red out in the lead, blue in second, white needing a 5.51 to go into the lead. Blue requiring a 5.75, and green a 9.75. And
a little right up the beach. Looking like it is another one for our surfer in blue in third place. Needs that high score. You saw her front foot shift towards the inside rail there.
Perhaps slipped.
Yes, or the wind, just the timing. A lot going on in these conditions.
But at a 5.75 on a smaller wave, she did need to commit, which she did. And, you know, a smaller snap wouldn't have been that score, judging by today. So she's still got time. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Priority change.
So it's going to go to
White.
White again. So Brenly in second place with first priority. So sitting pretty for our first and second place surfers. 1 minute left and some sets rolling through. This looks like it could be a nice left for our surfer in red, our heat leader, Zoe. Deep and up into the corner, committed. Whoa! Does well to deal with whatever was happening there, lumps and bumps, and she's going to get this reform, maybe a little bonus floater, and she falls off,
White on the
exhausted and
outside.
happy. Yes.
White board, white rash vest, and white foam on the face, and snapping that one off the lip, and she rides out of it.
Yes, the sun sparkling on her face there with 10 seconds left. I'll count this one down. It looks like
and
we
blue
will.
on the outside.
I'll count and you watch. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As we see Eden, who was up and riding before that hooter went off. So a series of turns. Nothing too wide on the outside section, but as she worked her way through to the inside, did find some action. We're going to catch up with the scores after this short break.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
Well, welcome back, everybody, here to the SLO Open in Morro Bay. We just got the scores dropped in from that previous heat, but I'm counting the next one in. 4, 3, 2, 1. So the heat is live. The next heat, heat number 4. The recap of that last heat, a few of the ladies got waves right at the end, but it didn't change anything. Zoe increased her score line going out first. Brindley got another great wave and comes in second. Eden, right on the buzzer, got a wave, but it wasn't enough for her to move into advancing position, so that's how it ended there. In Heat 3, Zoe Chait and Brindley Beckman moving on through to the round of 24. And we are straight into this one, Heat number 4. Maddie Storer, Hannah Johnson, and Mariana Valencia.
We've seen some respite from those sets during that last heat towards the end. It allowed lots of opportunity for these surfers to catch multiple waves in the last 5 minutes. So there was intervals between that long groundswell, and that allowed for those smaller rights and some contestable lefts. But there is sets coming. You can see them marching through on the outside. The swell is pumping. I just hope these surfers really understand that judging criteria. They're looking for set waves, committed surfing, and they will not be afraid to award big scores for single maneuvers. They want to see action, so deliver that action to the viewers and the judges. They want to see you get involved.
Yeah, they're just sitting back, waiting, going, we've delivered their criteria. Now you go paint the canvas.
That's right.
You know?
Contest surfing is not all about 2-foot rip bowls and fun skate park-like conditions.
These are grindy days.
Comes in all shapes and forms, and some surfers love this stuff, depending on where you grew up. If you grew up in, you know, the west coast of Europe, if you grew up on the west coast of Australia, if you grew up in the majority of Africa, if you grew up in Northern California, this is Central California. This is regular waves. This is a normal day. They'd be calling this in Hawaii. This is 4 feet Hawaiian. 3 to 4 feet. 2 to 4 feet.
I love it. I always laugh at
flat.
that. I just call it 100 foot. I don't even care. I'm like, whatever. It's big. It was a funny shift that, whatever it was, 15 years ago was, or maybe it was more, when they moved for calling waves for safety of tourism from the backs of the waves to the face of the waves officially in Hawaii in the forecasts. You know, because
forecasts as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The unawares tourists come out to the beach and they're like, they say it's 5 feet, 4 feet. That's not big.
Yep.
And they're looking at these monsters going, what? Anyway, I never understand it. Big is big is big. And then you take into account, right now we have our young surfer in red, Maddie Storer. She's going for one of those reform rights that just kind of, that one, the current ran against her. You know, then you take the size of the surfer and the weight of the surfer and you go, oh, that's a 10-foot face. but when they're 85 pounds, 100 pounds, and 4'2",
That's right.
it looks a lot bigger.
Comparative, absolutely.
Yeah. Although that never stopped young Tommy Carroll, did it?
Perfect example, absolutely.
Yeah, he's like a nugget, the frothing nugget, the little gnome.
There's a lot of different statures over the years, and it's followed different trends as well. You've had the skinny, lanky surfers and the shorter, more compact surfers like your Tom Carrolls and your Ockies and Mike Ho, and then that was a trend for a long time, and people getting low and powerful.
All right, Zoe Chait, can you return your jerseys? Note to all the competitors, when you get in, can you get over and return your jerseys, then go have counsel or whatever it might be?
Or your post-heat interview.
Post-heat interview, yeah. If you're the winner, we'd like to say hello and get your jersey back to us. Yeah, it's funny, those trends of, at the same time as Tommy Carroll, you had Wes Lane, over there at 6'4", and then the trends, it seemed like the shorter compact surfer, that was the thing, and then all of a sudden, then it came into the new era of whatever, Owen Wright and Parko and all those taller, bigger surfers, and Bede Durbridge and whatever. There was a whole army of them and ripping. Andy Irons wasn't short.
Well, you think of Sonny Garcia, Pancho Sullivan, surfers like Ockie, who were almost made redundant on the World Tour and making way for guys like Taj Barrow, who were releasing their fins.
Oh, boy.
And who were progressive in their approach with the lip, but at the same time, that power game, just the waves that were on tour at the time, didn't necessarily lend themselves to heavy gouging turns throughout the whole tour. And there's heats that those guys can still win today.
Oh,
in certain places. You do 1 or 2 or 3 turns, like put Pancho or Sonny Garcia out there, and they're going to do, if they surf the same way they did in the 90s or 2000s, they're going to get through most heats.
Well, fortunately, they have that event. What is it, in the Maldives, where they bring them all, and it's the single, twin, and thruster, and they bring all the,
And the Masters World Championship as well.
Well, here we are, 13 and a half minutes remaining. Maddie Storr got the first wave, a 1.9, and that is the singular wave so far in this heat. It looks like Zoe Chait might have returned her jersey, but when she does, let us know, because we'd love to do a little post-heat interview with you, get your read on what was happening.
She's walking up the beach, so no problem.
Oh, she's way down there. I see. I gotcha. So I wonder if the team had, they were on the beach with arms and flags and all this stuff. Look at these as we watch these bombs roll on through.
Wow. That thing that was a good wave that came in, and fantastic drone vision from Run Amok as well. One of the local photographers, he kills it on the drone. It's been phenomenal for the judges and the viewers to have these different camera angles.
He's really great to work with. I mean, there's times where we're talking about, a sort of view or a vista, and he'll fly the drone over to, pair with our commentary. And not only the drone, everything, he's also got his telephotos, so he's taken all the shots, or his team has taken all the shots that then they run on the WSL site and social media and everything for the events.
I actually had lots of compliments, people reaching out and telling me the quality, despite it being a QS1000, and just the stoke that there actually is vision, and we are balancing the live broadcast, so the surfers in the water can barely hear us with the beach commentary, but the live broadcast with that's always a tricky situation. But one thing that's difficult to communicate to the viewer is the elements here. It's harsh. We're sitting here on the edge of the harbour and an open bay right now in front of us. It's raw. The wind is howling, and there's a massive rocky outcrop which is over 550 feet tall in front of us, so it's blocking a little bit of that sunlight right now, but it's fantastic job. Even the speakers, that they're aligned properly, they're not moving, they're not shaking too much. So
that's cool that you were getting some good intel and compliments for them, because the scale, the drone, again, we talk about it. It changes the scale. It would be pretty cool if the drone had audio. Get the drone down in with the waves crashing through the rocks.
But at this
Hear
point,
the
nearly
thunder.
10 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. We have Maddie just with that single wave, Hannah Johnson and Mariana. They both haven't opened up their account just yet. But we're seeing some respite between those sets, so we may see them come inside and hopefully get a wave. But at the same time, you don't want to be clipped by a set, so it's difficult. Because if you sit on the inside, and that's our judging tower there, and it's the harbour that I alluded to just behind us, so very little protection from the wind. And that's Morro Bay Harbour right behind us.
And that's Montaña de Oro mountain range there. Beautiful national park, all kinds of fun stuff you can do on there. Looking back across the bay, over this sand estuary, there's some fantastic golf and all sorts of fun for us here in Morro Bay. So go to visit slowcal.com. Check out all that this area has to offer. We will see in the men's round, Taj Lindblad, the current title holder from the earlier event this year when it ran in, was it late February of 23? He won, and he corrals his horses up here. He keeps his horses up in this area, so that was what he was chaired up on. Not only did he surf and win the event, and he'd been a part of this event for years, he brought his horse down, and that's what he saddled himself up to the winner's podium on.
Wow, I remember seeing that. That was cool.
Yeah. So I don't know how that ties into SlowCal, but it does. It's part of the movement. Absolutely. It's what he does. He surfs and he rides. That's his jam. And so to win an event ripping hard like he was, and then
to have the horses there.
Yeah.
Thought that might have been a marketing initiative.
No,
I missed that it was his. That's
cool. So he comes up this way often and surfs and rides, or just comes up this way and rides and maybe doesn't surf. But what a life, huh? Surfing ponies.
Surf and turf.
Surf and turf, yes. That's the tagline for my town, Del Mar, since it has the horse track there. Surf and turf. 8.5 minutes left. Waiting for Hannah or Mariana to get their first wave. It is big. It's intimidating. I know they're down to the north end of the area, which is where sort of a bit of an ebb. Here we go. Our surfer in green up. Mariana gets her first wave. Can't get around the section on that left. So she is on the scoreboard now. Because 3 people in the heat, first and second, will be advancing. All right, well, it looks like I'm going to throw it down to Waxhead and our heat winner, Zoe Chait.
Zoe, no stranger to big waves, but you've just come back from Brazil. Has it been difficult to acclimatize?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I literally drove back yesterday night, and it's been kind of tricky, but I'm stoked to get my heat out of the way and get a heat win to start the event.
And what was it like, the energy out there in the water? You had a little bit of respite towards the end. The sets did stop. Was that your plan all along, to get one of those medium-sized ones?
Yeah, Matt and my coach kind of talked about getting those medium ones. The big ones are kind of closing out and tricky to surf. But Eden and I got some gnarly waves on the head, so it was kind of sketchy, but I'm stoked to get a few.
And how big in your eyes was it? Because you've surfed some really big waves, but what would you call that?
Like solid, 8 foot, I think. It was pretty gnarly. Like, there were a couple 6 sets.
Cool, there you have it. 8 feet out there, and you're looking forward to later today and tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of surfing other spots and resting a little bit before my next heat, and hopefully finding some giant waves this event.
And have you got any bigger boards in the quiver?
Oh, yeah, I was trying to bring my gun, but it didn't make it down. But I have my 6'8", 7'0", so I'll probably go look for some barrels with some of the boys a little later.
Yeah, I'll join you as well. We'll be back on that webcast right now, Baldy.
All right, thanks. Great interview. Good intel. So Zoe just back from the World Junior Championships down the ISA World Juniors in Brazil. That's amazing. So surfing for the USA. Up and riding now, our surfer in red, Maddie Storer. This is that left as the tide starts to draw now. You see this is the first of its kind so far today, running down the bank in the rip. So that will better her 1.9. She is out in the lead, and Mariana in the green did have that one left that she got stuck behind. So right now it's a two-lady race. Hannah Johnson, second priority, hasn't had a wave yet, but only needs a 1.1. Nicely surfed wave for Maddie Storer. Really calm on the rail, moving with speed through all those bumps. We're down to 5 minutes left, surfers, so that's going to be great for her. A 4.25 drops in quickly from the judges. First priority is with green. Well, this Friday, ladies and gentlemen, you have the opportunity to come be a part of the Surfing for Hope Foundation annual fundraiser benefit that will be up in San Luis Obispo Friday night. Go on to the surfingforhope.org website. You can check in. Tom Kern will be playing live. There's a silent auction. There's all sorts of great food, feasting and drinking, and live entertainment. Great community event. Last year I got to go up there, and all kinds of beautiful things in the auction from local stores and local vendors and local artists. So, yeah, if you're interested, and you should be, come join us up in San Luis Obispo Friday evening for a fun night, and watch Tom Curran entertain the crowd with his guitar playing and singing, and I'm not sure if he has a full band. I'll have to get all the information, but surfingforhope.org. Three and a half minutes left here in heat number 4. So that was some interesting intel there from Zoe Chait, who had just come back from Brazil. Absolutely different. Warm water, small surf, and now she's thrown back into this environment, which she is very familiar with. As you heard her say, she's got some of her bigger boards, not quite her big guns, but up to a 7.0. And she's going to go chase some bigger barrels today with some of her friends, some of the boys, some of the girls. We're not sure. I'm sure they'll find him. There's a lot of swell on tap. I mean, this area, lots of bounty to be found, lots of golden nuggets out there. Well, and she's got the day off, and we don't know about the schedule tomorrow, so she moved on through into the round of 24, which we'll be featuring later this week at some point, as we see more bombs crashing through, the tide starting to draw out, although it's not big shifts in the tide yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It kind of remains, you know, there's a foot and a half tide change from highs to low. Well, Mariana got another wave, a 1.35. We're down to a minute and a half left in this heat. I'm sure the next heat has paddled out already. Kylie Burke, Maddie Stanton, and Jessie Engel coming up in the next heat. We're down to 50 seconds left. Surfers 50 seconds, so now is the time to catch that next wave, especially for Hannah in blue, only needing a 2.35 to advance into the next round. And who you never know, the next round could be 6 foot. The next round when it runs could be 2 foot. So it's always worth trying to get into the next round, no matter what the conditions are. Maddie, you're in the lead. I'm about to count the heat down. You're in first place. There's 10 seconds left. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So a sleepy ending to that heat. We will go to a quick commercial break, a 1-minute commercial break, and we will be back introducing heat number 5.
In the land of SLO, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO now. Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to the SLO Open here in Morro Bay. Life's too beautiful to rush. I love that Visit SLO slogan. Jeff Baldwin with Waxhead, with Matt. We are into heat number 5. We have seen some victorious rides. We've seen some challenging heats. We've seen the young women coming in a little more. You've gotten to talk with them, some of our winners. That was a great interview there with Zoe from the heat before, just back from the ISAs down in Brazil. Warm and tropical too.
Breathing an aura of confidence as well. She's carrying just the way people hold themselves in conditions like this. We alluded on the webcast that it is raw out there. It's cold. We've just got our Iron Wolf coffee. Thanks to the boys down there from Oceanside. They've set up a little coffee stand here at the beach at Morro Bay. But it's a container that's, we're sitting in a shipping container right now, and thankfully so, because the wind is howling and the swell is raw. But for Zoe to sit so relaxed and composed and give that post-heat interview, she's excited for tomorrow to free surf, and if the comp's not on or it's on, she's ready to go. She's got the big boards, as you said, and that shows an experienced competitor and somebody who's got a long career ahead of them to be so comfortable in conditions like this.
Well, that she said she had, I think it was a 6.6 and a 7.0. I mean, once you're whipping out your 7.0, you're not playing around. She's ready to go find some waves that she needs that board for and sit in some big barrels.
That'd be so cool to see someone paddle out on a 7.0. On a 7.0 in the event and just do a massive power carve under lip. And, hey, you can still connect with the lip on a big board. I think of some of the surfing that we've seen over the years in bigger waves, specifically Sunset, where they used to just ride, people would bring up to 8 footers for the event.
It kind of bums me out. I enjoy that. It's funny listening to the event over the years, and Makua Rothman will get, in the box sometimes. And he's like, what are they doing? There's jet ski assist. They're riding 6.6s, and they're sitting inside. There's no worry. They don't care. They don't have to deal with much. Sure, they get their licking sometimes.
Here goes Jessie Engel lining up the end section and gets a completion. So today, that's a keeper score, especially given the 20-minute heat. So she will have time to paddle back out by the look of it. And you see those sets starting to loom, but she may sneak out so she doesn't have to do the paddle around. So 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Anyway, it's what the WSL wants, and the fans want it. I mean, what they're doing on their 6.6s at 10-foot sunset,
the way that they're surfing
is
the wave
amazing.
has changed.
But they're just not sitting on the third reef doing the roll in,
sure.
and so yeah. Anyway, it's all good. It would be great to see someone maybe go for it, ride a bigger board out here today, and see what happens. Anyway, our opening ride for Jessie Engel, a 3.0. Quick work. She's on the board within the first few minutes. We're going to throw to an interview with Maddie Storer soon. And, we'll throw it down to wax-headed Maddie Storer.
Maddie, from Santa Cruz, these conditions probably even a little bit warmer than what you're used to at home. You said you enjoyed it out there.
Yeah, it was fun getting to push myself in some bigger stuff and ride a step up and everything. So yeah, enjoying it.
That's a sign of a really relaxed competitor. We saw a similar thing with all our heat winners today. It's like a trend. Now, is this pumping for you or is it challenging?
There's definitely some challenging aspects. The wind is super fun, but yeah, definitely some challenging parts to trying to find a good wave to make it happen out there.
Now, for the viewers at home, it's really difficult. The drone angle makes it look really gorgeous out there, but we've got a shipping container here, and the whole event's run in between the harbour and the wind. Are you cold, or is this pretty pleasant for you?
You know, this is pretty normal, especially for Santa Cruz. We're kind of used to this. Like, wearing a 5'4" is like normal, and yeah, so kind of used to it.
Yeah. Well, you're carrying an aura of confidence. You look like you're going to do very well in this event. What are your plans for the rest of the year and moving into the rest of the regionals?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy myself, enjoy the whole process of it, and yeah, enjoy the journey. So
there we have it, a very confident Maddie, and we're going to go back to live action in this heat.
All right, congratulations. Good intel. Yep, Maddie down from Santa Cruz, no stranger to the elements and bigger boards, noting she was riding a step up, which it's kind of a funny term, the step up. I mean, like people call a step up a board that maybe is 1 inch, maybe an inch and a half longer. So it's anyway, it almost is so fractional in the step up. It's one thing if you go from your normal 5'10" to a 6'3", like there's some length difference, the rail line. But when there's an inch, it's barely much change, but it's considered a step up.
When you're riding the same literage in nearly every condition, that extra liter or 2 liters is a huge difference, especially when you consider the idiosyncrasies and the adjustments that fins and concaves, rails, rail shape, tail shapes can add to these surfers, because these are elite athletes, and they're aiming to get on that championship tour where the smallest adjustments can be the difference between you squeezing out a extra half a point in every turn. If your turn's a little more lateral, or if you're not attacking that lip line and allowing that board to flex and navigate the lip properly and come out of the turn with speed, it's deemed a bogging turn. And those little adjustments, front foot and back foot, can be everything. So that extra liter is more of a mental thing, I think, personally. But I'm used to riding a wide variety of surfboards, and I'm not elite in my approach in terms of a competition strategy, for example. And, I mean, in that last step, we just saw, it's the confidence as well. So I think if you were to put both surfers, Maddie and Zoe, on boards that were 6'6" or 7'0", it's that confidence, that mental aptitude that they're able to tune into, and they're able to have that positivity and go, yeah, it's fun out there, and I'm going to get some set waves. If I can get a wave, it's optimism, right?
Just a mind shift, an optimism.
It's a mind shift, exactly.
Yeah.
And
I want the bigger ones. I'm sitting further out. I'm comfortable with a bigger board.
Whether it's 1 liter or 1 extra foot on the board, it's the surfer that has to navigate that board, through the waves, and ultimately see the set, turn, commit, and in that 20-minute heat, make smart decisions. And it doesn't really matter what you ride, but I think what we're trying to get across is a little bit of length and weight is going to help you actually get into the wave.
Absolutely. Here we go. Maddie Stanton on her first wave. Nice open face carve. So a sweet little insider for 1 turn for Maddie Stanton. And I'm looking at that turn going, man, she has the core, the power to ride anything out there. Then it's just the mental game of the confidence to say, I want the biggest wave. I'm comfortable to hunt it down and just go over the ledge.
So 4.25 for Maddie's last wave. A surfer in blue. Now we have our surfers white and red way down the beach. 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And that was some nice surfing from Maddie. A 4.25 for blue. And way down the beach I see white having a look at this. And no takers. And this is one of those interval sets, so this is not part of one of those booming groundswell sets that we've been watching, but it's starting to get a little hollow. You can see that tide's almost bottoming out, so that rip is running.
Yeah, that little left is starting to shape up down the beach, which I'm sure the next few heats are like, oh, where we saw in the beginning all the heats were over here right by the rock or a bit unless the current pushed them down. Now that gutter is starting to actually get definition into the left sandbar that we saw all day yesterday.
Oh, but now they're about to. I mean, they're probably 200 feet from the takeoff spot. The drone shrinks the angle a little bit more, but they are at quite a distance down the beach, and that's going to be very precarious for all competitors right now to paddle back out.
Yeah, because they're fighting a south to north river.
Yep.
And the in-push of the swell. I mean, we saw it in one or two of the last heats where all priorities were suspended, meaning that they're just stuck inside. Not really, they're not outside, they're not inside, they're just paddling perpetually.
Well, that's the risk you run is if you want to catch a mid-sized wave, you have to get the set waves on the head. And as we're watching that one roll through, there's an 8 or a 9 or even a 10 on that wave right now. There's excellent surfing possible on the set waves, and nobody's caught one.
Don't you just see, like, in any sport and anywhere, when someone does something new and raises the bar, everybody then goes, oh, that's possible?
Yep.
Okay, whatever. So who will be the first to go sit out there and just blow the lid off, get that 8-point ride, and then the rest will go, oh,
yep,
it's right here in front of me.
And guess what, Foldy? This is a surfing competition. We want to see waves ridden.
Yes.
So competitors, we've got
challenge yourselves.
Judges, we have viewers that want to see you charging, and the criteria is specifying that they will separate groveling scores to major combinations and big single moments. So go out there and send it. Get a set wave. Show the judges what you're capable of and just push yourselves. Worst thing that can happen is just pin drop, get out the back and give it another go.
Get the first one out of the way, right?
If you sit on the inside to get the small and the medium waves, you're going to be spending all that heat paddling.
And it's a lot more energy.
So much energy, and you have to surf again later on. Wow. So these surfers are now pushed in. There's 4 waves behind them. And if you're a free surfer, you're basically paddling in and going out in the corner or calling it a day right now, but you can't. There's 8 minutes left. These surfers can't hear us. They're a long way down the beach.
And they're just getting, they're just battling. Battling and battling.
The advantage is they are in an area where there's a rip current, so there's a reform section. Although there's not a lot of scoring opportunity on those, there's no critical sections available, they may be able to get some scores. So Kayla may be able to open up her account or a backup for Jesse or Maddie, but it's only going to be very minimal. The judges will view that as a half wave, a takeoff in the whitewater. It's certainly not advisable in a professional contest. But if you need to get that second wave and get some points on the board, that is an option.
Well, and you think, if this is the first stage, right, the QS, the fostering grounds, they have aspirations to go to that next place. Well, the next place ends up, it's the Challenger Series, then it's the World Championship Tour, and now it's the Olympics. You don't think that Carissa and the rest of the women's field going into the French Olympics for 24, Chihopu, talk about having to send it. And like that's the apex, right?
It
like,
is.
And that game changed when Bruce and Andy Irons went there those years ago, and were like, no, this is the new line for this slab wave. And from then on, it was like, what? We can do that?
Well, John at Margaret
John. It just opens new,
It's
a paradigm shift.
Yeah, it's if it's a wave that's shreddable. And I think of Le Gravière in Hossegor many years ago, that Bruce and Andy final where it was actually Lenord, the outer bommy, the roll in. And I mean, it was 3 times the size of this. It was a true 12 feet. And they're rolling in on, they go on like, maybe 7.0s or something, but they were attacking the wave, much like you see 10-foot Haleiwa surf these days.
Yeah.
It's not safety surfing.
No, it's full throttle.
And here we go, up and riding. So Maddie finds a reform as a backup. So smart option there because there is more sets brewing on the outside. So really smart. They've been duck diving now for the better part of 5 minutes, Baldy, since those sets rolled in. So it's zapping all that energy. And there's Maddie way down the beach. That camera angle really showcases just how far down they are. She rattles off 2 turns and is complete. So the judge is giving that a 3.85 for blue. A 3.85. And these surfers are really far on the inside now.
I mean, they have to be so gassed. Not only is it cold, their head hurts. They're just paddling, breathing. Maddie with 1 showing on her forehand. Now the backhand, last wave, a 3.85. Just about 5 minutes left in this heat. A short reprieve. Will they make it out now? Now is the time. Now,
and this is what happens. They've got the reprieve, but the groundswell is starting to brew up again.
Yeah,
so
you can see
because they're so far on the inside. What happens to the novice surfer that's watching this on an 8-foot day? You can't catch 4-foot waves because this is what happens.
Yeah, you get stuck in it.
And yeah, it breaks further and further out, but in actual fact, you're actually not sitting in the spot in the first place. You're in the spot for the 4-footers, but it's a 6 to 8 foot day, so you need to be on that outer bar. And this is typical for most places.
Well, those are the lessons learned, and it's fun to watch the growth of it all. 4.5 minutes left. Well, the next heat is down, just getting their toes in the water. 4 minutes left.
Paddle out,
I would
girls.
suggest that you
go
guys
for it now. Go.
Get going.
Go. If you get caught by a set, you're gonna spend another few minutes. So utilize all of that 5-minute paddle out. And for those,
what do you think? You know you're going to get lickings no matter what, so just get amongst it.
Absolutely, and use the current on that left-hand side. Yeah, these surfers are apprehensive.
Yes.
Got to go for it. There's a break. Get out there.
Did you ever get a surf here? I don't know how long it hasn't been pushing warm water out. Did you ever get a surf here when it did? So the stacks in the plant?
For sure. No, I didn't. I've heard about that, though.
Yeah, no, I did for years as a kid. Anytime we come up, and it was beautiful to be able to paddle out into this warm current. Same as Carlsbad, right down in San Diego.
His red. This is Kayla, our opening wave, and goes down.
In the lip. She had it.
That was an open wave too, and it was a green wave. But they'd be so gassed right now. They've been duck diving for the majority of this heat, or at least for the last 10 minutes. So Kayla opening up her scoring account, but just going down on that first turn.
It happened so fast. I'd love to get a replay, see what happened. It looked like a beautiful peak she took off on.
Yep.
She went up, just mistimed it, and got the lip in the belly right then.
Hope she's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is the beginning of a lot of these surfers' pro careers, and a great learning curve. A lot of these surfers will be better for it if they can look at this as a learning situation instead of a loss, because they need to take something from this.
That's what I was saying.
It will happen in the future.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. You know, come in and give yourself a nice big pat on the back. Like, I did it. I handled.
Here's Jessie on her backup. And just a couple of little foam climbs there, and she got out of there. There's a big set on the outside right now. So another 8-footer rolling through. You know, and it's funny, those competitors that are paddling out in the corner, had they have paddled out right on the 5-minute mark, they would have been out the back in time, but now they're going to catch all those sets on the head. So a lesson to those heats coming up, utilize all your 5 minutes.
Yeah, or before that, you can stand in waist deep water with 6 minutes to go. I mean,
this is a day you need to be prepared with all again. This is the replay. So a little bit of open wave at the beginning and a nice off the top there for Jessie. So we just caught up with her towards the end of the wave. And, yeah, no, considering how gassed she would be, that cements her second place. So a 4.10 for that. So it'll be Maddie Stanton taking the win with a 4.25 and a 3.85, unless a miracle happens and they can get through the set waves. But looking out to the horizon, there doesn't look like any respite.
And as the tide slowly draws out, that it gets shallower. The waves are hitting the sandbar harder on the inside, so the smaller ones aren't backing off. They've got power, and it really is. They get stuck in that middle section, and like you said, it's just you can't beat it. You can't surf an 8-foot day in the 4-foot zone.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, the passionate surfer coming out in us right now, and not to be cynical, but there's 6 to 8 feet waves out there with high scoring ability. There's great waves, so it's...
Well, and it's all learning curves. I mean...
It is. And it's 20 minutes. It is difficult, but, I mean, if I'm a coach, I'm not instructing to get the mid-sized waves, because the result is you can very well be paddling for the majority of the heat.
With 30 seconds, Maddie Stanton in the lead after her 4.25 and her 3.85. Jessie Engel in second, had a 3 and a 4.1. Kyla Burke had that beautiful peak, and the lip just got her, maybe she took off and the offshore made her a little blind. This heat is going to be counted out now. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of heat number 5. Moving on through in the blue, Maddie Stanton, and in the white, Jessie Engel. Congratulations. Throw to a quick break and be back on the other side for heat 6.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to the 2023 SLO Open. We're here at Morro Bay for the QS 1000. It's presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation, and you are tuning in to Heat 6 of the round of 48. The women, and in red we have Ellie Barimo in red and Malia Ward in blue, Madison Stone in white, and Olivia Stora in green. And these surfers just sneaking out after a monumental set, one of the biggest ones of the day. And if you're just joining us, that last heat spent the better part of 15 minutes duck diving. And it was tricky. They were aiming for the mid-sized waves, and on a day like today with a 16-second groundswell at about 8 feet, the mid-sized waves at 4 feet are halfway out. So what happens is when the set waves come, they catch you and they just keep pushing you in and in and in. The only way to get back out is to come in and paddle out and repeat the paddle out that these surfers have done at the very beginning of their heat.
Okay, well, now for the first time, I see 2 surfers
Right
off the rock, so maybe the strategy shifting for them. You see the 2 surfers on the inside where the other heats were all sitting. These 2, awesome. Ellie and Malia, they're like, we're out even with the far rock, which is where we've seen those big sets kind of come.
And this is the unknown, because they're the first surfers to do it. So well done to those competitors for taking initiative. If they can get a set wave, and they are roughly in the spot, easy for us to say, we have a drone, but they're far out, basically, and they're not going to spend the heat duck diving, which is, it's far better to have conscious thoughts and be, have energy rather than just be gas duck diving, right?
Well, I mean, kudos. We've been talking about it for quite a while. We'll see how the experiment works. I mean, they're in a sweet position. in a lull between the big bombing sets, so opportunity will come shortly. And that's exciting. But, yeah, they're at least 60-plus yards further out than
the other
where everyone –
competitors.
yeah, we're sitting.
Well, there's two in.
There's
and
two in.
out. This would be great to watch.
And what will happen when a set does come, the current, they'll be displaced down the beach so quickly.
Well, inevitably, you're going to end up down there when you get a wave. That's the thing. So if you were to take off on a bomb, get it one turn or two turns, that could be an excellent score. Pin drop, and you're already down the beach. So.
Well, and I know that this is, I think Chris Ward's daughter, so I'm sure, she's grown up with the
look at that one
charging heart of Chris Ward.
Just a high surf IQ as well.
Yes.
So the pumping waves here in Central California, we do have that northwest swell settling into the California coast, and we'll be hitting Hawaii and Southern California as well. And the brunt of it will actually be here, and the winds should be pretty good. We'll be back tomorrow morning, and we have a lot of heat still to run today. Of course, we've got the men coming up afterwards.
I bet they're all chomping at the bit. They're frothing. A beautiful sunny day in Morro Bay, offshore winds, side offshore. And that'll take place. They're coming up in a few heats, the men's round of 64. So we kick that off shortly. But right now, all eyes on this heat here. Ellie Barimo and Malia Ward out the back, taking that leap of faith, thinking maybe they'll get one of those bomb freight train lefts that we've seen so many of. And then Madison Stone and Olivia Storer a little bit shifted in and over. Well, that next heat coming up, Reed Von Wagner, Kaya Howard, Victoria Duprat, and Aliyah Stutzman. Get yourselves checked in, and remember, you can paddle out 5 minutes or a little before. You want to get out in the lineup quickly. It looks like we see some waves moving through to our two ladies on the outside. And you can see that drone angle. There's like 3-foot side swell wash that comes through.
I'm going to go down and have a chat with Maddie from that last heat.
Yes, you do that. All right, White up on her backhand. Madison Stone on that frothy right-hander. Little backside work. So that's the opening wave for this heat. 5 minutes in, 6 minutes into this this heat at 2.75 for Madison Stone. And it looks like we are close to ready. Matt, take it away with our last heat winner, Maddie Stanton.
We have, Maddie. So a lot of duck diving that heat, a lot of waves. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty tired. It was pumping the whole heat, and I was lucky to snag off a couple smaller ones. And
sorry.
No, you can go.
Yeah, and that you did. You picked up a backup wave after duck diving maybe 20 or 30 times, and it was a terrific timed wave because it opened up for you. Was strategy something you're thinking about, or were you just looking for any wave to surf?
I was looking for more of the insiders because they had a more open face than like the set waves, and I was lucky to get a couple.
And anyone at home, or where is home for you, and who's tuning in to watch you?
I live in Encinitas, and my mom and my grandparents are probably watching.
And how about your shapers, sponsors, anyone you want to say hello to that are supporting you and your team?
Yeah, thank you to all my sponsors. Just got a couple new boards, so excited for those.
Well, that 5.3.5 is looking fantastic, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Yeah. Thank you.
Back to you, Baldy.
That's right, Maddie. Go Encinitas board riders. We're supporting. Well, good job into the round of 24. So one wave ridden so far, Madison Stone with a 2.75. Oh my gosh, here we go. Red, up and deep, Ellie Barimo. Nice, open face, and she does well to blast off of that whitewash foam section. So there we go, and now behind her, Mathea Ward looking into it. She gets this one on the inside. Again, a bigger wave than we've seen so far. A nice down carve, and just unfortunately, where Red was, she couldn't commit to the finish turn, I think, and so just unfortunately had to jump over the back. Maybe that'll save her for duck diving a few waves. So Mathea Ward and Ellie Barimo get those first 2 waves up and over there. Now they're on the inside, and it looks White was committing but couldn't get that one.
And this is that replay of Ellie. Drawing off the bottom, waiting, double pumping, hits the foam, rides out of it, and then gets swept off her feet. So we'll see if the judges deem that as a make. But it's a set wave, and it's showing some commitment, at least with the takeoff. And here, bottom turning for Mathea. Nice carve.
And then, unfortunately, right there, I think she had to bail because she didn't want to commit and land on her competitor.
Ellie, but smart option, because she's going to be straight out the back, which she is right now. And guess what? Yeah, third priority. She snuck out. If she'd have committed to that end turn,
she'd have been getting washed,
for sure. So it's smart surfing, and we did mention it before, that just one turn on the outside section, showing some commitment, you'll just pin drop, and you could potentially end up exactly where you started in the first place. So, well done, good.
Yeah, we'll have to see where these 2 waves go for these surfers. They're definitely going to be the 2 top of the. So there we go. Ellie Barimo, a 3.75 on her opener left, and Mathea Ward, a 4.5. So Mathea goes into the lead. Ellie in second. Madison with 2 waves, a 2.75 and a 1 in third. And Olivia with first priority, waiting to get her opener with 10 minutes left.
So up and riding is Olivia on a set, and that one closing out. So taking off down the beach a little more, and duck diving was Maddie Stone. So those surfers who started off down the beach are now going to slowly get swept inwards. I can see Ellie Barimo paddling out, and we have Maddie and Olivia now. So just priority with Mathea Ward. So that plan working out with a 4.5 for her opening wave. Blue, a 4.5 for your opening wave, and 9 minutes 20 remaining. A 4.5 for Blue, a 4.5, and 9 minutes 20 remaining. You are in the lead. So the surfers struggling to hear the beach announcing today, and this is a replay of Olivia. So she takes off, lines up down the line, and has to straighten out. So these surfers are about 100 feet over. So we see out the back there, we have on the outside section Red going out to meet with Blue, which is Mathea Ward, the heat leader, with some sets arriving. These surfers are a long way further out than the competitors in the previous heat, and they have the scores to show for it with just single maneuvers and a 4.5 and a 3.75 reflected. That's a great warm-up with 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. We're sharing the beach announcing with the live webcast. Here's some sets coming, some fantastic drone angles which are making it possible for us to look over the crest of these waves. Certainly making the judges have a second and third look at the approach that these surfers are taking. And a big one on the outside, so you can see the Morro rock casting the shadow, and this one stretching out a little bit of a sidewinder on this, so that'll send it. You can look at the scoring potential on that. You could get a few carves and roll into it and perhaps connect with the foamy lip on that wave. So lots of scoring potential on these waves. And they're paddling out to the action, which is what the judges want to see. They want to see committed surfing. They want to see some risk taking. and they will be quite happy to give big scores for big single moments on a wave. Of course, if you can combine it with the flow and the power, with some progression involved, you will go excellent as well. We saw yesterday some amazing scores in the men's round of 92, where we had Giorgio Gomez at 9.25 just on that layback into the lip. And it's a heat-by-heat scenario, and it can change, and the scale changes according to the waves in each heat. So here on the inside section, that's Green having a look. So third in priority. She has nothing to lose there with her competitors on the outside. So 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And Blue out in the lead with a 4.5. Red, 3.75 in second. White, a 3.75 tied. You're needing a 1.01 to move into second. Fourth is Green, needing a 2.66. A 2.66 for Green. 6 minutes, 15 remaining. They're waving, waiting for updates. Yes, Blue, you're in the lead. You have a 4.5, 6 minutes remaining. And Red, you are in second, a 3.75 for your last wave. You need a 0.76. 5 minutes, 50 remaining on the clock. And Red having a paddle for that, so not able to scratch into that wave. And these surfers understanding that criteria, sitting on the outside section. And Green looking on that foamy right-hander and unable to scratch into that one as well. Meanwhile, Maddie on the inside in white is still paddling out from her previous wave, just the one. So a harsh reality of today, if you take off on a wave, the paddle out, you better make it worth it, because the paddle out is really, really instantly ferocious. You turn your head back and it could be 3, 4, 5, 6 waves, and as soon as you reach that last wave, the chances are there's going to be another one for you to get under. So stamina will come into it. We did see some runarounds earlier, so people are coming back into the shore. It takes between sort of 4 to 8 minutes on your timing. It just depends. Some people are walking or running. And so White, you're in third place. You need a 1.01 to go into second. Green, you require a 2.66 to go into second. Blue out in the lead. Red, you're in second. White in third, needing a 1.01. And Green, a 2.66 required. 4 minutes, 15 remaining. And Green having a look on this right. So this one opening up for her, a rare right today. And pulling back out. So not committing to that inside. Falling off the back of the wave, or perhaps just opting out of it. And she's making her way onto the inside to get another smaller wave in between the sets right now. So interesting scenario. She does need a 2.66, only a 2.66. But today that will be a proper turn on a smaller wave, or just simply a bottom turn on a set. So the risk you run paddling in is that you say, all right, you're not committing to the sets, but you're also committing to a lot of duck diving, as we saw in that last heat. 15 minutes of duck dives from Jessie, Kayla, and Maddie. So a big interval right now. So Green making her way to the inside section, separating herself. She has the fourth priority, so not a bad option considering. And set waves on the outside. So these competitors, red, blue, and white, making their way across. Look at that one rolling through right now. So heaps of scoring opportunity if you can get one. And here goes red, having a look. Oh. Wow. So blue with major priority, and red with a bit of an interference going on there, so I'll update you on that scenario. But we did have red and blue, and we instantly saw red grab her head and realize what happened. This is the replay. So blue had priority, and red coming around blue. And that there is an interference. Red on blue. Priority interference. Red on blue. So, red, you now require a 3.75. You're down into 4th place. Red, you need a 3.75. You're in 4th place. Green, a 2.66 required to go into 2nd. And white, a 1.76 to go into the lead. Mathea and blue, your last wave was a 4.65. You're out in the lead with a 9.15 total. Blue and after all of that settled, blue is in the lead. Red, you're now into 2nd with the calculation of your last wave. Equals 2nd, even with the interference. So blue, red, white, and green in that order. White, you need a 1.01, and green, you need a 2.66 with 1 minute remaining. Action galore with 45 seconds remaining as we invite Baldy back into the booth. Did you catch that interference?
Yes, I did. Right as I was walking up the steps to come into the midship container pod.
Oh, and he goes red. So this is Ellie, and she's out of there. So she's still maintaining 2nd position with 30 seconds remaining.
Even with just the one wave, which is what she's going to be scored on at the end of the heat in 20 seconds. So we're going to count it down shortly. And a strange twist of fate, but it's looking like it might work out for her if neither of the other two competitors get a wave with 10 seconds left, which I will be counting down right away. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, just like that, and with a full priority interference, Ellie Barimo coming through the heat in 2nd place, and we will go to a short commercial break and be back with heat number 7.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO, where life's too beautiful to rush.
SLO Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, from small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. SLO Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
Welcome back to the 2023 SLO Open at Morro Bay. This is the QS 1000 presented by the Surfing for Hope Foundation. We are into Heat 7, a round of 48 in the water. We have Reed Van Wagener in red, Kaya Howard in blue, in white, Victoria Duprat, and Ayla Stutzman in green. So we saw a shift in previous heats to the outside section. Mathea Ward and Ellie Barimo using their initiative and taking off on set waves on the outside section and setting the precedent for future heats. So well done to those surfers, even with an interference. Red making it through, and blue taking the win. And white, Madison Stone coming in 3rd, and Olivia Stora in 4th. The judges really looking for committed surfing today, and they will make a difference in the scoring for someone who can commit on a set wave. You can combine some major maneuvers, and you will be rewarded very efficiently.
Yeah, well, it looks like I see Mathea there in the blue jersey coming up. I wonder if that's a bit of a bigger board beyond a step up. It looks a little longer in her arm.
We're going to go.
Hard to tell, but I'm sure you'll investigate when you get that interview with Mathea. And yeah, they did. They took the leap of faith, sat out there by the rock, the first two women of the morning to do that. And, you know, they ended up both advancing through.
Just the single turns.
Just the single turns, yeah. We didn't see the freight train left that we thought we might see, just the way that the cadence of the sets rolled through in that particular heat.
Once again, a lot easier to view on the webcast with the drone.
Yeah.
But
I'm always in the perfect spot on the drone.
We'll throw down, and yeah, there's no current on the drone.
There's no duck diving, there's no elements, there's nothing, just pure froth and rip. So 20-minute heats. We are into heat number 7 here. And coming up next, Mia Moore, Ava Wagaster, and Kaitlin Mikkelsen, excuse me. That is the next heat. Get your jerseys, get ready to paddle out with 5 minutes to go or a little before. And then coming up around the corner from that, men's round 3, round of 64, heat number 1. We'll dive into that when it gets there. We see some more bombing sets, the drone action happening. Thank you to Run Amok for all the great camera work. And as we heard Zoe earlier, who won the previous heat, heat 6 or heat 5, she was saying it's at least, 8 foot out there is what she was calling, and she's no stranger to big waves. Has her semi guns packed for the swell that's incoming to go hunt some good waves while she's here at this event. She has the rest of the day off today, and we don't know when the women's next round will take place, so possibly she has all tomorrow off also to go hunt some big barrels, as she was saying.
Like my specialty, so.
Oh, you're stoked.
Yeah. It's always been like, the issue's been like small waves sort of thing. For me, that's my weakness. But big waves is like my strength.
All right, I'll toss it down to Waxhead with our last heat winner, Mathea Ward.
Someone who's very stoked that the swell is on the way up is Mathea Ward. She's got a step up here. How was it out there? The first surfer to get a set on the outside section.
Yeah, I was just trying to sit out the back because I didn't want to get caught inside and have to be paddling the whole heat. So I'm like, I'm going to stay safe, stay outside, and then wait for a big one to come and just go.
That's exactly what you did. Just the single turn, but it was a 4.5, I believe. That was enough just to get you the lead, and you consolidated that. What was the choice? Have you ridden this big board before? You said it's a new board?
I've ridden this board one other time at Black's this last swell, and it was pretty big. And I feel like I could get a turn in there. And I just needed the biggest board I had.
And a lot of competitions obviously held in waves smaller than this. Yeah. What are your feelings going into the next few days?
Yeah, personally, small waves is my weakness. So surfing in these big swells with the big swell energy is like my dream come true because now I can actually perform.
There we go. Someone who's really stoked. Anyone home tuning in that you want to say hello to?
Yeah, probably my dad's watching. He gave me a call right away. He was like, sick job in your heat. It's nice. It feels good to win and have my family be proud of me. Yeah.
Well, we're proud of you too. You put on a spectacle, and we look forward to seeing you in future rounds. Yeah. Back to you, Baldy.
All right, great. There we go. One more good shout out to her dad, Chris, and the whole family back at home. Stoked that he's supporting. Great that she rode the step up. Good to hear that she was down at Black's on that last swell. Black's a iconic wave down in San Diego that definitely packs a punch, and strong waves down that way. And that she committed to, paddling out. And like she said, she wanted to avoid having to duck dive and stay safe, and just, any way you can simplify the heat, that's the strategy. Sit out the back, look for the bigger waves, the best waves, and use less energy in these trying conditions. So that's what she did, and she came out victorious. Great job. Moving into the round of 24. Coming through the week. We don't know when that will happen, but Now she's got the day to go ride that board some more somewhere else, and maybe here this evening after the event. So there's a lot of sand that's nestled up against the rock. Sometimes it gets a little deeper over there, opens up. There's a right that breaks in towards the Morro rock, which isn't really happening today. So just the way that the swells and the sand moves all around the world and here. Always the changing conditions, but Morro Bay providing plenty of opportunity as we see our three surfers paddling inwards against this current and into the foam, so maybe trying to get nestled in for some of those medium-sized waves. A little counterintuitive to me to paddle away from the green water, but they've had their coaches working with them, setting up their strategy for the heat possibly, and that's the game plan. Right now, there's no priority set because no one has ridden a wave so far. We're nearly halfway through this heat number 7.
It's funny. It seems like a really low percentage play to go out and get 2 small to mid-sized waves today.
Yeah.
A very low percentage play because it's very minimal small to medium waves. They're hard to catch.
And you're just in a constant battle. You're just like a boxer getting punched.
Yep.
Continuously. Duck diving is the punch, and then you're resetting and reestablishing because every time you duck dive, you move 10 or 15 yards, depending. There's a lot of side sweep, undercurrent, undertow, and then trying to
Heaps
paddle.
of undertow. A lot of undertow, you're
yeah,
right.
paddle in that whipped cream, that frothy, soupy
Here they
stuff,
go. They're paddling for this wave. It doesn't look very pretty on the camera, but it's open. So there's White paddling. She's up and riding, and it shuts down. So advantage to her competitors, waiting 9 minutes for that wave. It is a wave. You can't win without surfing. Here goes Red. Another open wave, but still a little foamy. Gets a turn under the lip. Complete. So Reed opening up on her wave and Victoria going down. So you do just have to open up the scoring at some point, and I hope that they can sneak back out without too much paddling. Thankfully for them, it was a right, so it puts them further in the corner.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. Another interesting note, as you have to think in that, split second of what's happening. Here's the quick replay of our surfer, Reed von Wagner.
Nice.
Got a nice down carve, just jammed it in the pocket. And right there when she jumped, I thought maybe she would continue that rail line, riding the whitewash back in towards the rocks and then just sneak back out, as opposed to jump. She's going to get pushed north and have to duck dive back out, but who knows? Maybe there'll be no set.
But after she duck dives this, so a 6-point ride for Red. 6-point ride.
Nice committed rail turn up on the top in the top corner. And will she sneak back out quickly? There is a lull at the moment. Yep. One of the few we've seen. Green water and smooth water.
And White, just the 1.0 for White. So Red out in the lead, White in second. 9 minutes 30 remaining. We have a rest in the set waves right now. So a 6 for Red and a 1 for White.
Yeah, the waves have taken a siesta for a second. A little reprieve in action. So I'm interested to see how fast Red gets back out, or if she gets caught in that side sweep and just ends up duck diving wave after wave, moving in the northern current.
And some aerial antics going on the beach right now. It's a 10 for the landing. Thankfully.
I missed it. What was happening? Oh, there we go. I see. That's always a good feeling. All right, on the inside, our surfer in blue. Kaya Howard checks that one down and does the running man into the flats.
Classic. Well, that's a complete wave at least. That any nerves that they have will be settled at least. Even with Victoria just getting that 1-point ride, at least she's got her feet in the wax and she stood up. And this is a replay of blues. So Kaya, that's a bigger wave, well overhead, just finding a line and a down carve and goes complete. Very easy to pearl on that wave, but making sure she had solid feet. So a 4.25 for blue, a 4.25. You're in second place. Red in the lead, blue in second,
White in third. Green yet to open her scoring. 8 minutes remaining.
Well, Green in a positive spot with priority. Kind of set deepest towards the left right there, and sometimes you do get that medium, quick little right. Here we go. Right, trying to get over
Red.
it, can't get in, and there's Red on the inside. Just a quick live look. So backing up her 6-point ride, so she was scrambling back out, probably saw those sets
Smart
coming
option.
and thought, you know what, why not get one turn, get another medium score on the board, and paddle back out eventually with 4 minutes left in the heat when all said and done. Bombing sets moving through the lineup.
Very smart option, absolutely. Just to back that up, she would have been duck diving and paddling out in the corner again. So keeping close to that rip current. So a 4.0 for Red's last wave, a 4.0. You're out in the lead still, a 6 and a 4. White, you need a 3.26. And Green, you're requiring a 4.26. 6 minutes, 40 remaining.
There we go, a quick 4. Nice for Reed. So across the day, we know one turn will generally get you in that mid-3s to 5-point range. Just one, mid-face, almost to the bottom, not even all the way up into the lip will garner you that fair score is what it's called on the scale. Ooh, look at this. Green having a look at a beauty, a big bomb, big open face, tons of froth on it.
Sick.
Handles that well, and will she get a second? She doesn't, but still, she held strong the whole heat, waited for that left to come off the rock, and
committed.
Committed, yes.
And here we have, that's a gnarly takeoff. Wedging takeoff, gets up, the wave grows, hits the backwash, bottom turns through the foam, gets a little down carve there, and did everything she sort of could on that wave. So, foamy, but committed surfing.
A feather in the cap for sure. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining. The next heat is ready to get themselves going out. Excited to see where this score goes. She did well to handle. You could see the fins cavitating in that top carve that she had with all the foam and the lump, where she took off was Green, and she was carrying a ton of board speed into the bottom turn of all that soupy mess.
It's just I'll read this score out as she duck dives, so we'll wait to see her pop up with the drone angle. There we go. And get the water out of the ears. So a 5.25 for Green's last wave. A 5.25 for Green. You are in second place. Blue, you require a 1.01 with a score to drop. And Victoria and White, a 4.26. So Red out in the lead. Green in second. Blue in third. White in fourth. 4 minutes to go. So Green, your last wave of 5.25.
Where will this score take Kaya Howard? She only needs the 1.01, but has that last wave ridden. It could be a quick flip.
We still have a score to drop for Blue. It's a mistype. So
sorry. I was
red,
wondering if
green, white, red, green, blue, and white in that order.
Well, it was on the monitor, but it wasn't. There wasn't a wave ridden. I was wondering if I'd missed something somehow in the middle of it.
It's pretty easy. It's a very vast lineup, Baldy. So we've got eyes on the screen and out in the ocean. So
that was a great little drone angle. You saw Victoria you know, navigating her way. Where did she want to execute the duck dive? She moved away from the major
Impact zone,
energy
yeah.
source. Yeah. Priority is with White. There we go. White up on her backhand. Her second wave. It's a soupy one. She's not going to get anything out of that wave. So it'll probably come in another 1 point ride.
Is out in the lead with a 10 combined total. 2 minutes 35 remaining. And a set on the outside section, 2 sets.
Yeah, you just on the webcam you can see those dark lines moving off the rock.
Next one.
Yeah, as the shadow, ominous looking stuff.
Wow, that's a cool wave. That one. That's a lot of scoring potential on that. You can riddle off 2, 3
around their competitor, and there's a finish turn right there. Well, we are mind surfing it so well. We're getting big scores. It is tough to do. It's a hard read and a lot of movement, and I mean, just paddling back up into the rock against the current is a task itself. If only we could just, you know, sort of mind place ourselves wherever we wanted to be in position. 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
I'm on a 6-4 or a 6-6 out there. How about you, Baldy?
Yeah, I'll go my 6-6. I have these beautiful old Maurice Coles. I got some nice JSs too. Some Maurice Coles that just stand the test of time. They've taken me beautiful places. Man, Maurice knows how to hide some foam in those boards.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have a 10-2 from Maurice as well.
Ooh, that's a commitment. I'm sure I saw him shaping that on Instagram.
Yep, you did. Shout out to Maurice Cole.
It's a shout out to Maurice. The Fossil has, how is it every post? The Fossil's been off Instagram for a bit, and then he's
awake and he's back.
Yeah, it's so good.
If you don't know who Maurice Cole is, search him up.
Oh my! If you need a super
MC Surfboards.
If you need a super gun, the Huggy Bear.
That's it. And here we have some action, and this is green. Sorry. Oh,
whipping
power gouge, and she rides out of it. So well done to that's Isla in green. So holding second place. I'm sure that it will. Well, that's her second wave. So of course she's going to extend her position there. And White is stuck in the white water with 15 seconds remaining. She's up and riding White, and she's off. So green. Here's a power carve under the lip. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Well, an exciting finish there. Isla, we're waiting on that last score to come in. We'll go to a short break, and we will come back with the conclusion of a round of 48 women's heat number 8.
In the land of slow cow, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of slow cow now.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to Slow Cow, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to the 2023 Slow Cow Open at Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. We are watching the QS 1000 heat number 8 of the women's round of 48. And of course, out in the water, we have Mia Moore, Ava Wagster, and Caden Persidoc in white. And we've seen these surfers starting to really up the ante, getting towards the end of this round. And
The judges are looking for committed surfing. We have some 8 feet norwest swell at 16 seconds. So a true Central Californian ground swell right now. And these surfers will need to show the judges what they're capable of, because that last wave from Isla, a 7.25, putting her in the lead, and taking the win from Reed Van Wagner in that last heat. So well done to Isla. That score locked in before that last break.
So yes, the highest score of the women's round so far in that 7.25. Big banking cutback, slams against the whitewash redirect, and then tucks up for a finish carve down.
And quick start here for Ava. Nice little jam and a 2-for-1 combo, and incomplete. But it was looking good the beginning of that wave, nice and spicy.
It was. She had a nice flow of rail in between it all. And
combination.
Yes, a good combination. Not sure how she just, right at the finish, she close to riding out.
A lot of undertow there, as we've been mentioning. When you go to duck dive, although it may not appear overly heavy, it does rattle you and wobble you. And that undertow means there's reverberation off Morro Rock, and you have that north swell swirling around underneath you. And look at this set coming in. And White just duck diving that, or did she bail? That was Kaitlin. And there's an even bigger one on the outside. So this one's a bomb. That's a proper 8-footer, that one. The drone shrinking it a little bit, but
what we do know is that all the 3 competitors are getting a good washing on the inside, testing their merit. They're gripping the rails, rattling around underwater.
It's kind of looking like Punta Lobos there
Yeah.
right now, where it's coming in all open ocean. The dark hues there. It's got a mixture of, the shadow of the cliff, but you've got those dark greens and blues and a lot of white water as well. You can always tell how big a wave is in the power to see when you look at the white water. Look at the current. You can see them getting moving, how fast it's moving with that current. That's a great drone angle. Yeah, if it lingers, the white water, it's an indication of the turbulence.
Yeah, there's just that much air stuck underneath that's percolating up, like if you take a soda bottle and shake it, right? You get those bubbles. The more you shake it, the more you get.
Exactly right.
And that's what's happening.
Analogy, yeah.
Well, coming up next, after this completion of women's round 1, heat number 8, we will go straight into the round of 64, heat number 1 with Levi Slauson, Felipe Chagas, Corey Arambidi, and Ty Burgess. So, straight away, Levi coming in, seated number 3 on the men's side, and we'll get all into that. They go from the high to the low in the seating as we move through the rounds and then through the event until a certain point, and then it just goes mano-y-mano.
Setting the precedent, the highest single wave score of the day was our surfer in green, Isla. I'm going to go catch up with her.
Yeah, you do that. And look, right now we're just watching the young women getting some paddle and duck dive practice as another screamer comes off the rock out the back. Little did they know that they were going to have a 20-minute duck diving practice with a few waves ridden in between. Ava, with that opening ride, a 2.75, so a small score, but a score just a score needed anyway. So she's out in the lead with the 1 wave ridden.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready to throw it down to Matt for the interview with Isla.
Isla, highest single wave score of the day so far. You took your initiative, got some set waves. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I mean, my goal out there was to catch one good one, maybe one turn, something like that. Just get something on the board, but I was really pleasantly surprised when I got that wave.
Well, we weren't, because you were sitting in the right spot and you turned that last one. You really jammed it under the lip. Was it an indication that you got a pretty high score for that one turn beforehand? And it was, it was a semi-turn.
Yeah.
were you like, okay, I need a similar wave? I've just got to really hammer it on this next one.
Well, yeah, that first one I kind of got caught in all the whitewash and kind of like released my rail a bit. So I was like, next one, like I kind of know what I was looking for out there. So I just had to sit, be patient, which was pretty hard, but it paid off.
Sorry. And what board are you riding out there today?
I'm riding an FRK Plus. It's kind of like probably not the ideal like build for the wind out there, so it's a little difficult. It's really on top of the waves. A lot of leaders for me, but it helps when getting into the waves, so it's worth it in the long run.
So it's nice and buoyant for you to paddle in. I notice it's EPS too, so it could just be a parabolic or a fake stringer there, but yeah, and I've noticed the little square tail, which is interesting, but I guess in these conditions when you're pushing yourself, you need something you can rely on. And is this your regular style board or a step up?
This is kind of the board I've just been like, it's pretty new. I'm just trying to get used to it right now, but it's kind of a board that works in a lot for me right now. So, yeah.
So going back to what she knows, highest single wave score of the day. Well done, and we'll see you in the next round. Anyone at home you want to say hello to?
Yeah, my dad, grandparents, all my friends, family. Thank you for supporting.
Well, they'll be stoked that you're through to the next round. You put on a great performance. Back to you, Baldy.
Yeah, thank you, man. Doing great. Good job, Isla. I'm glad she's walking away with a big smile on her face. Sun-kissed from Morro Bay. We are watching Blue. Eva Wagster getting her second ride, open with a 2.75. We'll see where this goes. Need to go back to the replay as the interview was just finishing up. So I wonder if Isla was riding a step up also. Didn't get that in the interview. 12 minutes remaining, another wave on the board, so Ava gets a 3-point backup, a 2.75 and a 3-point ride for our surfer in blue. Now it's time for Mia Moore and Kaitlin Mikkelsen to get their first openers of the day. So I didn't catch it in the interview. Was she riding a little bit of a step up that the Kelly Slater designs? Okay, right. Yeah, that's also an interesting thing. Here we go. Sorry, we missed this wave for Kaitlin. Riding that beautiful purple board, the lavender board. Yeah, that's nice. That's what she needed just to get that opener score to come. So as these surfers grow, get stronger, get taller, there's always that time in their teen life, mid-teen life, where what they had 3 months later, they need a whole new quiver because everything shifts.
Correct.
It's a crazy time.
Well, you're adapting to your equipment, you're improving, you're getting new sponsors, new support, you're surfing new waves, you're learning more about your surfing and your boards. So Ayla did say she's up a few liters than normal, and I mean, she's felt it paddled really well, which an epoxy will sit on top of the water, not so much the momentum. Oh, wow. Giant set coming through right now. And these men that are eyeing off the paddle out will be watching cautiously, and that is a bomb.
Look at just the mist, the swirls of mist floating off of that bomb whitewash. Just a right explosion on the rock. Kaitlin in the white gets a 4.5, so the high heat score for this heat right now, the highest wave of the heat. She's in second, and Mia with first priority. Just under 10 minutes left on the clock, and it looks like Kaitlin inside and getting washed, trying to battle over angling towards the rock to use that current, hopefully to get back out. So I think the tide has been coming up all morning. I think we're having our peak high tide somewhere around the end of 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, something like that. And so it has been white. Kaitlin, your last wave was a 4.5. A 4.5, you're in second place. There's 8.5 minutes left. Red with first priority, needing an opening ride. Ava with a 2.75 and a 3. Your third wave was a 2.6, so it doesn't factor into the scoreline.
So some respite from these set waves right now. A good time to get up to date with the scores.
Yeah, you know when the surfers finally have a break to ask for it, they're ready. They're ready to hear it. They're like, okay. Well, if you're just getting down for the day, this beautiful Tuesday, December 5th in Morro Bay, thanks for joining us on the beach. It is a gorgeous sunny day. It's in the mid-60s with a crisp offshore breeze. I think the ocean itself for the surfers is just under 60 degrees. And yeah, if you're in the sun, it's nice. If you're tucked away from the wind, it's warm. As soon as you get in the wind and you're exposed or in the shade of the rock, the temperature drops quite a few degrees. So this is day 2 of a 7-day event. It's a QS 1000 on the shortboard side of things, a regional qualifier, and then it's also a longboard regional qualifier. So we get to see the best of the Americas coming through, or North America. You were alluding to some young new talent.
Yeah, looking forward to uncovering and exposing that talent that has been knocking on the door, and that's what these regional tours do for the long and shortboard, and the junior tours too. Gives them that experience and really cherry picks the best surfers to represent their region on that international tour, the Challenger Series or the World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, I guess, so coming up, lots of surf events happening all over the planet right now. We've got the World Junior Championships coming up in Oceanside in January. I think it's the 6th to the 9th or some dates like that. Last year we had it down at Seaside, pumping Seaside, pretty much as good as it gets for the world to see. Jarvis Earl taking out Levi Slauson, who is in this heat coming up next in the finals for the world title and a golden ticket onto the Challenger Series for the year. That was pretty cool. So young Goofy Foot from Cronulla taking the victory at my home break.
And yeah, following in the footsteps of another young Goofy Footer from Cronulla, Mark Occhilupo.
Mark Occhilupo, Gary Green, Richard Marsh, all the Goofies.
Even Gabrielle Medina's coach as well, Andy King.
That's right, Andy King. I like following Andy King. We've got a surfer up right now. Is that
Red?
Mia
Moore.
Mia Moore gets her first one. She probably, big old screamer out the back.
She was complete, nonetheless. So
yes.
Nice settler, but 4 minutes 50 remaining. 4 minutes 45.
Somehow, with all the froth and the whitewash, I could barely make out her jersey color.
Yeah, the red especially.
Yeah. Well, Cronulla is a beautiful place. So much fun. Surf up and around,
Well, we talk about the Board Riders initiative in the USA, and here we have that replay of Mia, just a cut down but complete, and a priority change on the outside section. If they can hear us, they can.
Well, we also have the light box, the monitor above the container here that they can always look in and see, and that's easy for them to know right away.
And here goes Levi paddling out. 3 minutes 50 remaining, so not leaving a lot of time left. You see him wading through the water on the shore break.
Is that Levi or is that Mia coming?
No,
she
this
come
is Levi.
Oh, all right. Well, he came from up the beach.
There's the coaching camp up there, the Myers coaching camp.
I see. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, he's strong. He's been paddling. He's been back and forth between here and Hawaii, getting some great waves early season over there. He gets to spend a lot of time over on the North Shore. We had a regional qualified, not really, just a community Encinitas board riders event down at Seaside a couple weeks ago. And it was pumping. And the very first heat of the day was him, Taylor Clark, and a few others. And it was a 7 a.m. start. The waves were insane.
What a way to set the precedent.
And it was, and for their age division, for whatever reason, it was just a one heat. It was a final, and they weren't going to know until the end.
Wow.
And it was like straight out of bed into 6 foot, 8 foot reverse airs. It was insane. Such a fun heat to watch. So those guys definitely on another plateau in their surf game. Out of the rack into autopilot.
Yep.
Massive reverse air with dust in the eyes still.
Well, we'll be moving into that next men's round next, so look forward to seeing what they've been conjuring up. They weren't the first heat of the day, so they've had a lot of time to watch the conditions and absorb the energy of the contest site and the waves. Perhaps even get the feet in the wax. No one's free surfing. Oh, there's a few down the beach still, but nowhere near. Just the paddle out is so much more harsh today. There's an extra 4 seconds of period in the swell, so those peaks down the beach, and there's a lot of them, are a lot more, I guess, challenging to access today. A lot more drawn out walls. And 1 minute 50 remaining. So out in the lead, we have Ava Wagster. Our surfer in blue in the lead. Caden with just a single wave, a 4.5, and Mia Moore with a 2.3. Mia, you require a 2.21 to move into second place. And White, you're looking for a 1.25 to move into first place. And Red out in the lead. Blue out in the lead, sorry. Blue out in the lead. So White, you require a 1.25. 1 minute 15 remaining.
And did Mia make it back out in lineup? Yes, she did. I see her there. So she has the second priority and only requiring a 2.21.
And there she's paddling.
She's got the second priority. So Blue with third priority was up deep, and the other competitors really couldn't do anything about it with a higher priority.
And she's complete as well.
Yeah, so a nice ride for the heat leader.
45 seconds.
Red with priority. Nowhere to go on that wave, nor for White. 30 seconds. Tense moments. Mia doesn't need much with the higher priority, a 2.21 to take it on the buzzer. Can't get over the lip, and White will get it. Caden, 23 seconds, so she's not going to get much either, so that's not going to, well, it will factor in because she only has the one wave, so it will up the requirement with 10 seconds for Mia by a point or a little more. 10 seconds. Counting down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A 3.9 for Blue, and unfortunately, nothing comes for Red, and she didn't really need much at all, but that's the way it goes. A quick commercial break. We'll be back with the SLO Open here in Morro Bay for the round, the men's round of 48, heat number 1.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush. Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the SLO Open here, the QS 1000 in Morro Bay. We are done with the men's round or women's round, and we're going into the men's, which I'm counting in right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are into it. Baldy and Waxhead bringing you the fun here in Morro Bay. 20-minute heat, top 2 waves. We are into the round of 64, heat 1 in the red, Levi Slauson. In the blue, Philippe Chagas. In the white, Corrier and Beatty. And in the green, Ty Burgess. Corrier and Beatty getting first in his 2 early round heats that were yesterday. So he got a good feel of a couple different tides yesterday in a heat scenario. And he was saying, he was riding a little bit bigger of a board, but was fighting the wind, was mistiming his turns by his own standard, and wonder if those kinks got ironed out.
Different energy today, but
yeah,
still
for sure.
Same break, and it is awkward to place those turns. This right-hander here is notorious for changing shape, doing a little Huntington on you as well, where you take off and you think you've got a great bowl ahead of you, and sometimes it can dissipate.
Yeah, steep to flat,
That's
steep to flat.
Exactly. It doesn't really come at you. And the odd section that does is the one you least expected. So you can sort of see that right-hander on the camera right now, actually. It looks heavy when it comes in, but it does flatten out as you go across.
Well, for the viewers at home, this angle is a little tough to see where the surfers are, but they keep the camera on it so they don't miss anything. That drone angle really gives a good perspective of where they're sitting in accordance to the rock. It looks like we have our surfer up, Corrier and Beatty in the white, in and around a frothy one. Maybe just utilizing that as a tool to get down the break a little bit. Well, and also wanting just a quick start. Here we go. Philippe Chagas, our goofy foot from Brazil. Nice opening layback carve for Philippe.
Speaking of carves, I'm going to go down and speak to Ava Wagster, who carved her way to victory. And we're going to catch up with that Heat 8 winner.
All right, so 2.5 for Corrier and Beatty's opener. And this wave of Philippe Chagas in the blue. Nice opening, full throttle commitment. Has to cut it down a little early under the lip, but nice, stylish, powerful layback, opening turn, and gets a 5.75. Blue, a 5.75. White, a 2.50. So staying consistent with what the judges were doing yesterday and again today. One big turn will get you that mid-range score if it's fully committed and you utilize the bottom and the top of the wave, engaging your rail, carrying your speed. All right, throwing it down to Matt and Ava for a post-heat interview.
The Huntington Beach local making a way up to Central California. How many times have you surfed Morro and Pismo area?
I've surfed it like a couple times for like WSA, but this is the first time that I've surfed like proper Morro Bay when it's like big.
And what are your first impressions apart from being gassed from paddling so much?
My first impressions is that it's pretty fun. It's a little bit fat right now, like it's a little bit soft, but there's like plenty of opportunity for good scores.
Now, I see you're riding a Tim Stamps. Is that a step up, or is that something just you feel confident on your regular surfboard?
Yeah, this is my like everyday like comfortable board. I was like going back and forth if I should ride my step up or not, but like at the end of the day, I felt more comfortable on this, so I just picked this one.
Yeah, and that's the key, especially when you're going to be paddling a lot. You have very short decisions to be very timely with your decisions. Now, you're gassed out there. You see sets, you see mid-sized waves. What was going through your mind in that process?
I honestly, my like thing was just to stay calm, because like I knew if like I was stressed out, I would get my heart rate up and it would like not be good, and like I would get out of breath. But I just stayed calm and like just like did what I had to do.
Well, you did enough to get through. We're going to be catching you in the next round. We're going to catch up with men's heat 1 of the next round.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, Ava. Moving on through into the round of 24. Good job. Some good takeaways there. Keeping calm. Don't want the heart rate to get up. All good mental processes that you have to go through. Not only just in a normal heat, you know, because you're nervous, are you going to advance and what are you going to do? But when it's pumping and big and you're getting slammed around. So 2 waves ridden so far. Philippe Chagas in the blue with a 5.75 opener. Corey Arambidi with a 2.5. And now waiting for Levi Slauson in the red and Ty Burgess in the green.
The judging criteria adapting from yesterday's scoring, where it was very consistent throughout the day, and the judges were looking for the single major moments, hard charging, committed surfing.
So here, yes, here we go. It looks like Levi going to open up with this little inside right, gets a nice redirect, open carve, again, utilizing the rail, second foam tap, and he's going to come inside for a big slamming finish. Pushes the tail free, little layback, then a little front hand guidance. Good style from Levi Slauson.
It's the best combo we've seen all day.
Yeah, you know, 2 full roundy wraps, tap off the whitewash.
Was it critical, progressive? We'll let the judges make that out. But in terms of a combination of maneuvers, just a few carves to set this one up. And it's all emphasis on this end turn there where he leans back into it and a layback, kind of toys with it. So it was more of a playful wave by today's standards. But you just need to get waves on the board, and it was a right-hander going back into the rocks, making the paddle out a little easier than one of those stretched out lefts.
Well, the judge is going to keep things tempered. A 6.25 for red, a 6.25, so the best wave of the heat so far. But again, the judges knowing there's so much more out there. That was a medium-sized wave. We see Philippe Chagas, wow, just burning rails and tail.
Oy, makes
top to bottom. So that's going to be a lovely, great backup for Philippe to the 5.75.
May even eclipse it. We'll have to wait and see. Got a little hung up there in the first impression, but he completed. Here he goes. So this is the replay of Philippe's wave. And we're watching this on the webcast, and that second turn gets up and lip, gets hung up, but it rides out of it. And we're just going to catch up with Green with a replay in live action there.
Yeah, wow, Ty had a big bomb left, soupy face the whole way, and just really holding on, maintaining. He couldn't really get his rail engaged anywhere on this left. And then, you know, came into this next super foamy section and got gobbled up in the end. Is this... Wow, screaming across it. Corey Arambidi with a bomb. This is that down the way peak. Does well to get up and over that lip. Yes, Matt.
Watch the replay. He was umming and ahhing whether to pull into the tube. We haven't seen any barrels from any of the women this morning, but that one did open up. So, I mean, he completed its first wave, the second wave of the heat. We'll watch that replay very shortly. So it was a stretched out left. It was one of those ones we've been mind surfing all morning, and Corey. Talk about a good backup. That was a solid wave as well. So Philippe and Corey still to lock in waves. 11 minutes, 15 remaining. 11 minutes, 15 remaining. Scores still to lock in. Levi, your last wave was a 6.25. We're just watching the replay of blue right now. This is that second to last wave we watched. So Felipe and this end section loads up, gets a little caught up, but completes too. So solid surfing there from Philippe, and this was Corey's wave. Replay loading up. We'll come back to that shortly. We're doing the live webcast with the beach commentary mixed in today, so
At times, we will raise our voice to get the messages out to the surfers. But the good thing is, Baldy, is that they get to hear what the surfers are listening to. And this is live action with Ty Burgess.
Yeah, so better from him. He's happy with that wave choice. And again, you know, surfing conservative, not so much just safety surfing, but surfing conservative within the wave. He's like, I need to complete one. He did get a 3.4 on the opener.
This is the replay, the drone angle of Corey's wave, which is still loading up.
And Philippe getting a big score, a 6.6 on his last right.
Go. So this is why it's, so see it actually cups open. He stalls a little bit, so just little cover up, and hits the lip there and straight into this next one. So 2 maneuvers on a foamy one. He's stoked.
Yeah, 2 big committed turns coming into the lip late. Obviously sort of mistimed if the wave was going to barrel or not. Not even a shampoo, but the 2 turns at the end, great for him. A 4.25 for Green, that we're just seeing that replay. A 7 for Corey Arambidi. A 6.6 for Philippe Chaga. So right now, blue in the lead, white in second, Ty in third in the green, Levi with priority with just the 1 wave, a 6.25. Levi, you need a 3.26 to jump up into second.
So, blue, you are in the lead. A 6.6 for your last wave. Blue is in the lead. Corey Arambidi in white, you are in second. Your last wave was a 7-point ride. Green, you are in third position. You need a 5.26. Your last wave was a 4.25. And red, Levi Slauson, you need a 3.26. You're in fourth position. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Blue in the lead. White in second. Green, you need a 5.26. Red, you need a 3.26. 8 minutes remaining.
Woo, big backhand whip from Corey Arambidi. Always so consistent in these events. Knows how to find it. Corey going to back up his 7 with something good.
This is Levi.
This is Levi live. Inside right. Nice. So much commitment. Love Levi's style, and he doesn't fall often. Flowing out of the lip, harnessing the power, compressing in the flat. So straight away, the men's round, the guys taking advantage of these wave, matching power to power. So a sign of things to come for this round.
Dynamic surfing from Corey and Levi. As they're paddling back out, we'll update those scores. 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Levi did need a backup. He had that single 6.25. And it's important to act fast in this situation so it doesn't get too far out of the equation. And this was Levi's wave from the drone. It's a nice first snap. Bit foamy, but dynamic end turn.
Yeah,
I think the beach angle gave it more justice.
Yeah, I like that drone angle. It showed how much distance he carried on the lip line as it pitched out to the sand or toward the beach.
And this here gets a bit foamy, and here it actually looks more ferocious, I think, from
yeah.
the beach angle.
Well, that's what the judges were seeing, that beach angle and that first down carve. The wave went flat to steep real quick. You saw the front rail almost check in. Scores coming in. Wow.
9.5. Red, 9.5. He's just duck diving. I was trying to get that deliverance to him before that set.
Well, he'll be happy to hear that. We'll get them all caught up after they're out there. Still waiting on Corey Arambidi's last right, which again will throw away the 2.5. We're going to have a little shuffle in the order. Levi up into first. Corey will go into second. Then Philippe will be playing chase or catch up. And Ty Burgess just waiting for scores to get settled in, guys. There's 6 minutes left. Levi, your last wave, a 9.5. They're watching the replay. Corey Arambidi slammed that right-hander. Still waiting on that score for White. Levi, you're out in the lead, a 6.25 and a 9.5. Philippe, you are currently in second with a 5.75 and a 6.6. Corey, your score is about to be locked in. This should take you into second place. A 6.4 for Corey. White, you are in second place now. Blue, you have first priority. You need a 6.81. And Ty, you need a 9.15. Priority is blue, green, white. Well, a lot going on in a short space of time. All surfers riding waves. Scores to be locked in. We are under 5 minutes. Wow, what a screamer. So the judges rewarding Levi Slauson for that critical down carve opening turn and then into that oncoming left foamy section. Rides out with speed. Corey, great surfing. Your opening wave a 7.0 and your backup now. That last ride a 6.40. On the replay, that was the commitment Levi Slauson was showing. Does well to carry his board speed and jams into that lip. Rides out clean. Just under 4 minutes exactly left in this heat. Priority is blue, green, then white. Here we go, blue. Philippe Chagas on his strong backhand, and we had red coming at him, so everything works perfect. That was a split wave, both surfers coming at each other, but no one getting in each other's way. Philippe Chagas took off needing a 6.81, and then you had your heat leader, Levi, going left off the rocks. Will Levi increase his score line? And will Philippe get the 6.81 he needs? So this is a nice replay of Levi deep off the bottom, clean open face left. He looks like it's seaside right there, whips it into the corner. Beautiful vertical surfing beyond 6 to 12 o'clock, so to speak. Nice rail control, being patient here. Our surfer in blue, Philippe Chagas, and really nice technique, the way he just sort of wheelied and stalled the tail up into the corner on that last one. So where will the judges go? And then Ty Burgess, I think, had a wave down the beach. So the wave of Philippe, a 5.10, doesn't factor. Philippe, your last wave, a 5.10. You still require a 6.81. And waiting on the wave from Levi. This was Ty Burgess down the beach. Made it, but just got a little overextended on his toe side there, riding out. The judges hypercritical about all those little bobbles. Speed, power, flow is the optimum goal. So waiting on this score for Ty. It is going to be his best wave, or probably better the 3.4, but he does need a 9.15 with a minute and 40 seconds left. It's a 4.80 tie. You now need an 8.6 to go into second. The replay of Levi, still waiting on that score. Two carving deep, hard bottom turns and, connecting the dots seamlessly. Great surfing from Young.
How's that set on the outside? Some surfers would definitely be licking their lips right now.
How to transport and be there. Looks like there's someone, duck diving under with a minute to go. Oh, look at this. Levi having a screamer. 7.9 on that last left. So Levi way out in the lead at the moment. A two-wave combo, or total of 17.4, possibly one of the highest of the event so far. And way to stamp your name into the event. Down to 40 seconds. Priority is with blue. Philippe Chagas looking for a 6.81, Matt.
Yeah, it's pretty walled up right now, but he's hunting. He's looking. He's not giving up.
He has the ability to throw the tail over the lip. I mean, he knows how to push it, and he will, if he gets the opportunity, go above and beyond a layback or a snap under the lip. I would see something
There's a wave coming, and it's 10 seconds. So I'm going to watch the clock. You watch the pop-up. So 7 seconds.
And he's not getting in.
4, 3, 2, 1. So that concludes heat number 1. Some amazing scores locked in. And interesting to note that that next heat are not out in the water yet. So we're going to go to a break, and we're going to be tuning in for heat 2 very shortly.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Get rad, get air, adrenaline.
Welcome back to 2023 SLO Open at Morro Bay. This is the QS 1000. Out in the water now, we have heat number 2, round 64. In red, Blair Barton. In blue, Keanu Igarashi. And in white, Sebastian Mendez. In green, Xavier Math. And that heat is only just reached the takeoff zone. They got pounded by that set that we saw towards the end of that last heat. And challenging 8 feet swell here today. We're just approaching the turn of the tide at about 11 a.m. this morning. And we see Blue in the pit there, just going under. So he's paddled in to try and get a medium-sized wave, perhaps. And that's Blue from the previous heat still coming in. So that was Philippe. Now this is White, up and riding, live action. Green. So that was Xavier.
Yeah, nice opener for Xavier. Again, you know, don't go full throttle on the first wave. Just open up. Get a good score. Relax in.
And complete.
And complete. So that's the first wave of this second heat. Nice clean face. So that's what we were talking about. There's been a lot of scoring potential out there for the surfers. I see Corey Arambidi making his way in just on the rocks. Good job moving on through in second place there. Corey Arambidi participating in most every one of these events since the inception here and in Pismo, and always stalwart, consistent, winning one of the events down in Pismo and many quarter and semifinal berths. Xavier, your first wave, a 6.25. Green, a 6.25.
And the judges really appreciating those combinations and those major moves, realizing that there's a lot of single turns going on today. So if you can combine your maneuvers and get a dramatic finish or something with an exclamation mark, you'll be rewarded, especially if it's on a set wave.
Absolutely. And you know, the guys that can pick those waves that are green from the beginning and stay green all the way through, easier to surf than the big soupy frothy ones, and being able to maximize potential.
We saw a 9.5 there from Levi. It wasn't even a major set wave, but he linked those two maneuvers seamlessly, no bobbles or wobbles. And a day like today with that strong groundswell, to have clean transitions between turns and then connect with the lip line. If you were to rewind that wave and have a look at the lines that he was drawing, he's going from the bottom to the top and really utilizing the whole wave. He wasn't surfing lateral, and he wasn't stuck looking for maneuvers. He was just surfing what was in front of him, hence the score.
Yeah, Levi had a dream heat. He got to show the judges both backhand and forehand, and all the waves he chose had open canvas, green face. Other than the forehand finish, everything else nicely done. Levi casually into the next round. Well, yeah, he had a 9.5 and a 7.2 or something. Or was it a 9.2 and a 7? Anyway, 17.4 total.
So a little respite in between sets right now. Just that first wave from Xavier, who made it through his round yesterday. With smaller conditions, more peaky, and a little bit of a mixture of swells. So 15 minutes remaining. 6.25 for Green's opening wave.
Well, yes, all that going on while we have a minute. Thank you to Visit SLO, our title sponsor. We are nestled in the center of California's Central Coast region. SLO is a land of alluring beaches, undulating vineyards, and a network of towns radiating with quintessential California charm, and that is so true. We are nestled into the midship container all day long, and then we make our way back to the beautiful Best Western San Marcos. Thank you very much for hosting us. A few waves passing through under the surfers. Finally, like you said, a short respite from the bombing sets that we've seen all day long, which is kind of nice. You got to think, too, the surfers love to get that first wave of the set when the water is all blue and unturbulent.
And Sebastian here lining up that end section and complete. Just a little caught up, and he felt it as well.
Yeah, you could see in the body language, mistiming that, right then. And, oh. 13.5 minutes left. Sebastian, your last wave, your opening wave, a 3.25. Xavier, your wave was a 6.25. Well done, Levi. Way to move on through, brah. Chipping away, wants to get back on the, he just wants to win this event. One event at a time. Take home some points, take home some money, get himself in the Challenger Series events. Priority is, well, not set so far. We know that two surfers have ridden their waves, but Blair and Keanu haven't gotten their waves yet. Keanu grinding away. He has been at all these events since the beginning. You wonder if his brother's tuning in to watch his first round heat. Well, Keanu's been, at every Pismo and Morro Bay event since the beginning. Chipping away on the QS. 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Quite a bit of time moving off the clock. What else is going on up here in Morro Bay in SLO? SLO is the home to California's third largest wine region. with 300 wineries offering 60-plus varietals. It's a wine lover's paradise, so visitors can experience interactive delights like beekeeping classes and horseback rides at these SLO vineyards. So get on in, have a great day if you're going and touring the vineyards. And yeah, we're just going to keep pounding it. There is the big benefit event, the Surfing for Hope event coming up here on Friday. Go on to the www.surfingforhope.org website. Check that out. Get your tickets. It's a big benefit this Friday with Tom Curran playing. And yeah, we're going to chuck it down to Matt and Levi after that beautiful heat win.
Levi, first men's heat, really picking the eyes out of it. Coming in here with a lot of momentum. What board are you riding?
I'm on a board that was made for Hawaii, actually. I brought it up. I was in Santa Cruz the last couple days with Salty Crew, and the waves were bigger up there, and I'd been riding this board the last couple days, and everybody was saying it was supposed to be big today, and then showed up, saw there was waves, and I was like, no need to change my board. But yeah, good Hawaii board works here too.
You heard the judging criteria. They're looking for, they have no problems giving a high score for a single maneuver. You didn't just do one, but you were finding combinations out there. Was it difficult to find and access those waves?
Yeah, for sure. At the start, I was a little bit confused. It's totally different than what it looks like from the beach out there. I wasn't planning to go right at all, but then a good right came to me, and yeah, I surf beach breaks all the time, and I do get in some waves that are a little bigger too, so I felt really confident, and yeah, just stoked to win a heat.
Cool. And you're feeling pretty relaxed moving in the next few days. Did the coach give you any tips or anything that you can take into your next rounds?
Yeah, me and Matt Myers obviously got a good thing going. We kind of just try and keep it pretty light. I don't like to do too much gnarly strategy stuff. I just kind of go out and surf and hope for the best. Yeah, we put in a lot of work, so now it's just time to trust all my surfing skills and yeah, pick good waves.
Well, you've set the precedent. Anyone at home you want to say hello to that's tuning in?
Yeah, I want to say hello to my family, my girlfriend in Hawaii. Yeah, love you guys, miss you guys. See you guys soon.
All right, back to live action.
Right on, Levi. Right on, Matt. Thank you very much. Another calm interview. Levi definitely gets himself into some bigger waves, which is great. A lot of the kids out of the Encinitas area, and that, they don't get to as much, but Levi gets over there to the North Shore a lot and then traveling the world for the Challenger Series, exposed to some great venues and bigger surf. We had some nice waves ridden in between all that. Sebastian Mendez got that 3.25, that was earlier, and Xavier got the 6.25. Now we've got a second wave for Sebastian and a wave for Blair in the red. His opener coming in nice. Blair opens up with a 6.75 and jumps himself into first place with that score. That might change with Sebastian's backup wave, but we have 8 minutes left in this heat. Red, Blair, your last wave, a 6.75. 6.75, Blair, for your last wave. Priority is blue, green, red. Sebastian, your last wave, a 3.25. You have a pair of 3.25s. You're in second place. Xavier, you need a 0.25 to go into second. And Keanu, you have priority. No wave ridden yet, needing a 6.5.
We're about half an hour off that bottom of the tide. And we've seen less set waves than what we saw this morning. As we pan across, there's a big right in the middle of the beach. No takers. It's out of the contest zone. It's to the right of the screen, just out of vision. The surfers here tucked up into the Morro Rock. The famous wave with a rip that's running out across the inside of the bay and then out past the rock. It gives it a little bit of a travelator feel, although you do have to wait and time the sets. And up and riding, we have our surfer in blue. This is Keanu. Big hit off the top and rides it out of it as well. So managing that one really well. That was his first wave, so he needed to be complete. Whether or not it is that 6.5 or not, we'll have to wait and see. But regardless, he needed to complete, and job well done. A big bottom turn. See that? Look at that big wedge. And that's the reverb that's coming through the sidewinder, I like to call it, coming off the bottom, hits and lip, gets a little hung up, and comes down with it. So complete, and that's job well done. 6 minutes 15, he's on the board, and his heat has just begun.
So much can be taken away from the body posture, the jump offs, the wilted body, like, you know.
4.5 for blue, a 4.5. You now need a 2-point ride to go into second. Green, you need a 0.25. 0.25 to go into second. White, you're in second place. You require a 3.51 to go into the lead. And Blair, you've got that single wave of a 6.75. 5 minutes 30 remaining. Once again, those viewers tuning in, this is not all about you, unfortunately. We have got the beach commentary. It's been a majority web focus today, though, because they can't really hear us with the consistency of the waves this morning. A lot of duck diving and a lot of time spent battling the wind, but the wind has died off. The swell has eased a little bit as we approach that low tide, but it is a 5 to 8 feet ground swell, northwest swell at 16 seconds, and it's getting bigger as we're expecting to see up to 10 feet waves tomorrow.
Whew. Well, if this morning was any indication, 10 feet tomorrow, bigger. Look at this, against the grain, throws it up on his backhand. A quick one-turn wave for Sebastian, who has a pair of 3.25s. Why, thank you, Matt, for this last cup of Iron Wolf coffee. If you're needing a coffee or a latte or a pastry, head over to the Little Blue midship container coffee setup right there. The guys from Oceanside set up in the competitors area right next to the board racks.
A shout out to Midstate Containers too, making our setup super efficient and you know a lot less days for it basically to be set up. So they got the coffee container there and the beach container, and it just feels actually very fitting because we are snuck right in between the Morro Bay Harbour and the Morro Bay Rock here, and it's quite a harsh environment to set up a beach tent and scaffolding. So the shipping container working very well.
Yeah, these have worked great for so many events, and again at the end they just pack them up, you know, ship them off, away they go, stored until the next event, or they've been pretty much in rotation. We use this for the World Juniors. We've used this for quite a few events now.
Possibly the Malibu World Longboard Tour.
Yeah, they were there. We have them set for everything. And there's 2-story ones, or they just stack them on top, and then the center panel can pop out. Staircase looks like we have it. Green up and riding on a bomb. Checks under that first section. Oh. Well, just carrying a bit too much momentum and got his shoulders over the outside rail.
You know, he makes that. That's a nearly excellent score.
Yeah.
But he only needed a 0.25, so he'll get that.
So he will go into second, even though it was a non-make just due to the wave itself.
So let's watch this replay. So it had an open wall, and here he bottom turns, he eyes it off. If that's a free surf, he pulls into that. A little chandelier, he might have still come out, but he aims for the end section and just a little bit off tilt, and he falls off and doesn't get the completion. So very difficult section to manage. So I'm going to say well done for the commitment. And he's got a 1.5, so Xavier extending his lead. But Blair, we're just catching up with this on the replay. So Red out in the lead from Green. Your last wave, Red, was a 3.75. A 3.75 for Red. Red, Green, followed by White and Blue. White needs a 4.51. He can't hear us going under the wave. And Keanu and Blue needs a 3.26.
Big set coming out. Well, I was going to say, during the interview you were doing, a nice gentleman came up and said, you need to talk about this, and took off his hat, and it was the Morro Bay Maritime Museum hat. So I'm sure that's just along the harbor here on the boardwalk. And, yeah, get in there. This is a maritime community. You go into a lot of the old bars and the pubs, and that's in the restaurants, and it was all built on that fishing, going out here. So visit the Maritime Museum.
And I've been told by the Coast Guard Association that it is one of the most dangerous harbours in all of the United States.
That's pretty compelling.
Yeah, just in terms of its...
The width of it to come in around the rock, right? The big swell.
Well, it's a man-made harbour, and it's not the only one where there's waves that break on the entrance. Of course, you think of somewhere like Sandspit in Santa Barbara, which by default turned into a fantastic wave.
It's
but yes, if you just YouTube Morro Bay Harbour, there's some fantastic information and videos. So we got some people requesting information, so I'm going to give a big, loud shout on the webcast. Block your ears if you need to. 30 seconds remaining. Red in the lead. Green in second. White looking for a 4.51. Blue looking for a 3.26. 25 seconds remaining. And here goes blue.
Can Keanu pull it out? Big frothy right.
Oh, no. 15 seconds remaining. He goes down, just needing a 3.26. And it was on a platter. And he just bogs rail. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That concludes that heat. So that was heat number 2 with Keanu having a real stab at the end section, but falling off in the critical moment. You could say that was almost guaranteed to be the score if he completes that, but we're going to go to break and back for heat 3 very shortly.
In the land of SLO, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO now.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO Open in Morro Bay, the QS 1000. We are into the round of 64 with men's heat number 3 in the red, Ryland Rubens in the blue, Hagen Johnson, Sage Ginaldo in the white, and Lucas Taub in the green. Wow, again, so many names that have been a part of all these events over the years. Great to see everyone back and jamming along at each event. You know, different surfers too. It's a grind to be on the QS, and some have pushed it so hard for so long, and then they kind of back off and get a supplement career, and they still do events, but they're not just fully focused. Others are fully on the drive trying to get to the Challenger Series. You know, some just want to support and keep their hat in the ring for being seeded to get into all the events. This is looking like a nice open peak. White has the inside track for this first right of the heat so far. Big slopey roundhouse. This is due to there was just no waves before. Beautiful first and second turn. And he was on his way to something good, you know, similar to Levi's wave. And, man, that second turn was all money.
Yeah, great combination of maneuvers there. Super clean wave. No sets for the last couple of minutes.
And you could just tell how calm that right was. Easy canvas to paint. So Ryland Rubens sitting deeper towards the left and the rock.
Carrying the momentum from yesterday. And then this turn here. It's such a shame he couldn't click that, because that could have been close to excellent if he'd have pulled that off based on what we saw in previous heats. But a 5.25 for White. 5.25. And here we have a set at Morro Bay. And once again, just looks so much like Punta Lobos there with that wobbly takeoff. And similar size to what you might see at the, the entry size of that wave. One of the premier big wave locations. It's super rippable when it's smaller as well. And Morro Bay here in SLO County, well known for an alternative surfboard destination, whether you're surfing down in Pismo or up the beach here. You can find heaps of waves to yourself on shortboards, mid-lengths and longboards, SUPs, ocean paddleboards. But hey, it's also a marine harbour too. You can go fishing. Heaps of beautiful fish shops. I'm looking forward to checking out some of the cafes if we have any downtime or any delays. There's got to be a dozen there on the beach, and the Wavelength surf shop there.
Yeah,
amazing array of surfboards in there.
Iconic shop. Yeah, that's one of the staples. I mean, it's been here long before the growth and the beginning of this revitalization of Morro Bay and this whole area before the wine region exploded.
There's gentrification here for sure.
Oh yeah,
but it's also got that small town community feel that's ever present in these coastal hamlets. And
yes,
it's a nod to surf culture and also the acceptance of where we're at in the world with enjoying the finer things in life. If it was the pandemic taught us anything, it was to enjoy what we have around us, and SLO County has that in spades, from surfing to nature and enjoying life in and out of the water.
Yeah, along the bayfront there's no end of, crab shops, fish restaurants, chowder places, sushi bars, all kinds of, touristy knick-knack shops that have everything that you could take home, coffee mugs and T-shirts. But apart from that, just the community is rich with a good feeling. Everywhere you go, all the cafes, the stores, good mix of people.
Chatting to some of the locals yesterday who were watching the contest from dawn till dusk. They loved the setup. They loved interacting with the surfers, tuning in to or listening to us, the live broadcast, which is actually part of the beach commentary as well. And one of the guys was telling me that they just do their cold water immersion every morning. So I'm just going to give an update to our surfer in white. So 5.25 for white in the lead. Red, blue and green yet to open up their account. 14 minutes and 30 left on the clock. So a 5.25, the single wave ridden in this heat. That was a great time to get an announcement out to our surfers. But yeah, they go for a morning swim because it's relatively cold here. It can be around the 50-degree mark, throughout the winter months. And yeah, they go for a morning swim every single morning.
A swim or just
wading?
wading?
No, they just go into the harbour and just practice their breathing and their Wim Hof. But they invited me along, which is
nice.
Awesome.
Do that. I do that daily at my house. I have a beautiful ice bath right in my front entry. It's my morning sunrise ritual for so long I can't remember. White. Sage, your opening wave, a 5.25. 5.25 on your opening wave. Here he goes again. He's on this inside right. I love it. He kind of faded left. Looks like a different day out there. This one carrying a ton of speed into that second section. And again, he makes this turn. So a finish for Sage. So the first wave on the merit of 2 turns didn't complete. Now that one ridden all the way through. 13 minutes and 10 seconds. $12 minutes and 40 seconds. This one, what a trip. We had so many heats, just endless sets pounding through. This one, a little sleepy, a nice secondary wave for Sage Ginaldo. We'll wait for that score to drop in, and after that, we'll throw to the interview. A 6-point ride. Sage, you backed up your first wave now. Your second wave, a 6.0. You have 2 waves out in the lead, and I'm going to throw it down to Matt and Blair for the post-heat interview.
Heat win here this morning, second heat of the men's. What were you doing watching the women this morning? Were you watching those set waves on the outside or more eyeing off those mid-sized ones that have a bit of a wall?
Yeah, I was trying to just focus on like the little insiders because I feel like the outside they kind of just roll through. So it was kind of tough to even watching. I couldn't really figure out where to sit. So.
Well, you did a great job. 6.75 on your highest scoring wave. I mean, today that's a keeper score. What was the paddle out like? Your heat did dissipate a lot. It was pretty still water for the most part. Were you concerned about getting caught inside?
Not too bad actually. I feel like I've surfed the past couple days and it hasn't been too rough, but if it pulses a lot, then yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. And coming from Virginia Beach, you're dealing with the cold water, okay?
Yeah, it's good. I was actually just in Canada, so this is really warm for me. Yeah.
Absolutely. And anyone back home who's tuning in to watch you and support you want to give them a shout out?
Yeah, thanks my mom, my dad, all my family, and thanks to all my sponsors.
All right, we'll be seeing him in the next round. Back to live action.
All right, thank you. Well, yeah, there's a lot going on. White hammering into the corner. Willie right out. Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, shoulders back. Look at that. Sage Ginaldo. We're going to have to go back to the replay on that. In between, Rylan Rubens had a nice left. So a monster recovery or big turn there for Sage Ginaldo. He came out shoulders back, chest puffed. Blair Barton catching up with him. He said he was just in Canada. And he said Virginia Beach. Their winters are cold, man. So this is Rylan Rubin surfing a tighty left. Got a 5.15 for that. And this was what I was screaming about as you were walking up the stairs, Matt. Deep takeoff and then big hammer in the corner. A beautiful commitment and to, deal with it. Yes.
Yeah, that was sick. An 8-point ride for White. An 8-point ride that goes with your 6. So 14-point heat total for White in the lead from Red. Red, you've just got the 5.15, and here he goes now on the left. And incomplete, unfortunately, but he'll secure his second spot with a second wave. But here is Blue. And he's bottom turning that, forecasting the section. Ooh. Lays back and times it well. So Hagen, very timely manner, gets his opening wave. And we'll see where that falls in the mix.
And now Lucas, finally. So Lucas going to back up his one. Doesn't get over his heels on that one. It came close, but he rides out. So everyone in this heat now, it's going to be a tight 10 minutes left or 9 minutes left in this heat.
Of course, these surfers not only competing for a little bit of the prize money and the prestige, but the aim is to get onto that Challenger Series and to get that 1,000 points, which will go to their tally to represent the North America region on the Challenger Series, which is the pathway to the Championship Tour. So 3 different tiers, the Regionals, the Challenger, and the Championship Tour. So White, you out in the lead. I'm going to say it again, an 8-point ride. An 8-point ride. 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Time call. There's 8 minutes and 15 seconds left.
And Green, your last wave, a 4.5. Red, your last wave, a 1.4. And Blue, a 4.4. So White in the lead. Red in second. Green in third. And Blue, a 4.4. You need a 2.16 to go in a second.
So much info to catch them up on, but that's nice. There is a little lull in the action at the moment. A nice score for Sage. A big front hand hammer. Gets the 8. And here we go. Hagen, no, that was Lucas Taub. A quick in and out. So priority is with White, then Blue, then Red. So you think watching this replay, if There was a turn that he could have maybe done. The wave just didn't allow a first turn and the finish, but a beautiful, excellent ride. 8 points is excellent. Well, the men have definitely turned it around, just taking advantage of the power of these waves up and down the beach. Coming up next, John Mel, Jake Davis, Tony Nunez, and Sebastian Blum. John Mel, he was the winner of Pismo last year. Oh, no, excuse me, 2 years ago. Last year was Dimitri Puyos, who we'll see coming up in future rounds, who was in a final against Levi. Levi runner-up in that event.
Of course, we talk about the Challenger Series and Championship Tour, and Alyssa Spencer taking the win of the women's side of the draw as well.
Yeah, that's right.
And here goes blue, Hagen Johnson. Nice little opening snap, nice style, just patience. Hammering that section down, and a little dramatic finish, falling back into the layback stance. So nice completed wave there for Hagen. Only looking for a 2-1-6, and that was good timing because he's turning around and having a look at a massive set that would have caught him inside regardless. So, and that'll likely get him up into second spot. This is the replay. So really enjoying the patience here, just a set up, snap, and here eyeing down the line, comes off the bottom. Compresses, and he knows he's going to fall back down, so he has to brace for it. So a little drama on the end. So a 5.9 for blue, a 5.9. You're in second place. Blue in second place.
Well, priority hasn't shifted. It's still white, red, green. That was a great capture, watching the end of Hagen's wave as he jumped off, and there's his whitewash and the two big frothy offshore peaks behind. I was flashing as he took off on that wave. We were talking about past events. It's been fun to watch him mature through these events. And last year, he really kind of found his feet in that Pismo event, went really far into it, if I remember correctly, and, had some heats where he went out and just got 2 banger scores and cruised through the heats. And then he had a couple comeback moments, taking that confidence home. So right now, Ryland in third place, needing a 5.16 with second priority. Lucas in the basement, needing a 5.81.
4 minutes, 15 remaining. That next heat should probably paddle out.
Yeah, they're just cruising. All 3 of them on the beach. Anyway, all 4 of them. That's okay. It's their prerogative. They can paddle out 5 minutes before the heat, 5 minutes into the heat. It really is up to them. Sage, there's 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat. You have priority. You are in the lead.
And a note to those surfers paddling out, don't expect to hear the beach announcer. It's a luxury today. We're doing the best we can. So you have to surf your own heat. And remember, it's just 2 waves.
2 waves.
You could get 10.
Yeah. And it's great, we're here. We shout out the time. There's no major clock that they can look in at, like there's the priority light box. But there's only the 5-minute yellow disc or green, meaning the rest of the heat's on. So those are the only time gauges visually, unless they have a watch that they set and do it on their own. I never wore watches in heats. That was not my thing.
Well, yeah, some people, want to be dialed in and they're used to training with watches, and others, they just want to immerse themselves in the ocean and feel present.
Yeah, some guys are watch. They love it. I never did set it, turn it off, the whole thing. We are down to 2.5 minutes left. Priority is still the same as it was. White, red, green. Ryland with second priority in red needs a 5.16. The surfers are all grouped together there. Green sitting way on the inside, knowing that he has third priority, so he's looking for that inside wave that no one else gets with the dying 2 minutes. He only needs a 5.81.
And a bottom of the tide,
yeah,
he's likely to get it. Not too many sets in this heat, just that large one before.
Hard to tell.
Not as many of those long lefts down the beach like there was yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw a few. We'll see if with the tide changing, if we start to see it. Second priority, nobody can get in. It's funny that no one's broken away, you know. I mean, I guess they wouldn't because they'd be getting shadowed by the higher
correct,
seed
yeah.
or whatever.
This could be a right here.
So Lucas paddled for a wave, lost that priority.
Sage up and riding, pumping down the line. Hammers that end section again, so as if he needed any more.
Well, this sets the stage for Ryland with just over a minute in red with priority. Still, that doesn't change anything that he's going to need in this dying minute to go from third to second with what his requirement is. Is this Hagen Johnson live, who he had gone down the beach. He throws the tail up above. He's looking like he's going to ride out. He does. So will that increase what Ryland needed? That'll possibly change his 4.4.
He goes green. 40 seconds remaining. So Lucas, he's got a reform on the inside. He's ramping up, and he gets it off the top. So he did what he had to do. Was that a 5.81? We'll find out with 30 seconds remaining.
All eyes on red out the back in the dying 20-something seconds. Well, we know Ryland can pretty much do anything on a surfboard. He can pull out the stops. He can go well above the lip. He can, use the rail so strong. We are under 10 seconds, so it's now or never. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Ryland doesn't have an opportunity. He was the closest to the mark. I don't know if Lucas got a wave that was strong enough to get him up into first and second. We'll do a little replay action. Beautiful surfing for Sage Ginaldo. All three waves, although he fell on his first.
We'll go to a break and we'll check out the remainder of those scores on our return.
In the land of SLO, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO now. Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to the SLO Open. This is the QS 1000. We're watching men's heat number 4, round of 64. Of course, thank you to our presenting sponsor, Surfing for Hope. We're here at Morro Bay, Central California, halfway between LA and the Bay. This 80-mile coastline offering a variety of waves and activities, whether you're into the cafes, the wineries, mountain biking, scenery, diving, fishing, it's all here. So come and check out Slow-Mo County and you'll get some good waves too.
Oh, there's no end. There's spas, there's health and wellness centers all around. There's outdoor activity, there's maritime museums, there's maritime, things you can do. You can go on whale watching, you can go on the kayaks and tours, you can tour around the bay.
You can check out the Surfing for Hope Longboard Classic later in the week as well.
You can just beach comb, you can collect driftwood and build your own you know,
and the epic Mexican restaurants and,
Yeah.
and fish restaurants on the harbor down here as well. It's all going on. And out in the water right now, we have John Mel in red, ramping up for this and snapping at a lip and safety stancing out of that. So complete there for our surfer in red, who's coming into this event with some momentum. Jake Davis in blue, Tony Nunez in white, who was on a heater yesterday, and Sebastian Blom in green. So 18 minutes remaining.
Yeah, nice opener there for Big John Mel, a past winner at Pismo Beach. Slid the tail, got a little hung up. And again, there's a proper pencil dive. He wants to get down and out and under quickly. He'll open up with a quick 4-point-something ride. 4.25, John. Opening wave, 4.25.
Just after the bottom of the tide, we aren't seeing too many of those consistent sets. Still plenty of them, but not lined up like the early morning heats. So those mid-sized waves and a lot of rights really becoming apparent, where at the beginning of the day it was just bomb central.
Yeah, boy, the young ladies, man, they had to weather it. I mean, we haven't talked about duck diving sort of since this round started. It all just shifted right at the turn of one round into the next, right?
Yep. Yeah, it was Mathea Ward who paddled out and took the heat win with the first bomb of the day on the outside section.
That outside section, and yes, so into the new round, not talking about duck diving. I'm sure that might come back into play, but the tides affect everything, and right now, all these surfers just taking advantage of the beautiful conditions, the big open sweeping faces. Well, thank you to our judges for all day yesterday and today. Also, they do a great job keeping it consistent, keeping it fair, keeping it
Super consistent.
Yeah, consistent heat to heat.
And it is at a heat-by-heat basis. So keep in mind for all the viewers, it's not judged from the beginning of the day to the end of the day with a scale. There's obviously a visual scale that they'll remind themselves, but it is a heat-by-heat basis. And here's red, up and riding. Second wave complete for John Mel. So 16 minutes and he's already got 2 waves. So certainly watching the conditions this morning and understanding that a quick, solid start is essential. And white on the outside. Wow. Tony Nunez lining up for this and not allowing an end section maneuver.
That one looked like one of those board breakers. If he was going to throw it up into that oncoming frothy section, could snap the board in half. John Mel, good read on that wave because it really didn't have much transition in the bottom. He knew it was going to be a big whitewashy, foamy section, but he did really well to navigate it and get a good foam climb, ride out. He got a better score than his first wave, a 5.5 for the commitment of that wave and that foam climb. So John Mel out to a 2-wave total of 9.75. Good way to start. He's got 3/4 of the heat to go.
And he'll have his sights set on a Challenger Series berth. Still 3 more stops left after this event on the regional qualification tour. And we've got the Dominican Republic coming up, and there was obviously the Pismo Beach event.
In January, yep.
So heaps of events still to compete for these guys to, be wrapping up by April or so, and then everyone will have their qualifications for seeing who makes it onto the Challenger, and then
it's funny, right? How the mid-year it's like it's right in the book. It's in the middle of the championship tour because that's how they have to do it to seed it, to set it up.
Correct. So I'm going to go down and we're going to speak to Sage with a convincing win in that last heat.
Yeah, Sage. Well, his IPA looking like it works just as well today as it did yesterday. Actually, even better today. Beautiful surfing there.
Yeah, looking solid.
I get on this side.
John Mel, you have a 4.25 and a 5.5 on your 2 waves. Tony, your last wave, a 1.0. 14 minutes left in this heat. And I will throw it down right now to our last heat winners, Sage Ginaldo and Waxhead. Take it away.
Sage killing it out there with that 8-point ride, taking a momentum from yesterday. Did you change anything in the game plan?
Not really. Kind of just looked for the good ones and, stuck to my strengths with probably my forehand and kind of just, getting that good section and putting everything into it and, rode out of it stoked.
And did you watch Levi's heat earlier where he got those combinations and was rewarded on those right-handers?
Yeah, that was super gnarly. He rips so hard. So, watching him definitely got me, frothing. I was like, all right, I can do that. I'm going to go do that in my heat.
Well, obviously that tide's changed a little bit from the early morning heats where we saw those big lefts. Was it also on your mind if it was bombing to go out in the rock and perhaps get one of those big lefts?
Oh, for sure. This morning, me and my brother were out at dusk, and it was me and him just getting double XL waves out the back, and it was gnarly. So that left out the back definitely was in the back of my mind, for sure.
All right, so if we run tomorrow, you'll be ready to go and prepped. And any board change, you think, from the IPA, or you think you'll stay with that throughout the rest of the event?
Yeah, no, this IPA is definitely working super good. I've been working with him for the past year, and, he's been in my corner, and we're working hard on boards. And thanks to Hurley and Jax and, Little House Repair, and my family and brother, and everyone watching back home in Huntington and in Costa Rica, and yeah, not done yet.
Sage, killing it. Your scores are reflective of your confidence carrying this event. We'll see you into the next round. Back to you, Baldy.
Yeah, well done. Great surfing. Thank you, Sage. Keep it up on those right-handers, mate. We've had a few waves ridden now in between that interview. John Mel looked like he had the potential for a good one, and not sure what happened at the end. A few other waves ridden in between from Sebastian and Jake Davis. So a few waves to catch up on the replay. But you were saying, or Sage was saying at the end of the interview, that he had been surfing with someone and those lefts were in his mind. What was that?
Yeah, it was his brother who was saying that this morning he was out there at first light getting some bombs off the rock this morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if there was the opportunity to surf that, he was ready to go, but he saw Levi capitalize on those rights. Now the tide's dropped a little bit and opened up those mid-sized waves, but he was ready to go either way. He saw those combos that Levi capitalized on and thought he'd copy him, which is a great option. And
yeah, why not?
There's Jake. Did exactly the same thing. So a 2-for-1 combo for Blue and heat leader down the beach. We're going to catch up with that on the webcast very shortly. And
oh, he did ride out, or was that
no? That was just then. Yeah, big. That was red.
So just that was a new wave because he had one during the interview that I didn't see the replay for. Sorry,
that was live action. Yeah,
that was live action. So John Mel, that's right. Get right away a 5.85, his best wave of the heat, building on his score line. Beautiful work from John Mel. Look at that peak down the beach.
Yeah, he plucked this one, big bottom turn into a whack off the foam. So a 5.85 for John Mel, out in the lead, still holding it down with 11.35 total. Jake Davis in blue, you require a 6.85. Tony Nunez, you require a 3.51 down in fourth. Mix that up in green, you're in third. You only need a 1.36. 10 minutes, 10 seconds remaining.
I got to say, that is just such a perfect example of heat smarts versus free surf flow. John Mel would never take that wave in a free surf, right? Knowing, oh, there's just this short shoulder and I'm going to bank off of it. In a heat situation, knowing he could potentially get a good score because their criteria is working that way, he takes the wave, gets his best score of the heat. But in a free surf, unless he was coming in, he'd not even touch that wave.
Or a video edit or something like that. Yeah,
you'd be like, why? But right now, acumen, heat smarts, thousands of heats later. So good job, John Mel out in the lead. Priority is white, green, blue, red. 9.5 minutes left. Sebastian, you're in third. You need a 1.36. Tony, you need a 3.51. Paddling, Tony cannot get in, so he will lose that first priority, and it will go up to green. So we do have the priority monitors above us here on the judging tower. Jake, your opening wave of 4.5. You're in second place. You have second priority. There's 9 minutes left. John, your last wave, a 5.85. John, you have a 5.5 and a 5.85. You're in the lead. Red in first, blue in second, green in third. With first priority, Sebastian, you need a 1.36 to move into second. So John Mel covering a lot of ground. He was hundreds of yards down the beach after the finish of those last two lefts, made his way back up to the pack.
We don't have a Hayden Rogers anywhere in the car park. If we do, come and check in for your heat.
Wow, John with third priority.
Wow.
They gave him that wave. Somehow those big wings got it. So where does he go? Low line.
Sick. That looked great in live vision. I wasn't checking out that video footage there, but he covered a lot of ground, generating a lot of speed and hitting that oncoming section.
Yeah, so interesting. He had third priority. His competitors are like, we don't want this wave. Since he was out in the lead, he thought he'd gamble and met the lip halfway down. Nice surfing for John. So what time is the ice bath, the bay plunge in the morning? When is that happening?
Well, I guess it's dawn. I'll find
Dawn.
out.
All right, yeah.
Let's get amongst it. It's a bit colder back there in the bay, obviously. And this is Tony. So he's really just got a 1 on his scoreline. So that is going to go with the 1, unfortunately. And slightly capitalize on it. And this is blue.
Wow, beautiful. Deep bottom turn. Set him up perfect.
Jake Davis, he's feeling it. A 3-turn combo, seamless transitions, plucking that wave in amongst a series of closeouts. From the other hand, Tony Nunez is just struggling to tee off in this heat, but 6 minutes 30 left. You could get it all in one wave, but here's Jake, bottom turn, hard off the bottom and hard off the top, and here just a setup snap and setting up for that last maneuver, hammering it down, and a little claim, a little thank you to the judges.
He was happy with that, and as he should be. The timing of where he took off, sort of didn't get up fast, dropped down with the whitewash, but
Huge bottom turn as well.
Yeah, it set up that base turn perfect. All right, John Mel, your last wave, a 5.75, so you increased your first place 2-wave total. You have a 5.85 and a 5.75. Waiting on the score for blue, Jake Davis, a beautiful backup to the 4.5. It'll be interesting to see where this goes. It's really going to put the pressure on Sebastian and Tony.
Again. So that bottom turn set him up in the pocket, which then allowed him just to make use of that pocket slide. And that slide actually slowed him down enough so he could set up again and get the board into the lip for the third. And that was straight into John Mel. Great camera work. Another wave for John Mel.
Another, yeah.
5.85 and a 5.75. So Red out in the lead, 5.85. I know Jake Davis has just gone to the lead. 8.5. Blue in the lead, 8.5. Red down into second with a 5.85 and a 5.75. Green, you require an 8.45. And White, you require a combination of scores of 11.6. 4 minutes 50 remaining.
Well, John Mel staying busy, catching 3 times as many waves as anyone else. Does well on that wave. So he's just had a series of those almost 6s with 1 turn.
Blue, an 8.5 for your last wave. You're in the lead.
Well, there you go. John Mel gets over the 6-point mark, a 6.15 due to the critical nature of that last lip line float.
This is Tony getting started and getting the completion, so he'll be out of there really quick, trying to build that score line, and he's now got a 4-minute heat, which is very possible. Looks like he'll get back out there, and he'll have another opportunity. So Blue, listen carefully if you can. An 8.5, you are in the lead. 4 minutes remaining.
Another wave for John Mel. He is staying so busy. This is what he was looking for. It's a soupy one, but he was looking for a wave to give him the opportunity for a series of maneuvers. He's just had 1 maneuver waves one after another. But he's still in second place, and, first or second.
Great speed line there from Sebastian. Gets in the lip and incomplete. So that was a very timely wave to get out of that situation, but that won't assist him too much there. But a 3.10 for Tony. Now needing an 8.9 to go in a second. White needing an 8.9. Still down in fourth, but you're out of combination. Red, you're chipping away at your scoreline, but blue in the lead. Red needing a 6.86 in second to go to the lead. Green, you require an 8.85 still, and white an 8.9. 2 minutes 40 remaining.
Well, if you're here at the beach, thanks for joining us. Love having you down here at the beach, Morro Bay, for the event. The official Surfing for Hope booth is open along the walking path next to the Judges Tower, and they are selling event gear, which I have a few things from, and Surfing for Hope gear to raise money for the Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thank you. And what else is going on? Check out all the SLOCAL Open and Longboard Classic hoodies, shirts, hats for sale. There is also a Kelly Slater autographed WSL event jersey from the Sunset Pro that is being raffled off for a $10 per ticket deal. And that drawing will happen on Sunday, this coming Sunday. Right now, though, look at that, full throttle.
Tell you what, if you could ride out of that, don't know if it would have been the 8.85, but it certainly would have put him in a good position with a minute 30 remaining. 1 minute 30 remaining. So this heat really heating up towards the end. And 1 minute 20 on the clock, so no change, Jake. You're in the lead. You have priority, and you have an excellent score of an 8.5. Blue in the lead. And replaying of green. And if he'd have ride out of this one, it would have been a great score. And catching up with the heat leader who's going to come in on that wave. We did 5 updates of his excellent score. So we're starting to see a pattern with people who are scoring excellent waves, requesting a time call or a scoreline call. And this is not just this heat. This has been this whole event. Is this a trend going on,
Is it a bit? Are they just laughing to each other? Like, anytime we get an 8, let's make them say it a bunch of times. We're gonna suspend that characteristic.
Here's this wave. So he's surfing really confident.
Yeah, he sure is.
If we ask him if it's going to be purposeful, he's going to say, no, you can't hear out there. But there's no waves. The wind is at the most minimal it's been all day.
Trick him into it. Bait him. Figure out a fancy way to trick him. All right, we're down to 10 seconds left in this heat. I'm going to count you out now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes Heat 4, round of 64. We'll have a quick commercial break and come back into Heat number 5.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLOCAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLOCAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SLO Open here in beautiful Morro Bay. It's a gorgeous midday on Tuesday, December 5th. We just watched some incredible waves being ridden by Jake Davis taking the win in that last heat. We are straight into heat number 5. Up on your screen right away, that was Adam Lambert going 6-12 on his opener there in the white. We had John Mell coming in second in that last heat. We'll get a catch up with Jake Davis in an interview here shortly, and a full day of action ahead of us in moving through this round. 16 heats of the round of 64. If you're just joining us, thank you. We had the opening round of the women's round of 48 first thing this morning. 8 heats for them, and then straight into this round. 20-minute heats, top 2 waves. In this heat right now, Tyler Gunter in the red, Hayden Rogers in the blue, Adam Lambert, who we saw straight away, and Max Beach in the green, who came through his first round heat yesterday.
There's a lot, the offshore.
So we are ready in a minute here. We'll throw it down, catch up with Jake Davis. And with Matt, we want to know about the calling out of scores. No.
Yeah, on the webcast we mentioned it's been a trend throughout the event so far, coincidentally, that anyone who's scored an excellent range score, you got an 8.5, has requested that score multiple times. So we thought there's a joke going on. So can you hear out there, or explain to the viewers on the webcast what it's like?
I heard the 4.5 I got, and I heard the 8.5. I just didn't know what John's scores were because it seemed like he was getting in rhythm with a lot of good waves. So I didn't know if I was in second, someone else needed a score, and the offshore was so strong that you only have like 5 seconds per wave maybe to hear. Yeah. So
we can confirm John got a lot of good waves, but a very similar score line around the mid-range. So your 8.5, when it's reiterated, it's good for you because everyone else is hearing that and consolidating that. But good solid surfing. You found a number of waves that allowed, you had that one 8.5, you had 3 maneuvers. Is it tricky to locate those waves out there?
This wave's a predominant left, but there are incredible rights out there to be had. You just need to kind of put yourself in the spot for both of those waves, and there's only one spot to find those, so I kind of just make sure I'm in the spot.
And what size board are you riding? What's the leaderage of this one?
This is just my standard shortboard. I'm 6'1", so I ride a 6'1". So it's kind of just made for overhead waves.
So 32.5 liters. How many pounds are you at the moment?
195 pounds. So yeah, this board, I actually went down in liters, and it feels way better being just in the water more.
Well, that 2-for-1 combo at the end, you did that nice bottom turn, set you up in the section. You were able to snap the next one and then hammer the end section. For us looking at it, it's really difficult to look for those waves. So you did a tremendous job. Are you going to carry that momentum into the next round, or you think you'll be opting for another board, or what's the game plan moving forward?
I'm just going to keep this going. There's a lot of waves around Southern California that offer this type of waves, and I'm just going to try to dig into that memory bank of all those types of surfs and just ride the board I'm used to and just try to find the best waves and try to just have fun.
All right, and anyone at home tuning in or that you want to say hello to?
I say hi to my wife and my parents and my shaper and anyone that supports me and backs me. I appreciate it.
Unreal. There you have it. Tremendous surfing. Excellent surfing there. And we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
All right. Well, I love it. Central Coast. That was Jake Davis riding beautiful board by Todd Proctor. Proctor Surfboards, an amazing shaper out of Ventura area. Long time since I've been able to see him. So now, guys, we had a beach interview going on. Hayden, your last wave, a 4.25. Adam, your first wave, a 4.75. Max, your opening wave was a 3-point ride. So Tyler hasn't got a wave yet. Just under 15 minutes, had a beach interview, catching up with Jake Davis. Now we're all settled into this heat. You each have had a wave, delivered the scores. Priority is red, blue, green, then white. Adam, a 4.75. Hayden, a 4.25. And Max, a 3-point ride. There we go. That was cool. So Jake was saying there's about 5 seconds to hear the score with the offshores. And so there isn't a joke, there isn't a gag, a bit, a ploy going on with the surfers to hear their excellent plus scores over and over. But we saw it trending yesterday and today, but we understand, yeah, conditions are a little brutal. And again, he was trying to really see where was John Mel versus him in the heat. So I love how he looked there at Matt and was like, no, that's not what's going on. He had an honest face. Good interview there with Jake Davis. All right, here we go. Our surfer in red, Tyler Gunter, his first wave. Straight legs it off that oncoming section. So now we're going to probably have a similar score line all the way across for all four surfers. Priority will go to blue, then green. There we go, a 4.25 for Tyler. So not a lot separating these four surfers at the moment with one wave each. Tyler, your last wave, a 4.25. I love this natural setting here. Thanks for joining us live on the beach here in Morro Bay. Joining us on the webcast, it's beautiful. Run Amok Photography does a great job on the drone. Tyler, your last wave, a 4.25. 4.25 on your last wave. You have fourth priority. There's 12 and a half minutes left. So all four surfers in that 3 and 4 point range. Priority is with blue, then green. Yeah, this natural landscape, this beautiful setting. Love how Matt Myers has his crew up on the sandbar or up on the sandbank there on the sand dune under the reeds. Just hanging out in nature, being one with it. They get a really good angle looking from that point of view into the lefts and the rights. Twelve minutes left. Nobody can get into that one wave that pops on through. Coming up in the next heat, Owen Moss, Sean Burns, Giorgio Gomez, and Giuliano Uzielli. So you can see all four surfers there in that drone angle. Cat and mouse game. That last wave had no opportunity for them. Looking for something with a bit of a shoulder. Possible Max Beach. This one has a little bit of an angle. Nice. Max had that second priority, but doesn't waste any time knowing he's got an open face opportunity. So a quick carve down, cuts out. Doesn't want to get riding that whitewash all the way in. Paddling back out against it. He'll just get back out in the green water really quick. Reset. He almost wanted to turn maybe on that next one. So there we go. A backup. A quick backup for Max Beach at 2.75. He could have scored a fractional point more, maybe a point and a half if he had hit that oncoming section, but he elects to cut out and get back out in the lineup real quickly. Just over 10 minutes left, but effectively that short quick wave put him up into the lead. Max, you're in first place, your last wave at 2.75. Adam, you're in second. Tyler, you're in third. You need a 0.51, and Hayden, you guys are tied basically. You both have 4.25s, so you both need the same score to get into second. Well, don't forget, if you're watching online or you're here, you can go to the surfing.org website to get your ticket for the Friday fundraising event, the beautiful gala that happens up in San Luis Obispo. Tom Curran will be paying. There'll be a big raffle, a silent auction. 2 surfers up a split peak. We got Hayden and Tyler. Tyler, finding a beautiful right, multiple turns on offer for him. So as the camera was panning back and forth on the webcast, we'll get replays of both surfers getting good complete rides, good backups. Possibly they could overtake, or they will at the moment, go into first and second. Well, you see a beautiful setup, bottom turn there, and then some busy work, flat face. So he got the bookends, the opening good down carve, a nice finishing section, and we'll see what Hayden did going the opposite direction on the left. Here we go. 2 goofy foot. So just a quick turn up into the lip. We kind of saw a few of those from John Mel in the heat prior. Tyler, you got a 5.5 and went into the lead on your second wave just then. Waiting on Hayden's backup. Similar to a lot of the waves we saw from John Mel. There we go, Blue. Hayden, I was waiting on your score. It's a 5.3. Tyler, your last wave, a 5.5. Hayden, your last wave, a 5.3. Both of you have moved up. Tyler, you're in first. Hayden, you're in second. Max, you're in third now, needing a 6.55 to go into second. Adam, with first priority, you need a 4.81. Priority is white, then green. So both are fourth and third place surfers in the advantage seats with priority to go look for the scores they require to go into second with 7 minutes left. The ocean is working well with us as the announcers. All day we were fighting the wind and the bombing sets. Now we keep getting these beautiful moments of lull where they can hear the deliverables we're giving them. Yeah, make sure to go to surfingforhope.org. Get your tickets for the Friday gala up in San Luis Obispo, the surfingforhope.org big annual fundraiser, silent auction, beautiful food and drinks. A lot of the community come out. You get to meet all the founding members of Surfing for Hope and the extension of this community. Tom Kern will be playing, which is great to have him. You know, 3-time world champion in California, global icon of surfing, there in front of you to perform. So, yeah, jump online, get your tickets. It's a great Friday evening event. This Friday, the 7th, or is that the 8th? Excuse me. And if you're here and you stop by the Surfing for Hope booth to grab some merchandise, some good competition merch to take home or give as Christmas goodies, they can tell you all about it, direct you exactly where to go within the website. I'm sure it's front and center. And if you're in need of a nice hot coffee still, Iron Wolf is right there next to the competitors area for a latte, a coffee, or a muffin. 5.5 minutes left. Everything's still the same. Tyler and Hayden back-to-back, split a peak, and both of them got those mid-range fives that they needed. Now it's up to Max and Adam to see how they can come back. Max needing the bigger requirement, a 6.55. So that effectively is a mid-range wave with green face that he can execute 2, big turns. That's what's been kind of garnering that type of score, upwards of a 7.
But hey, Adam, down in a 4th spot, only needs a 4.81 to go in a second, and Max needing a 6.55. So it is possible on one wave, one turn, one set wave, but there has been less and less with 4 minutes 30 remaining. We have seen the tide kill the momentum of those groundswell sets, and we've seen a few more peaky waves start to develop here at Morro Bay.
Yeah, it really does look like a different day. Right now, if the young ladies are in the parking lot looking out, they must be thinking, what? This is nothing like we experienced. You could sort of feel the intimidating fear factor.
Yep.
Right now, it's like, get me out there.
I think back to Zoe chat there. She surfs Maverick, she surfed Pipe, and she was out there, and she said it was, 8 feet on some sets.
Yeah.
So
she has a good gauge. Three minutes and 30 seconds. Clock is winding down. It's going to come down to sort of maybe one wave each for Adam and Max due to just the, they have to commit to a full ride, and then the paddle back out takes a few minutes. So it could be up to this next wave for each of them.
So this heat's going to come right down to the wire. So for the viewers on the webcast that are tuning in right now, the judges are looking for combinations of major maneuvers, but they haven't been afraid to really step out and show some reward for commitment on set waves. But here we go. Here's some paddle action. And White up and riding. So Adam goes vertical and comes down. So he's got the hood on. And just a single turn there. 2 minutes 35 remaining. We'll see where that sits with the judges. And he drove off the bottom and sent it vertical and came down. Maybe wanted a little more of a bonus section at this point of time in the heat. But nonetheless, needing a 4.81. We'll see where that one falls. 2 minutes 20 remaining.
Well, Max, he's sitting up there patiently. He needs a set left. He needs some kind of a left just to open up and give him the opportunity. And now White, mid-face, up on the whitewash, up on top of it, not like a clean redirect. Will it be the 4.81? The judges will determine.
Definitely one that wasn't straight up and straight down with the critical section. But, yeah, 3.5 for White, so it's not enough. A 3.5 moved him into third. No change for Green. Still needing a 6.55. And Blue looking to get rid of a 4.25. And Red out in the lead.
So time ticking down for Max Beach. He has the priority, and will a wave pop up for him over there?
If I'm Adam right now, duck diving, 1 minute 10 remaining, I'm moving down the beach to try and find one of those rip bowl lefts.
Yeah.
And Blue moving in on the inside to try and sit on his competitors and try and take advantage of another wave. He wants to get rid of his lower 4.25 as well. 1 minute remaining. Green requiring a 6.55. White a 4.81. Blue a 4.46. Yeah, Blue, you need a 4.46. 45 seconds remaining.
No. Oh.
A 4.46 for Blue. You're in second position. And White, Adam gets one and smacks that end section with 20 seconds. And he gets another foam climb on the inside. And Green up and riding, smacks it off the top. And a huge finish for Green and Red as well. So,
woo, this could change everything. We'll see where this goes for Max.
10 seconds.
Well, I'll count it out and we'll recap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So a lot was going on there. I think Hayden was wondering what Adam needed as he was almost shadowing him. Then Adam got the wave under him, under priority. Then Max finally finds the wave he was potentially looking for. Where does this all go? On the monitor, you see the replay. Hayden was again Adam Lambert was a little bit late to it, and then waiting on. Here's the replay from Max. He had one turn before, and that was a beautiful, committed finish. Little hand clap. He did have a turn before.
And it had to be because he needed a 6.55. And let's watch Adam's wave as well. So Adam snuck away from the pack on his way back out, and under priority was able to get an inside section. So this is the replay of White's. We are on hold right now. So bottom turning, committed turn, under the lip, tail slides a little bit, and a lot of composure.
So one full face turn, nice drifting sort of tail tuck in the corner, put him up in the lead with the 5-7, and then now the judge is reflecting on Max Beaches, which looks like it's coming in really strong, possibly an excellent score, which is going to do it.
Let's go to a break, and we'll recap these scores very shortly.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Get rad, get in air, adrenaline.
That nobody saw. Max wouldn't have seen it, and Adam. So back, tuning in, live action into a tube. And we've just seen Giorgio Gomez opening up with the first barrel of the day, that pink board. And Red behind him, driving off the bottom, committed top turn there from Owen Moss. So we finished with fireworks. We're going to update with you those results. And we started with a dynamic, we started with a tube ride and a heavy off the top from Owen Moss. But recapping that last heat, Adam Lambert needed a mid-range score to go, to progress. He got that. He got a mid-5. So he went to first. Max was behind him, needed a mid-6. He got that and went to the lead, pushing Adam to second. But then Tyler was pushed back from first to third. He actually got a right-hander, went into first. So Tyler took the win with 12.0. Max Beach with 11.5 with a clutch two-turn combo. And Adam didn't give up right to the very end. Just fell short with a 10.45, and Hayden Rogers got pushed back to fourth in the last minute of the heat.
Well, and it was so cool because Tyler, he just surfed on instinct. There was no time for us to deliver all the information or him to hear it. He just went and got a score and advanced through. So a lot going on there, a lot of surfing happening in front of us. I think Giorgio Gomez is riding like a bigger gun, an 8.0 or something, or he's riding something different.
7 something, and it makes complete sense. Because look at him. Shuffles forward in the tube, comes from behind, and even gets a little carve at the end.
It set him up for a perfect backdoor section because he got to roll in early all time.
Well, he had flow. He didn't pump once.
He didn't need to do anything.
And he put himself in the section. So we're going to catch up with Tyler after that dynamic heat win. And, wow, we got some scores to catch up on here. So I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Wow. Whoa. It's okay. We'll get to him. Owen Moss. Big backside hammer. Giorgio Gomez takes off out the back on the bigger gun. So score for Giorgio, 5.65. Owen Moss, a 7.5. Wow. So.
Yeah, you went to third.
6.5 for Sean Burns. Blue, a 6.5. Owen, a 7.5. Giorgio, your opening wave, a 5.65. Okay, we are ready. Throwing it down to Tyler Gunter in that exciting finish.
So leading for most of the heat, and then in the last 20 seconds, going from third back to first. Did you know you needed a score in your last wave?
I wasn't sure if I needed a score or not. I just knew I was holding on to something in the 4 range, and I saw that left coming in, and I knew Max was going to get a good waves. So I was like, I'm just going to go for it and go right and hopefully better my 4 here.
And you wouldn't have known that Adam got a score on the inside. He picked that one up way down the beach. And, I mean, at that point, you're just thinking about your own heat, right?
Yeah, I mean, just trying to focus on my own surfing and my own heat. I hope if I go out and finish a couple waves, it should be enough for me to get through the heat. All I can do is focus on myself. So I had no clue Adam was all the way down the beach and got that one, too.
Are you fussy out there? Are you picky? Or are you just looking for something that's open, left or right, doesn't really matter, something with scoring potential?
Really just anything that I can stand up and at least get one turn on. It's a lot of water moving, a lot of current, so if I can catch a wave and do a turn, I'm going.
Well, you look fantastic doing it. It was a clutch victory. Anyone at home who was on the edge of their feet, maybe they have no fingernails left that you want to say thanks to?
Yeah, just thanks to my family, my girlfriend, and all my sponsors for the support. Hopefully the next one's not that sketchy, and let's keep it going.
All right, back to live action in the booth.
Well, great job, Tyler Gunter, surfing on instinct. As there was no time for us to deliver all the updates and scores, he just decided, you know what, I know I have a mid-range 4 in my score line. Guys are surfing. I might as well take advantage of this opportunity with the wave right in front of me. Moving to live action, this is this beautiful first opening wave for Owen Moss. That was the wave that scored him a 7.5. Sean Burns got a 6.5 on his opener, and Giorgio Gomez, although we loved it as fans, backdoors the section on the gun, gets a 5.65. Now waiting for Giuliano Uzielli.
Of course, the judges can't hear us, but I think Giorgio made it look too easy.
Maybe he should have moved his arms around, spaz out a little more. But no, he just backdoored the thing. It was beautiful.
He could have dislocated a shoulder by claiming it.
Oh, yeah, we saw that yesterday, but it was the opposite shoulder.
Well, he knew when he went to claim that the shoulder was
dust.
Was done. So
that's right, because he could only claim with one arm. That was the tell right then was, wait, my other arm doesn't work. That was yesterday. We had a surfer dislocate his shoulder somewhere in the middle of his final maneuver and realized he had because he couldn't put both arms up to claim. Owen Moss, you just backed up your 7.5 with a 6. So a nice 2-wave total, 13.5. Sean Burns, live action. He's going to now have a second wave to pair with his 6.5.
Here goes Giorgio.
So did he stick with the gun, or does he have like did he change up equipment?
I don't know. Well, the conditions have changed. There is obviously some of those still crazy lefts that are coming through. So if this was a morning heat, you can imagine advantage for Giorgio, is exactly as we chatted. No stranger to bigger equipment. But here goes Sean Burns. And that replay where just a single turn up into the lip. And Giorgio, if he came to check the surf a couple of hours ago, of course, would have packed in that gun. But it has changed. It's got a little smaller.
Or maybe he was off in the wild surfing incredible waves this morning somewhere else and broke his other boards.
For sure.
And this is what he has
or
left.
Or was just feeling comfortable on it.
Yeah.
But hey, you can still turn bigger boards. And, I mean, at least he's got natural momentum and speed in the whole idea. So red, a 6 and a 7.5. You're in the lead. A 6 and a 7.5. Red in the lead. Blue in second. 3.25 for your last wave, Sean. And Giorgio, 5.65 for your opening wave. 12 minutes 30 remaining.
I'm laughing. There's been some frantic arms going on, like
only
desperate
from the guys who've got the best scores.
Yeah.
So, Sean, you require a 7.01 to go into the lead.
Giuliano, no waves yet, with priority. Here we go. Owen Moss, again, on his forehand. He's only gone left so far. He comes unglued, got a little bit onto his heel side. Oh, he's stroking in. An easy glide in. Beautiful wrap. Oh, this thing's going to give him a dreamy section to finish. Similar to where Max Beach's wave, the way it's sort of lined up for him.
11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
All's well.
And here is White having a look at this one. Pumping down the line, lining up the section. Huge off the top and falling dramatically, so hoping he's okay on that, but he sent it. And that is what's required to go excellent, showing some commitment on your turns. And this was a replay of Giuliano's wave. 6.75 for green, and ramps off the bottom, and he hit it off the top with flow, control, and composure. So we'll update those scores now. So wait for this set to bypass. Blue having a look on this one. Pulling the trigger is Sean Burns, racing down the section. And this one just shouldering out, and he's out of there. One of those weird wobbly waves. So red in the lead still, 7.5 and a 6. Sean Burns in blue. You're in second still, requiring a 7 to go into the lead. Giorgio Gomez, you're in third. You need a 4.11. In white, you need a 4.11 to go into second. And green, you need a 3 to go into second. Ten minutes remaining. So red missing that wave, and blue up and riding, driving off the bottom, and a nice single turn there. He's looking for an end section. It doesn't quite give it to him, but he remains on his feet. So cast our attention back to the outside lineup, and some lines coming around the point. That time's back on the way in. Red having a look on the inside. Big bottom turn, and hammers that one into the foam and complete. So red under priority, getting that single turn, showing some drama, driving off the bottom and sending it into the lip, and a big foamy double up on the outside section. And this is the replay of reds coming off the bottom, driving into the lip, getting caught up a little bit, but rides out smoothly, and he likes the feeling of that. Eight minutes 30 remaining. So, red, your last score was a 7.4. A 7.4 for red. Sean Burns in blue, you're in second place. You have a 4.25 on your last wave. And Giorgio, you now require a 5.11 to go into the second place. And Giuliano, you now require a 4. So red, blue, white, green in that order. A 5.11 required for white and a 4 for green. Required to go up into second place. We have a paddle from our surfer in white. So this is Giorgio, currently in third place, looking for some clean open face. Nice layback, and hammers the end section as well. Can he stay on his feet? And he doesn't. So unable to click that last turn effectively. Perhaps the longer board, not so much of an advantage on that two-turn combo, but a beautiful first layback. taking off with the apex of the wave there. Yeah, red, you're out in the lead. You have a 7.5 and a 7.4. Green, blue, you require an 8.4 to go into the lead. So red out in the lead, blue needing an 8.4. White, you were searching for a 5.11. Your last wave was not enough. A 3.25. Green, you're requiring a 4. Your last wave was a 6.75. So red, blue, white and green with 6 minutes 15 remaining. So we are looking at the tide starting to come in right now, and hunting on that inside section is our surfer in white. So this is Giorgio. You can't see him on the cam, but he's lining up for a big end section, and he hits it. So complete there for Giorgio in white. We are sitting here in Morro Bay, part of the San Luis Obispo County, SLO County, halfway between the Bay and LA. Fantastic place to bring the family or a solo visit in the camper van or camping or the partner. They've got cafes, hotels, amazing surf, fishing, mountain biking, hiking, anything that you want to do in nature, it's available here. And we just hit the 5-minute mark. Giorgio, your last wave is a 3.5. It was not enough. You're still in third. You need a 5.11. Just waiting for scores to be locked in for green, but 4 minutes 20 remaining. 4:20 remaining. And we have heat leader Owen Moss up and riding. So a little setup carve as he's pumping down the line, looking for some fireworks on the end section. Racing down, compresses, and falls off the back of that wave. So not so much power as compared to his last one. So, and Giorgio in white having a little hunt around for this one. That's not going to be it. Giorgio requiring a 5.11. We're still waiting on a score for green. Three minutes 30.
Wow, lots of excitement. The boys are killing it. Head Judge Bill saying that too. Owen Moss, a 7.5 and a 7.4. Sean Burns, 6.5. Healthy scores in the scoreline for Giuliano with the 6.75. Yeah, all scores are in. That is what's happening. Owen Moss in the lead. Sean Burns in second. Giorgio Gomez in third, needing a 5.11. Easy for him to get. Blue up and riding. Sean Burns on an inside, glassy, charming-looking wave. Will that better the 4.25 and add a bit more to what Giuliano and Giorgio need?
2 minutes 15 remaining. So red out in the lead. Blue still in second. And Giorgio looking for a 5.11 in white. Second priority, and holding priority is Giuliano looking for a 4 in green.
Well, thank you again to Iron Wolf Coffee for coming down today. They'll be back tomorrow and all week. Wow, another fun right-hander for our surfer in blue, Sean Burns.
And a flurry of action towards the end as we cast our eyes to the outside section. 1 minute 25 remaining. We'll see if it finishes in similar fashion to the last heat, where we had third go into first, and in the last few seconds.
Yeah, that was a scramble. That last heat was wild. That was the first of its kind so far.
Classic QS style.
Yeah, just everything shuffles right on the buzzer.
Here goes white. Green. Up and riding. So a little carve there and taps that one and it goes incomplete. So
you could just see his feet weren't settled on that
That's
first
right.
turn, kind of got the wobbles, a few windshield wipers with his arms, had to reset his feet.
40 seconds remaining. $30 seconds. Priority with white, second priority red. No change to the scores. Red out in the lead, blue in second, white looking for a 5-1-1, and green a 4. Counting down from 10 seconds.
Well, he missed that, so I'll count this one down. We do have a rider up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And what would have been a victory lap for Owen Moss. Things are set. Scores are all in, and that's how it is. Owen Moss and Sean Burns moving into the round. The next round. The round of 32.
In the land of SLO, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO now. Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Welcome back to 2023 SLO Open here at Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation, and that was a dynamic heat. We start off with a barrel and some crazy waves, but we're straight into heat 7, and this is Reed up and riding, our Canadian. Power carve there and setting up for this end section. So nice settler there to begin the heat. And Red behind him. This is Kay driving off the bottom, connecting with the lip. And again, 2 turns. And he's got that longer left. We haven't seen many of these reel down, and he stays on his feet. So great 2 opening waves there for our surfers, blue and red.
Wow, full conviction from Kei Kobayashi, past winner of this event. I think not the one that happened obviously this year, or Lindblad won it, but the year before in big, wild conditions, Kei Kobayashi took the win in substantially sized surf. So good opener for him. 3 turns, and Reed Platanis, our Canadian surfer, strong, tall, goofy footer, has done well in these events. Also, Kei Kobayashi, a 6-point ride to open up with. Reed, your opening wave, a 4.25. Coming up in the next heat, Kalohe Andino, Samuel Moore, Sam Reedy, and Sterling Foster. That will be heat number 8. Come visit SLO because there is so much to do in this region. We love it up here. Enjoying our days in Morro Bay and the surrounding countryside areas. We are ready to toss it down to our last winner, Owen Moss, with Matt. Take it away.
Owen, you guys started with a flurry, hit that wave off the top. You went vertical on your first wave, and that was wild. We came straight back from the webcast and tuned in, and then it kind of went a little bit slow with no sets. What was going through your mind?
Nothing much. I mean, I was just focused on getting a left and just trying to get one turn, and then if I get 2, that's just a bonus. And just ended up getting a couple of those, and then that was it.
And it came down to the end. We saw the heat before, third, first, second, all shuffled around. It nearly was like that in that heat. So is it difficult for you to maintain composure and just surf your own heat, or are you constantly wondering what everyone else is needing and up to?
No, I mean, I'm just focused on myself, but I do know, like, with the conditions, like, it just takes 2 people getting one big turn and then turning the heat. So I was just trying to build, but that's it.
So typically building your own house is going to be the most important in waves like this, making sure you're solid on your feet. And is there training foundations that you would prep for bigger surf like this, or is it predominantly just the same process?
It's pretty much the same. Yeah.
Cool. Sure. Moving forward to tomorrow, what have you got in store? You think we're going to run, or?
I don't know. We'll see. It looks like it's going to be pretty big. Could be closed out, but maybe at high tide there will be some corners like this and be pretty fun.
Sweet. And anyone at home that's tuning in that you want to say thanks to?
Yeah, thanks to just all my friends and family watching and supporting. Yeah, thank you.
Unreal. Back to live action, Baldy.
And live action there is. Thank you for that post-heat interview. Great job, Owen, moving into the next round, round of 32. Tommy Granger in the green. We will have to go to the replay on that. Compressed into these 20-minute slices. A beautiful forehand opener for Tommy Granger. Finding a mid-range, clean-faced right. Well, that opening turn was really nice. In the live look, it seemed like he came into that second section a bit more ferocious than it did on the replay, but still a great opener. Good opener for Tommy Granger. Now waiting. And Dylan Young in the white also had a wave in amongst all that. So what was the read with Giorgio Gomez? I saw you having a little off-camera chat with him after. There we go. This is some live action. Out of the screen he goes. Dylan Young. Looks like he cut out of that wave. It was flattening out for him.
Yeah, Giorgio was up the top and he was watching those sets come through, so I guess that he might have been checking it from maybe up the top of the rock. I'm not sure, but he said he was just, I'm going to ride a big board. I saw those sets coming in. It just made complete sense to capitalize on it, which he did. He got barreled on the first wave. As we saw there, Kay finishing off that wave. So that was the 6th, as the replay of his first wave.
Yeah, he did well, really, to ride out of the bucking bronco finish of that one. But that's where I said it just showed full commitment, throwing it up late into the jaws of that whitewash section and bobbling on out.
So, Red, you got a 6 on your opening wave. You're in the lead. Green, you've gone into second, a 5-point ride. Blue, you're in third with a 4.25. You need a 0.76 to go into the placings. And Dylan Young, you need a 2.76. Your last wave was a 2.25. 13 minutes, 15 remaining.
If I remember last year, talking with Reed during the Pismo event, they like driving down. They're not afraid of the road trip. They drive down and then they hit all the spots, in and around California, Washington, Oregon.
So Red, you've got a 6. Green, you require a 1.01 to go into the lead. Blue, you need a 0.76 to go into the placings. And in 4th place, Dylan Young and White, you need a 2.76. So all of you just need a second wave.
Yeah, early times in this heat. One wave ridden by all. Kei Kobayashi out on top with the best of the four of them. But yeah, Reed, they like journeying. They like driving. I don't know if he flew down this time, but they love packing it up and, taking a few weeks and adventuring.
Great place to do it. So it's amazing camping grounds around here. We see Red paddling on a little creamy right-hander. This is Kay using that priority. And he's got a nice section here. Little layback jam with some style. Little Matt Hoy in there. And he's driving through and tapping that one off the top with a layback. Some drama on that end section. Really loading up. And that was a beautiful looking wave that he capitalized on. But on the outside section, we have some set waves rolling in. This is the first considerable set we've seen in quite some time. And Giorgio Gomez with that 7-2 is looking at these waves going, hey, where were those in my heat?
Yeah, where were they? A nice replay of Kei Kobayashi. Found one of these beautiful against the grain rights, really opening up for him. Like you said, a bit of a Hoyo in that first turn, and then he follows it through to a secondary drop wallet hammer.
So 7.5 for Red, 7.5 for your last wave. See Kay paddling out in the shore break, hence the interruption there, Baldy. But that Matt Hoy layback, we talked about him yesterday, but it's unique because it's similar to a lot of those power surfers where they might lack the flexibility, but they have the raw power. Guys like Pancho as well and Sonny, they didn't get overly low in their turns. They kind of stayed quite upright, maybe not as mobile and flexible, but are able to displace a lot of water because it's often just your positioning in the wave and your technique that can really maximize the spray in a turn.
Timing is key.
So a 7.5 for Red extends his lead.
Well, I've been following Kay and his social blasts. He does a lot of physical training, a lot of really dynamic movement, a lot of ball work, balance work, strength work while balancing. So a lot of plyometric training that he's been doing for quite a few years now. I mean, he's a small guy, but really strong to the core. Like, the muscles are strong down to the smallest tendons and ligaments.
Crucial for surfing.
Yeah, not just bulk muscle, but core strength and sharp tuning all the way through.
So just under 10 minutes remaining. We have a foamy paddle there and pull back for... It looked like it was blue paddling for that one, and we see Red in the corner doing the rip paddle around because he got it right, and it sent him back into the corner. So smart option because there was certainly no avenue for him to paddle back through down the beach.
Priority change. So Reed had fully paddled for that last wave. Priority goes to green, then white, then blue. Priority is green, white, blue. Just under 10 minutes. Kei Kobayashi out in the lead after his last 7.5. Making his way back into the lineup. And why not? You get a good score. You hear you're in the lead. Utilize the easier paddle out. So coming up in the next heat, Kalohe Andino, Samuel Moore and Sam Reedy and Sterling Foster. What a gorgeous day in the bay. Look across. I mean, much calmer and warmer than yesterday when I was walking back from a creek break. Went and looked at the bay. It's just sparkling. A few people out on their stand-up paddle boards, enjoying the beauty, birds flying around.
Some waves in there?
There wasn't any waves yet, no.
There's a little left in there this morning.
Yeah, a tiny.
Tiny.
I think it needs a different tide.
Maybe
to really
swell direction.
I was asking about that. This is a good swell direction,
Okay.
but I've heard it takes a completely different tide situation to really break. Here's Reed Platanis carrying a ton of board speed around that first section. Ooh, put a bit too much pressure on the heel, and you could just see where he tucked his chin, thinking, I had it. I did the busy work. I was on my way to another mid-range score, so he comes up with a 2.5. But I guess with that, he's in second. Here we go, though. Down the beach. We've got two surfers up. Oh, no, just one. That's Dylan Young on his backhand. Wow, this wave's setting up. This could be one of those lefts that go long and into the Rip Bowl sandbar. This thing keeps shining for him. Will he get around the section? And will it stand up and offer a little bit more? Oh, that wave, it sort of ran out on him, but a nice backup there. He only needed a 4.5 to get himself back into this heat.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting. There was a really nice bottom turn where he did a great top turn off the back of that, so seamless transitions. But that wave, it was unlike many of them today. So this is the replay of that wave, getting low, driving through that first turn, and here, still in the pocket, and whips into the next turn. So nice combo, smaller wave, but a beautiful looking wave, something you would take off on a free surf. And this is a lot like yesterday. We saw a lot of those goofy footers teeing off on those with multiple maneuvers, really working for the score, but a pretty looking wave and not that single turn that a lot of the waves today have been showing.
So those a 4.9, Dylan, a 4.9 on that last wave. Both the bulk of that score coming from the first two-turn combo.
You know, it's interesting as well today, the rights have actually allowed for multiple maneuvers.
Yes, they really have. If you can pick it after the set sweeps through that first or second wave of the next flurry or the in-betweens that move up off the rock a few hundred yards. Priority with green, then with red. So with that wave, Dylan, you moved into second. Reed, you now in third need a 2.91. Woo! He was up and surfing, so that's not going to give him much.
But that was Kay just in the inset there. He's trying to better a low of a 6, but great wave selection. That was that single turn on the left I was alluding to before. But it's funny, the right, he actually managed two turns. And even on the smaller days, it's tricky to fit the two turns in.
Oh, yeah,
so it's
for sure.
Strong groundswell, 16 seconds. But we have seen on the midday low tide, the waves back off a little bit. But this morning, it was double the size.
Oh, full throttle.
Some of those heats paddling out where red is now were not able to get out.
Yeah, full throttle this morning. Kei Kobayashi. Just a 4.7 for the one turn.
And 5 minutes remaining.
So two bobbles from Reed Platanis. He had that left that he didn't finish, and now that right. We have Dylan up again in second place. Oh, really extending the tail up and through that section. And the wave sort of gives up on him.
That was a great first turn, though. Driving straight off the bottom and sending it. I just love, the way that he was able to forecast that turn and fit it in, because it was drawn out, but at the same time it had a pocket. So if you can relate as a free surfer, when you see a long wall, it's so easy just to race ahead with anticipation. But in that time, he just held that bottom turn, waited, and then sprung up into the top of the lip and just hit it perfectly. Great timing.
And it was unique in that he got to extend his legs all the way out in the carve. He didn't have to keep bent knees and keep that tension on that inside rail. Really
that's where being fit and mobile, you can adjust your turn halfway through. So that was a 5.9 for White's last wave. A 5.9.
Wow, so he's just found a rhythm or that wave didn't give him much, but it looked like maybe he'd found a rhythm on these inside lefts. Tommy Granger holding priority for quite a long time. Requires a 5.81. Reed Platanis with second priority. Needs a 6.55. Thank you to both our presenting sponsor, Surfing for Hope Foundation, and to our title sponsor, Visit SLO, for all you do, bringing these beautiful Central Coast events here and Pismo Beach to life in the partnership with the WSL. This is going to be great this week. We do have the Longboard QS featured along with the men's and women's QS 1000. All springboards and platforms for these surfers to gain points regionally to try and make it onto that all-important Challenger Series, the next stepping stone to the World Championship Tour. Some new faces, some, although they're still young, some, you know, surfers that have been participating in these events for the last 5 and 6 years.
Just heard from one of our longboard competitors as we just tuned back into Dylan Young here. Again, finds an open left. That one coming unstuck. But I tell you what, Cole Robbins just told me he loves the harbour. It points straight out to the open ocean. There's heaps of surge and current and big tide swings, but great fishing.
Yes. So he loves the harbor. He loves to stand on the jetty and fish.
I guess so.
I bet, you know, with all that water moving in and out, right? That's what
it's actually
churns up the sand.
This morning was a left, but I've seen a right on the far end of the harbour as well, sort of doubling up and wedging off. So, man-made waves.
Man-made waves. And as you were saying, there must be something going on there because it's one of the most dangerous harbors in the United States. You were mentioning that earlier. The Coast Guard were telling you that.
Yep.
Early, was it yesterday, I was driving by and a shrimping boat must have just come in because they were, you know, moored right up next to one of the drops right by wavelengths, but they had their fluorescent blue and white lights all strung up, and the, I don't know what you call them, but the splays that go back down in that hold the netting were all up. At first I thought it was a boat decorated for Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, that's a shrimper.
Well, they probably, yeah, so out in the back, so red in the lead. Dylan, white, you require, Dylan in white, you require 7.6. Blue, you require a 6.55 to go into the placings. And green, a 5.81. So red in first, white in second. Blue, you require a 6.55. And green, a 5.81.
Wow, with 30 seconds, any of these surfers have the ability. Reed has that. Tommy has that. Priority favoring our 4th and 3rd place surfers. On camera, something is pumping up. You see Reed in the blue with just over 10 seconds. He is scratching. He will have time if he wants to. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Both surfers up and riding beforehand, and blue falling off where red surfing that one through. So,
wow, you got to think there was potential in that combo for Reed with the forehand to backhand to forehand.
On first impressions, he needed that.
Overcooked it.
Yeah, overcooked it. And we're going to go to a break, and we'll catch up with the replays and the scores very shortly.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLOCAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLOCAL, where life is too beautiful to rush.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Viewing on the website, here we are live for heat number 8 at the SLOCAL Open in Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. Exciting stuff. The boys are ripping. The waves have mellowed out. The wind has mellowed out. There is no end of potential out there for these men to tap into. Kalohe Andino in the red, Samuel Moore in the blue, Sam Reedy in the white, and Sterling Foster in the green. How cool to have Kalohe Andino here for this regional event. He's had quite a role. He loves coming up here. I know he adventures Central Cal and NorCal quite often when he is back at home. The leader and champion of the 2%ers of San Clemente, a mentor to many, a fosterer of, froth and stoke there in San Clemente. And here he is at the Morro Bay event. I don't know if he's done this event leading up. I wasn't here for the March event or the February late this year, but anyway, it's great to have Kalohe, how many years on the championship tour, and talk about all the pedigree. Been there, done that.
Absolutely, and he's got a new gen behind him that are knocking on the door, and he talked about being a mentor. Well, he's leading by example. He's placed as the furthest surfer out in the lineup right now, looking at those big double ups on the outside rock. And that's so important to create a foundation and nurture that next gen coming through, even if it's just in a social purpose, because San Clemente had that strong and dominant competitive entourage throughout the 90s and 2000s, and it did dissipate. And through the earlier to the mid to late 2000s, as those surfers got a little older, retired, moved into different roles in their careers, and Kalohe was just flying the lone flag there for a while in Southern California, and successful in his decisions in a business sense and competitive sense, but now there's an entourage and there's a community, and he is a leader of that in more ways than one. So we look forward to seeing him unleash and using his experience, but we also look forward to seeing Sam Moore, Sam Reedy, and Sterling Foster if they can challenge and take the win off Kalohe.
Yeah, and how often does he come up, against other San Clemente surfers, younger surfers, and, it's the master and the student kind of situation, and amazing. So, yeah, Kalohe moving into great new phases of his life, still competing at the highest level, but a father for quite a few years. And, look at what San Clemente is producing now. I mean, all of a sudden there's 4 young men on the championship tour this year coming, and a whole legion of them below. Earlier we were talking, not today, yesterday, about the board riders movement. I think San Clemente, as a club, could go take on anyone in the world and win. They have the deepest, top-to-bottom men's and women's squad of any club in the world. Any of the Australian clubs, it's crazy. What age division, and it's just saturated.
Yeah, for sure. And the waves have a lot to do with that, the consistency of what they've got. And on the outside, looking on that double up, this one doesn't quite eventuate, but it had potential. You can see the scoring potential on that wave, a bit mushy, but you can imagine if you can get some speed and power carves and what you can do with that wave.
A quick up and out for Sterling Foster. And like you said, Kalohe, he is posted up nearest the rock, farthest out, waiting to see if he can get his fins buried into one of these big lefts. Oh, that was Samuel Moore in blue, not Sterling. Anyway, it was just a throwaway. Someone rolling in, paddling in, maybe getting over the edge. Green, nothing doing, and white way down the beach. So Sam Reedy, our Costa Rican surfer, Huckabee into the corner. Does he ride out? I'm losing him in the froth.
So everybody incomplete so far. Marginal scores, 15 minutes remaining. We have seen today the conditions change from the high tide this morning to the lower tide and midday bombs earlier, and we've seen a return of those bombs after the turn of the tide. Incredibly difficult to paddle out still, but lots of options. We've seen a return of the right-handers throughout the midsection of the morning. A lot of rights, some of the highest scoring waves of the day on rights, and set wave out the back. We'll see if that drone's situated somewhere to get that shot. So this one is booming, and on the outside, Kalohe and Dino taking off on a set of the morning. A big power carve to open up. So I've been wanting to see this all day. Coming forward, tapping it off the top, riding out is Kalohe Andino on the biggest wave of the day. Taking off super deep, drawing lines on that empty canvas and finishing in dramatic fashion. So Surfer in Red coming in as the top seed in this heat and showing us why But behind him, this is one of the three surfers that we can't make out which colour it is. It's green. And snapping that one back in the whitewash, that was Sterling Foster riding the bucking Bronco, the leftover whitewater from Kalohe's wave. And some solid 6-foot waves coming in today at Morro Bay. And this is the takeoff. Here's Kalohe. Warbly takeoff. The judges wanted commitment, and that's what he gave him. A nice rail carve to set up. Comes back into the power source in here. Comes off the bottom. Hits it. Tees off perfectly. Comes down. Covered up for a moment, and he rides out smoothly. So we'll see where the judges go with that one. But commitment was certainly there on that wave.
Beautiful. Looks like he's riding a little bit of a bigger board, and we've been sitting here all day waiting for that scenario to play out. Someone sit off the rock, get the bomb. It was like an itch that we wanted to scratch all day long. Finally, Kalohe, a 7.75 for our surfer in red from San Clemente, Kalohe Andino. Proof is in the pudding. It works. Look at this forehand jam there for Sam Reedy. He comes unstuck, but Kalohe Andino, again, 7.75 on that opening wave. What a way to start. Sitting in a nice position out in the lead. Everyone else playing catch up with throwaways. Sterling Foster got a 3. And Sam Reedy just a 1.5 on that last wave. 12 minutes and 15 seconds left here in Heat 8. Well, we love watching that. Kalohe out in the lead. Opening score of a 7.75. Almost hits excellent. 12 minutes left. Coming up next, Jabe Swarkowski, Braden Jones, Adam Bartlett, and Dash Pingar on the inside white, flowing to a finish there. So Sam Reedy, knowing he wants to get those 1.5s out of his score line. Priority is with blue, then with red. So even though it was a soupy wave for Sam Reedy, it was a complete wave, a nice easy down carve to open, and a, strong finish. 5.25, Sam, a 5.25. So with that, he goes into second behind Kalohe, who's in the lead. I see some dolphins out the back, it looks like, hanging out with our surfers. Lots of sea life here. We got the seals, the sea otters, the walrus seals, whales in this bay. Yeah, in this basin. Big deep canyons in this bay.
Yeah.
Love the dolphins right there. We didn't get dolphins yesterday, but we have them today.
I like that layback you did.
Oh, thanks.
First wave, I think?
Second wave.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we are ready to toss it down to Kei Kobayashi.
Dynamic performance, lefts, rights, but one thing we want to mention is how clinical that performance was. You really were able to fit in a multitude of turns on those waves. What equipment are you riding? It looks super zappy and precise.
Oh, thank you. Feels good to be back. This is actually a board I won on 2 years ago, so I haven't ridden it since. It's a 5.7.5 step up. Yeah, I haven't ridden it for like a couple of years now, so things still go, so I'm stoked.
Well, that's a great, interesting question I asked then, because I'm leading to the fins. Very interesting. You got the FCS H4s there, so you don't see them ridden in competition too often, but could that add to that precision? You displaced a lot of water on that layback, that second wave, and you went for a 2-for-1 combo, and you really annihilated that end section. What do you feel out of this smaller equipment? Obviously, you're a smaller person, but are you able to place that board? Because these are stiff with a little bit of tip flex. Can you feel those little adjustments in your equipment?
Yeah, for sure. I actually only ride H4s. I've been riding them for like 4 to 5 years, kind of big to small, even in Hawaii. It's kind of been my go-to. I feel like I'm probably one of the few people that ride the H4s. But yeah, they work really good, especially even in these big waves. Yeah, I feel like equipment is key today. There's a lot of water moving, and yeah, just putting yourself in the right position. This contest, working with Matt Myers and the whole team, and yeah, we had a pretty good game plan going into the heat, and yeah, stoked to get those 2 waves, and yeah, just big shout out to my sponsors, family, friends, my girlfriend Cami, she's probably watching right now. Yeah, I'm just stoked to be here. Staying with a Knowlesy family in Pismo. It's always nice to come back to a place where you've had good momentum and gotten a win. And yeah, the QS nowadays especially is super gnarly, even in the 1000s. So yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
Super stacked, and I'm with you on the H4s. I love them as well on a variety of different boards. We look forward to seeing you carry that clinical performance, and a shout out to your coach, because whatever they're doing, it's working very well. Back to live action.
Right on. Great job. I was wondering about that board, Cave, with the paint job. I was thinking, wait, is that the same? Does he get the same one? I see so many of the amazing paint jobs he puts on his boards. Going with, I think it's the Pikachu. Is that the character from, oh, what cards? I'm forgetting. But anyway, he's got those H4s. And Kay surfing himself into the next round. Kalohe had a quick up and down, a 1-point ride, nothing doing. Priority is with blue, then green. White. Sam, your last wave was a 5.25. You have a 1.65, and your last wave a 5.25. You're in second place. Third priority, there's 7.5 minutes left. Green is in third place with second priority, needing a 3.91 to get into second. Kalohe is in the lead with a 7.75, and his last wave was a 1. First priority is with Samuel Moore. Sam, you need a 6.7 at this point to go into first. I wondered about Kay's board because the paint job, and then he said, oh, that's the one I rode
An old
2
favorite,
years ago. Yeah.
I love that connection to equipment, and it makes complete sense where we saw that layback where he didn't really get that low. And typically in a turn or in waves like this, you'll see a surfer get really low and guide their board through their turns, and that obviously a lower center of gravity is stability. But he just sort of leant back on the heels, displaced so much water, and you certainly could be forgiven for thinking he's 6 foot tall and, 180 pounds or something.
Riding that 5.7.5 step up.
5.3.5, I think he said.
No, 5.7.5. Yeah. And you like those fins? They have that sort of not octagonal, but it goes into a bit of a more square tip.
Yep.
The H4 FCS, is it?
FCS H4, yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool that he said,
Swiss designed.
Swiss design. He's one of the few that ride that.
Tell you what,
So
they go through skin pretty good too.
I bet. So they look like they just don't have the quickest release because of the tip shape, but drivey, really drivey.
Precision drive, yeah.
Yeah.
If you have good technique and a board that you enjoy and you understand the flex point of that board and you can push it, those fins will accommodate accordingly. So you can really rely and displace and step on the board without it squirreling out of control. But you need to, I've put them in boards that I know already really well, and I know how the fin is going to react with that board. It almost gives it new life and spice.
Well, if you can take a board that doesn't want to get out of 5th gear and put fins in it and let it go to 6th gear, that's when new dynamic surfing happens, and that's where you, open new doors of potential for yourself in lines that you can envision.
That's exactly right, and even just with the introduction of wave pools and being able to test and be repetitive with equipment opens up those opportunities. But in conditions like this, to play with equipment is not obviously the smartest option.
No, not before contest. 5 minutes left, surfers, 5 minutes, which always blows me away when guys or girls, they're like, oh, I just got this board today. It's my first surf. I don't even know. You're like, okay. You're really relying that the dims, even though they're the same, that the board's going to feel the same, which is never the case. There's stringers. There's different, there's layups of carbon fiber, whatever's going on. Here we go. Is someone up and riding? It is. It's Kalohe.
And if rides out, of course he does. So takes off super deep on an imminent closeout, sends it up into the lip, connects, rides out. So not an easy task to do, and he made it look very simple. So green, pulling off that one as Kalohe's going to duck under it and probably catch the next two. And down the beach, blue, we're going to catch up with him. hitting that one off the top. So that's Samuel Moore and his second wave, and incomplete. So just a testament to how difficult it is to land in that whitewater.
Down the beach, around the section, big extended bottom turn. That was beautiful. And the low line layback into the oncoming section, which very good technique, because instead of trying to get the tail up into it, he started that turn early, bit under it.
Yeah, the two-turn combos with seamless transitions been scored very well. And this is Kalohe. Banks that one off the top, tail slides, comes down perfectly, no hang-ups. So very precise, and a 5.25 for red, a 5.25. And a healthy score coming in for Sam Reedy. And beautiful timing, a 7.65 for white. You can't hear us right now, he's just duck diving. So for those at home that are tuning in and people on the beach, he cut that turn short, snapped it under the lip line just to make sure that he could ride out of it, because he needed a second keeper. He was hanging on to a pair of ones as a backup. So a 5.25 and then a 7.65 for white. So red out in the lead, white in second. White, your last wave was a 7.65. White in second place. Green, you now require a 9.9 to go into the placings. And Samuel Moore in blue, you require a 12.9 combination of scores. So red out in the lead, white in second, green third, blue fourth, 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Wow, really tough situation for both Sterling and Samuel. Samuel having to basically restart the entire heat with 2 minutes left, and Sterling up against, with priority, getting what would be the highest score of the event to this point so far. If he were to get it, 10 is the potential. Here we go. Looking for something on an inside medium wave. Slams the tail into the corner, comes unstuck. That will not be the 9.9. And behind him, Samuel Moore cruising, knowing he needs a series of waves. That's not going to get it done with 1 minute and 45 seconds. Priority, first and second priority will go to our heat leader and second place surfer. So imminent doom. They're settled on the outback.
And we can pretty much say that because the paddle out is at least 1 minute. So.
Yeah, at this point. We never discourage the potential of things happening, because we've seen through the history of surfing, we've seen Kelly Slater comboed at Chopu and get 2 10s back to back.
And we've seen interferences too.
We've seen interferences. We've seen all sorts of strange and wily things.
So Sterling Foster just incomplete on that second turn. Nice opening turn, and this is Sam Moore we caught up with. Nice snap to open up, and a little check turn, foam climb. Banks that one, and goes complete on this wave. A 3.75 for Blue's last wave. A 3.75. He's out of combination. So Blue, you require a 9.15, and Green, you require a 9.9. 40 seconds remaining.
Ooh, is this a little chip shot inside right? No, he elects to go left. Our second place surfer, beautiful vertical attack, disappears at the bottom of the wave, rides out. He will come in. Knowing that he is in second, maybe he increases the scoreline. Kalohe Andino out the back all alone with priority. Will he get a victory lap wave? We would love to see it as fans of surfing. He's going to go over that. We're going to count it out. Probably no ride for Kalohe. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, no scores to input, so I'm sure we're just going to move right on through. We'll take a quick 1 minute break for the webcast, and we'll be back introducing the next heat.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO, where life's too beautiful to rush.
SLO Roots starts with natural and sustainable farming right here in SLO County. We offer a carefully curated selection of cannabis, both medical and recreational, From small batch craft concentrates and sleep gummies to locally produced fresh flower and extracts. Come join us on our journey to support family farms, support community, and support culture from the roots up. Slow Cow Roots, locally owned and operated by patients for patients.
So 19 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. We're well and truly into this heat. So we are up to heat 9 of round 64. We are watching the Slow Cow Open at Morro Bay. This is the QS 1000. And we're straight into watching Jabe Swearakoki and Braden Jones, Adam Bartlett and Dash Pinegar in green. So two of these surfers coming through from yesterday, having experience here at Morro Bay. But today, a very different lineup. A lot more energy, 16 seconds of northwest groundswell. So it absolutely pouring in, and you can see that tide. And here we are watching Adam just hit that one off the top, goes complete on his first wave. So it's exactly what you have to do to build some momentum in any heat. But out here, the paddle out has been tumultuous to say the least. A lot of walking and running around and many minutes of paddling if you time it wrong. So we're seeing the replay of that one. Where he takes off, a little bit of wind coming up on the surface there, and he times it absolutely perfectly, and he comes down. So managing that really well, and of course a little pin drop just to stop the momentum rolling underwater.
And we have blue Braden Jones, one of Morro Bay's local and owned superstars. He's been in these events since he was since the beginning of them, actually, and he's had many great results, a big fan following, definitely doing well. Anyway, yeah, I was just checking in. Braden, not from here, but from Pismo, but local to this area. And at one point he was going in, I know he was doing something with the firefighters. He might be a full-fledged fireman now. I'm not sure. But anyway, he's out there ripping it up, or he will be ripping it up. Powerful goofy foot. We have seen him go well above the lip, reversing many times, aerial antics. Surprising, there hasn't been a lot of above the lip surfing this entire event. One or two full attempts and makes between yesterday and today. So Adam Bartlett, you opened with a 5.25, surfer in white, a 5.25.
Yeah. Step better shredding. So sick. But it was exciting. I got to get my bigger board and stuff.
How big?
6'2".
All right, so we're just catching up off camera with Kolohe. A heat win, taking off on one of the biggest waves of the day. We both thought it was going to go higher, but you got to ride your bigger board, right?
Yeah, I was really excited looking at the forecast coming up here, and packed a bunch of lumber in my truck, and stoked I got to ride a 6'2".
Moving into the next few rounds, building momentum, excited to get even the bigger boards out maybe?
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. I mean, those waves off the rock, definitely you could kind of ride whenever you want. Yeah, if it's consistent out there, it'd be super fun tomorrow. Hopefully it's doable.
And your intention for next year, moving into the other regional qualifiers and the Challenger, what's on your mind?
Yeah, well, I didn't qualify for the Challengers yet, so I'm just trying to do that here and, yeah, see how I go. And then, yeah, I really want to get back on tour and really want to retire at the Olympics in Los Angeles 2028, so that's kind of my goal.
Wow, you heard it here, Morro Bay, QS 1000. He's going to start that escalade up the ladder, but you're familiar with this area. You've come up here a lot, and is it somewhere you feel comfortable?
Usually I kind of skip the Central Coast and go straight to Santa Cruz, so I was kind of just running around with my head chopped off today. Because it was swell and offshore, I didn't know where to go. But ended up getting some fun waves, and yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, so I'm really happy to be here.
Well,
As it turns out, the swell and the wind look like they're going to be pretty good in this region, so we're going to score the next few days. Tune in. We're going to go to live action right now.
All right, thanks, Kalohe. Great job. Awesome to see you here. And, boy, beautiful goals. Love hearing that. I mean, you write that down. You put that in your motivations for the next year plus. And that would be a dream scenario. Get back on tour, finish in the top 2 to make the Olympic team, and finish and retire in LA at the Olympics 5 years from now. That would be brilliant. We saw a few waves ridden in between. Surfer in red, James Workowski tacked it up in and buries the nose. He got a 3-point score for that wave. Our surfer in white, Adam Bartlett, was getting his second ride, and I think Dash must have had a wave in between also. There it is, the replay. Beautiful, bigger, well, medium-sized ride. A little slopey in the beginning. Not a lot of steep face to work with, but that finishing turn, really nicely done. We'll get you guys those scores. Braden out the back in the blue with priority. Plenty of time, 13.5 minutes. He has historically loved hunting that north side of the event, the long left that runs off the rip bowl. Wow, great interview, great goals for Kalohe. I had to chime in. I mean, wouldn't that just be the most incredible scenario? Get back on tour. You know, it's a 2-year journey to qualify Challenger Series, top Challenger Series, Championship Tour, and then try to finish, you know, ranked in the top 2 of your country to make the Olympic squad. I mean, it's a lot to chew on, but totally attainable. And to have that mental prep and already know the long game for 5 years from now would be to be walking down in my USA Olympic stuff for the LA, you know, Surf Olympics, and who knows where they would surf. Would it be lowers? Would it be the wave pool? Like, who knows where it would go?
Well, at this point, that's what these qualifiers are for, to filter through the best surfers. So at the top level, representing your region on the CT, that you've got the cream of the crop. And that ultimately will raise the bar in professional surfing, wherever the destination is, whether, you know, Chopu, a wave pool, you know, Japan, any of these places where we could end up. And it's you just think you want new surfers coming through, but at the same time you want those good surfers to get better, and the only way to do that is to raise that new crop. And he's a mentor to that next generation, and if you don't have these regional qualifiers, we're not going to unlock that next generation of talent. You're going to see the regions just plateau, which has happened to places like California and Australia in the recent 10 years until recently. And now the QS Challenger Series are opening up that pathway, and then ultimately the Olympics, and that's his goal.
Yeah, that's his goal, and it's amazing. And no doubt, you know that Griffin Colapinto has that goal. I want to be in the LA Olympics. You know, Cole Hauschman hasn't even got on tour yet. You know that's his goal. You know it's Crosby Colapinto's goal. Like, how would it be in a situation for both brothers to be the top 2 and make
the exciting thing is it starts here.
It starts
This is the regional qualifying event that can lead to that pathway. And that's Kalohe's getting back on that Challenger Series. He's here competing, so he's not above that, a consummate professional.
And here we are, Braden Jones. Like I said, he loves these long-running lefts. He's classically torn them to bits. There we go, Braden Jones with his opener, Pismo and Morro Bay, fan favorite and local. So he had the 4-4 from before. 4-4 from before, and now he gets a 7-point ride, ladies and gentlemen. Braden Jones to the lead with a 7.0. Great patience by him to sit down there where he feels comfortable with priority, and then earmark that wave, get the 7, go into the lead. Priority is with white, then red, then green. We do have the priority box, so they can always be checking it out. Big sets moving through the lineup right now. No takers on that first one. Braden Jones got a 7.0 on his last wave ridden. Pushed him into first place. Now Jabe in the red needing a 3.5 and Dash needing a 3.25.
Down the beach. Adam Bartlett, super solid on his feet, and he likes it.
Yeah,
Just pinpoint.
Getting two things done at once, getting a better backup than the 4, or potentially we will see it was a set wave. He did well to ride through, and then, potentially putting more pressure on 3rd and 4th place.
And that's all you need to do, right? Just better your last score and you concentrate. We've seen a lot of the surfers say they've been concentrating on their own heat plan, building their house, which becomes, for those that are tuning in that don't understand that term, it's common in the competition world where you can't put a roof on a house without foundations. And your foundation, your walls, is getting your 2 waves, a minimum 2 waves, count in every heat. You can't win without riding waves, so you want to just build on those wave totals and increase each time, and that's exactly what he's doing. So this is it, solid. All comes down to this one bottom turn, frothy, rides out. So, that'll be right there. It'll probably eclipse that 4 and be a mid-range score, but just increasing slowly and clinical competition surfing in difficult waves. So 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Adam Bartlett gone to the lead, a 6.75 in white. 6.75. Braden Jones, 7-point ride in blue. So you're in second place. Red, you are in third. You now need a 5.66. And green, you require a 5.41. 7 minutes, 55 remaining.
Ooh, open face. Anything can happen with these beautiful slashing 2-turn combo.
Oh.
Just got tipped onto his toe side rail at the end. You could just see he was just in that bank.
Board drifting and
it drifted away. Unfortunately, the rail was on the face and it moved into the foam.
And he only needed a better of 3 in that case, but he needed a 5.66 in that, so a 4, falling short.
So he still needs the 5.66. That first turn was the money. If he had only ridden out, could have been close. As it is right now, Adam Bartlett out in the lead with a 5.25 and a 6.75. Braden Jones, you have a 4.4 and your last wave a 7. You're in second place. 7 minutes remaining. Priority is with green and then blue. And you look at Braden again, he's just hanging to that north side. He loves those lefts there. And, I've seen him over the years get that odd right that comes in way up there, but he just surfs his own heat alone. Well, if you're cruising around the contest site, don't forget to stop by the official Surfing for Hope booth. It is open, and it's along the walking path next to the Judges Tower, which is kind of right here where we are. They're selling all kinds of event merchandise and goodies, raising money for Surfing for Hope Foundation. So stop on by. There's also the raffle that will be, you can purchase raffle tickets all week long for a signed Kelly Slater WSL event jersey from the Sunset Pro. So if you have a fascination with the Sunset Pro and Kelly Slater, or you just enjoy both of them, buy a $10 raffle ticket. That will happen on Sunday at some point. And don't forget the Surfing for Hope Foundation event coming up this Friday with Tom Curran playing live and all kinds of great food that is being catered and drinks and a silent auction. Good community get-together for surfingforhopefoundation.org. Go to their website, get a ticket. Take your man, take your lady on a date, dress up, have fun.
5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Did you bring your tuxedo? No. I'm joking.
I'm trying to think of a joke about surfers. I brought shoes.
You brought shoes. There you go. Did you bring? Yeah, you brought shoes.
Did you bring a tuxedo?
No.
So White out in the lead. Your last wave, White, was a 6.75. Blue, you're in second. You need a 5 to go into the lead. Red, you require a 5.66. You're currently in third position. And green, you are in fourth position. You require a 5.41. 4 minutes, 30 on the clock.
Coming up next, in the next heat, Cannon Carr, Kai Kushner, Luke Weiler, and Killian Garland. They might already have found their way into the lineup and paddled out. Oh, no, I see Luke Weiler running down the beach right now. Maybe they're not as worried about paddling out early since the swell has decided to mellow out just a little, but don't let it deceive you. Tomorrow is supposed to be bombing, right? Another foot or two on top of what it was this morning, potentially. At least that's what the forecast said earlier. Things always changing.
The tide had a big difference today. I mean, low tide's been a lot easier to paddle out. High tide this morning was gnarly.
So I wonder what size board Kalohe rides regularly, like a 5'10", or something like that.
We could pretty much say anywhere between a 5'10" and a 6'1", like the rest of the surfing world.
Yeah, okay, but he said he was riding his step up a 6'2".
Yeah.
I know one year at the U.S. Open, it was after the ISAs or the World Games in Japan or the Olympics when he was there before in Japan. And he had been injured, and so Mayhem was making him some boards not only for Japan, but to come back, and they were way wider. They were 20 and a half wide, thick, really thick, and he got used to them, and he liked them, and then he started riding them all the time. It looks like he's back on more conventional sort of craft, but for a while he really found a good rhythm with those wider, foamier
boards,
yeah. So he had the shortboard outline, but they were just that much wider and a little thicker. All right, well, Blue, Braden, you have first priority. 2 minutes left. You're in second place. Jabe, fourth priority, you need a 5.66. And Dash, third priority, you need a 5.41 with just over 2 minutes. All scores are in. Yeah, you wouldn't know that it's the same day at all looking out there right now, either on the webcast drone or just live here at the beach. It's wind-free, it's sunny, it's warm, it's calm. No waves smashing over the
Even
rock.
looking down the beach, you wouldn't know there was 8-foot waves earlier. And just remember the sidewinders coming through the gap in the rocks out there? That was...
And you could just sort of feel the collective nervous anticipated energy, you know.
People talking about breath work and
there like you said early before you even got here, there was kids looking at the harbor like there's no way they're going to run it.
Fully. They 100%. They must have just seen a set. There's no way that's on today. So they're checking the harbor as a precaution. It was some of the women competitors. And
where are they going to run it? Yeah, there's no mobile site. It's here, and it's here only. All right, is this Braden? Do we see Blue? Who is that? That is Braden using that priority. We get to see him on his backhand now. He has that stock stance like you talked about. That like he doesn't shuffle his feet about much. It's just he's placed nice little tails.
And that's the advantage of a neutral stance like that, where you're not dominating the tail. You know, you're not front or back foot. You're just very neutral, and it's that new age goofy foot style that we see with Gabe. We see it with. Well, Corey Lopez had it back then too, and surfers like Mike Lostness as well, and they just seemed very neutral. And here we go, White having a look down there. So we have a position change, 15 seconds. We have waves to lock in. So no, counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Wow, well, Jabe going to town, going for broke on that one, doesn't ride out, and still possible flip in first and second with Braden's last wave, which was a beauty. He will possibly get rid of the 4.4. Another beautiful drone angle. Thank you to Run Amok Photography.
Phenomenal.
For all the, yes, good work.
One of the best.
Yeah, he's done an incredible job. And we will go to break and come back with the recap in the next heat.
In the land of SLO, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO now.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
2, 1. And the heat is on, and we are back live here at the SLO Open in Morro Bay, featuring in this heat Cannon Carr in the red, Kai Kushner in the blue, Luke Weiler in the white, Killian Garland in the green. We just had a great finish to that last heat. Local boy Braden Jones walking up the beach right now, got a mid-6 range point score on his last wave, went back into first, so he comes in the winner. Adam Bartlett in second, both advancing through into the round of 32 live on the screen, and up riding Kai Kushner on the first wave of this heat number 10, round of 64. Yeah, what a day. What a day from howling like 30 knot side shore, some 25, I don't know. It was whipping though this morning. And, you know, whatever it was called 5 to 8 foot, we heard, was it Chloe? No, Zoe come in and no stranger to big waves, say that's easily 8 foot.
I love the flow here from Kai, knowing you just need to start strong and just banking that off, not letting the fins fly, as we saw a lot of incomplete settling waves that could go as a backup, go incomplete in previous heats. So Kai Kushner in blue, a 5.25, and your opener, a 5.25.
Yeah, nice surfing. Yep, 5.25, Kai Kushner. Well, a beautiful day. Thank you to Surfing for Hope Foundation. Thank you to our title sponsor, Visit SLO. Life's too beautiful to rush. We agree. Thank you to 805 Beer, Peak Wi-Fi. Well, we are ready to take it away with Braden Jones.
Local to this area and taking time off from being a local firefighter. A heat win, you must be so stoked.
Yes, it was fun getting back in a contest. I haven't surfed QS in like a year and a half, so yeah, stoked to do good in one. Starting off good.
Well, you put together the heat in a fantastic fashion, but there's a lot of pressure. There's different waves, lefts, rights. Are you familiar with this wave? Do you actually come up here from Pisno very much?
Yeah, I'm currently living in SLO right now, so I usually just come up here. I've been up here like the past 2 weeks surfing, and it's been good. So, yeah, getting pretty used to it, I guess.
Yeah, and typically in the bigger swells, are you looking for lefts or the shorter, faster rights? Or you'd maybe not give away all your little secrets.
I'm looking for the lefts. They're a little longer, and you can do a couple more turns on them. The rights kind of back off, but yeah, the lefts are usually a little better, I'd say.
And how important is it to have local events here at Pismo and at Morro Bay just for local surfing community? Is there a new generation coming up or that are looking at these events with inspiration?
Yeah, I think it's super important. I'm stoked Andy and everybody was able to get the WSL up here in this area. Yeah, there's some good kids coming up from Pismo also, so yeah, hopefully you'll see them pretty soon.
People tuning in, or are they here to watch you right now? Have you got a bit of local support?
Yeah, just saying thanks to everybody watching me. My dad working, and my mom's here too. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, needless to say, he does have the local support here and online. So the crowd favourite, we know who everyone's here to watch. It was Chloe Andino, but it was actually you.
Yes, that's awesome.
Back up the live webcast.
Thanks. Well, good job, Braden. Stoked to see you again, and happy things are going well. You're living in SLO, and really great that you get to be a part of this event again, since you were a part of these events from the beginning years ago. Wow. Okay, so switching gears right into this heat. Couple waves ridden, only 2. Kai Kushner got a 5.25, and he is up again, backing it up right now on this right, going into the shadows of the rock right there. The cameraman pulled away, so I'm not sure if he completed that. I looked at the cam. Here's our replay. Luke Weiler with a quick 1.35. Really cool to hear the cheers, his local happy squad.
Yeah, and he ground out that win as well. And Kai here on his second wave, starting strong and really structuring his heat well. That's just so crucial, not just local knowledge, but as we talked about in that previous heat, building those foundations, because you want to get towards the end of the heat and start feeling confident and unleashing. The judges are expecting more as well. That repetition isn't usually received well by the judging panel. They want to see you unload, and that's why Kolohe was, a few heats before, was a little bit surprised that his score was not in the excellent range. It was a set wave, biggest one of the day with a critical turn, but the judges are warming up to the occasion. It's a heat-by-heat basis. In that heat, a 7.75 was big.
Oh, did he say that? I missed that
yeah,
in the interview.
Yeah, no,
okay.
he was surprised that it wasn't excellent, but you know, in terms of the heat, it was a great wave. And
Yeah.
the best scoring heat of the wave. Best scoring wave of the heat, sorry, and that is important to when you are tuning in, watching a surfing competition. We are dealing with a changing variable, the ocean, and it is interpretive, but that's why we have a panel of judges where the top and bottom scores are thrown out, and we come up with this average. And it's interpretive, but there is a criteria to stick by, and today they are looking for, you know, critical maneuvers. If you can get a combination of maneuvers involved on big set waves and show commitment, you're going to go excellent. Kolohe does too, and it's seamless. He's going to go excellent.
Well, he'll have to see how it plays out in the next round, because, you know, takes that little mental note. He was thinking, oh, bomb set, one big turn, I should go excellent, just under. So, got to put away those little notes. Cannon Carr in the red in this heat, waiting to get his first wave with 13.5 minutes. Kai, your second wave, another 5.25. You have a pair of 5.25s. Killian Garland in the green, waiting to get going also. I always laugh. Ryan Simmons would always just say Kilgar.
Yep.
Kilgar. It felt very natural for him.
That's a great nickname.
Powerful. The warrior Kilgar. Here it is. Here we go. Killian Garland up and riding as we speak. Ooh, nice two-turn combo there. Whoa. What? Luke. White on white on white. A foamy one. Can't ride out. Nice to see the seabirds in the back. We saw some dolphins cruising through the lineup outside of Kolohe in his heat. Cannon, you have first priority. So on this wave, he kind of had to do the low road on both turns, the first and the second. And that's okay. A 5.85 straight away. Killian Garland, patient as always, gets his first wave 8 minutes into the heat and a 5.85. So he's second to Kai Kushner now. Now waiting on young Seaside Encinitas local Cannon Carr. Even though it's gotten that much smaller, the paddle outs still aren't easy for these crew.
Still a lot of timing involved, of course, but there's that undertow we talk about. If you're on a shorter board, you're using you're pushing down, you're duck diving as usual, but you're using your foot today to lift yourself back up.
Oh, pushing under, yeah. Yeah, I love that technique.
Obviously, it all depends on your body shape. If you have longer arms and a stronger upper body, you can go deeper on the initial duck dive. And red, yep, so 10 minutes, 20 remaining. Blue out in the lead with a pair of 5.25s. Green, you're in second with a 5.85. White, you're in third. You require a 2.36. And red, you're requiring a 5.86.
Ooh, Cannon pinched between the two other surfers, not making it easy for the young laddie. But he gets through, uses his priority on this right, goes above the lip, spins around.
Ah, there we have it.
There we have it. Yeah, I don't know why I said Encinitas. I think he's San Clemente. My brain, I had a little moment there. Beautiful finish for him. And talk about a distraction. Both, I forget, was it green and blue or green and white, shoulder to shoulder.
Yep.
He had to paddle right between them, regroup, and nice finish there for Cannon Carr.
So we'll update those scores shortly, but previous to that wave, red was looking for a 5.86. We'll see what that one locks in at, but it was right on cue. And here's that replay of Cannon. Ramps up. And a tail high reverse landing in the foam, spinning that around. So a 6.75 for red. And it's the third wave for Kai. Nice opening carve there, and this one running down the beach. Seeing what is happening down this inland. He deems that just to have faded away. So red, you're in second place. A 6.75 on your last wave. Blue still out in the lead. A 5.25 and a 5.25. Green, you require just a 0.91. You're in third. White, you're in fourth. You require a 3.26. 8 minutes remaining. Paddling for this one is our surfer in white. Wow, hammers that one down. So a critical end section hit there. So he was looking to get a wriggle on in this heat, needing a 3.26, and I believe that he knows his criteria and what's required. Bottom turning, hits that lip, times it, and pings it perfectly. And that's a shorter board. Saw him walking out with that board, so looking like a regular short board for him. We'll see that score locked in very shortly for white. 7 minutes remaining.
Wow, super technique. I love how he got up and then flattened the board out on the lip.
Nice analysis there. And here we have Kai. Beautiful backside hit. Pin drops out of there. So an update Kai, blue, you are still in the lead. White, you have moved into second. A 5.8 on your last wave. Red, you're down into third. You now require a 2.55. Green, you require a 3.45. White again, looking for this ramp on the inside, and he goes for it. And he spins it, and he makes it. So a spin to win there for Luke Weiler with 2 waves back-to-back. On his way out, scooped up that right, and that was one of the furthest over, one of the most southern rights that we've seen all contest. And pulling that one off. You see bottom turning, projecting to the tail high and just landing into the flat. So complicated section there, and it was moving out to sea, and he was able to, the wave bent, we said this yesterday, bends back out the opposite way, of course, because there's the current, the curvature of the beach actually curves around, so the wave goes with it. So judges locking in that score.
Wow, well, it's so cool to see this, all these juniors, so to speak. They're here now. A lot of them have surfed through the the USA Surfing and under Ryan Simmons in the ISA juniors games, and look at them now just going off in pressure situations.
Oh. And this is Kai. 2 beautiful. It's 3 hits down the beach, and he finds this wave just running. And he's out of there, and behind him, green, this was Kilgar. So we'll catch up with that in the replay, but I could see him riddling off some turns. But an update, because Luke Weiler has gone into the lead after that last exchange, a 6.7. White out in the lead. Second is, at the moment, with scores to drop, was Kai Kushner. And red, waiting for scores to drop, but you're temporarily in third. And green, you were looking for a 4.65, so we'll update that very shortly.
What a heat we have. I mean, it is such an even playing field. Yep. All 4 surfers really tight within the margin.
So this will be interesting. A smaller wave, but Kai really able to dish off some turns, but no dynamic finish. Where on the other hand, we see Kilgar up into the lip, just sending that one off. Not a lot of projection. And this one, nice arcing carve back into the power source.
Well, it looked like, so Kai gets we don't know the score for Kai on that last wave. It was a beauty series combination of turns. Killian's score comes in quickly, a 4.75. Puts him into second briefly, but it looks like this next score for Kai is going to push him up into second. It does, a 7.0. So now Luke in the lead, Kai in second, Killian in third. You need a 6.41, and Cannon, you have first priority. You need a 5.51, and you have that baseline score of your first wave, a 6.75. 3 minutes to go. We could see this thing shuffle again quickly at the end. Looks like Cannon moving down the beach. He's too far off on that. But we have our surfer in green, Killian Garland. He loves going to work on these rights. Will he get an open face? He does. Couple of sweeping down carves, carrying a lot of momentum directionally towards the rock to finish.
So 4 turns on that wave. 2 minutes, 25 remaining. So White, you're out in the lead. Your last wave was a 6.7. Blue needs a 5.5. We'll update you shortly on green's score. 2 minutes remaining. So we see green there. So yeah, moving towards the rock. Everything just a little bit lateral. And the wave just not giving anything overly critical. Having to perform a series of maneuvers, and we cast our eyes back to the left-hander down the beach.
All right, here we go. Our surfer in red, Cannon Carr. He goes above the lip again, spins.
Wow.
Oh, man, he comes out with the big snap at the finish. He needed something. He had priority in the dying minute, and where will this score go? Needed a 5.51.
So, Killian, your last wave was a 5-point ride. It wasn't enough. You're still in third. You require a 6.41, but a score still to drop for red. So, waiting on red's score, 1 minute remaining.
Well, he has these on lock. Foot on the front of the nose, out in the flats.
So, White up and riding. Oh! Dramatic end section turn there for Luke Weiler, who's just gone into second. So we can tell you, Cannon Carr, 30 seconds remaining. You are in the lead. Your last wave is a 6.9. Luke, you're in second. Kai in blue, you require a 6-point ride. And green, you require a 7.15. 20 seconds.
Nice, such dynamic surfing.
Blue on the
going
outside, up and riding. Red on the right. So blue giving it everything and falling off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So much happening at the end of that heat, and Cannon Carr, wow, turns the table. We knew that the script might flip.
4th to 1st.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we will go to break and come right back.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We had a fine finish, an exciting, dynamic finish in the last of that heat. Cannon Carr going through with the win. And Luke Weiler coming second. We are straight into Heat 11. Ryan Huckabee, Reiki Nishida, Dylan Horde, and Dave Toledo. So a lot of surf happening. Waves kind of really opened up for all these last bunch of heats. Peaks up and down the beach, rights, lefts. Not too incredibly hard of paddles like we saw earlier. And Cannon Carr coming through from 4th to 1st with a beautiful aerial attack, going above the lip, really progressive surfing, spinning fully in the air and landing in the flats with his foot way up on the nose, riding out with speed. We'll get a nice little post-heat interview with him. See how he was handling the pressure down to the last 30 seconds when he got that wave, or a minute or so.
And this was Davey Toledo driving off the bottom and carving that one in the power source, and a quick finish there. So Electric Fuss carrying that momentum from Santa Cruz, where he's razor sharp and on a different board to yesterday. It was a bit of a hybrid yesterday, a shorter, wider board to get through the mushy sections. And that board, an 8-point ride for green. Starting off an 8-point ride for Davey Toledo.
All right, blue, Reiki, your first wave, you took off before the heat, so that left doesn't count. Sadly, beautiful surfed wave, but you took off before we had started the heat, before the buzzer even went by 10 seconds, 5 seconds, quite a ways.
Yeah, it went while you were on the wave.
Yeah, so he had taken off well in advance. So unfortunately, regroup. There's 17 minutes left in this heat. Wow, what a wave opener for Davi Toledo. 8.0 into the excellent range. Cannon Carr making his way in. All right, take it away down there with Cannon Carr.
So buzzer beater, not knowing any of your scoring positions. I mean, what was going through your mind? You just needed 2 waves, and you just thought you've got to give it everything?
Yeah, well, I saw everyone was like ripping, and I didn't even catch a wave yet. I was like, what's going on? Like, I was going back and forth. I was like, wow, I'm in a hole right now. So I was like, all right, everyone's ripping. I guess I'm just going to, the only thing is to do is just throw an air. I landed one, and I started my watch right when the other one ended. So I was like, I have no idea how much time's left or anything. And then the last one, I got it right, and I was like, oh, one section. I was like, into the flats, air, landed it. I was like, all right, I gave myself a chance at least because I had no idea what the scores were or anything.
Well, we can confirm that those airs obviously got you into the lead, and you went from 4th to 1st dramatically quick, changing the situation. So if you couldn't hear, we're assuming everyone else couldn't as well. But what are you looking at when you're out there? You're looking back, you know your competitors are ripping. Is it just the wave that they take off on, or is it the spray that's coming up? Like, how do you know that they're ripping if you can't hear the scores?
I mean, I just saw them, yeah, they like took off like 20 yards down the beach. I'm like, oh, this guy's just spray, and he landed. I was like, all right, well, I need to do something.
So heat IQ there. Now, what board are you riding? Because you smashed those airs. You slammed those into the flats and spun it around. Is it just a regular shortboard?
Yeah, regular shortboard. Driver 3.0 round tail.
Perfect. Well, it's looking magic. Yeah, go regroup and stretch and get ready for tomorrow.
Yep.
Anyone at home tuning in you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, parents, Steve, Ruff, what up? And shout out to Grandma Karen for having us stay and Uncle Jeff. They're legends.
There we go. You're the legend today, so back to you, Baldy.
All right, thank you. Great job, Cannon. Sorry you couldn't hear. We need to figure this out. That is not right. Something about yesterday and today, we're getting that intel from tons of the surfers, more than I've ever had in 10 years of doing events, that they're surfing blind. And even though we're, ripping off the scores, the stats, the time, the priority, they're consistently coming in saying they can't hear us. So we apologize for that, and we need to figure out something with where or how the speakers are placed, because something's not translating.
Apple Watches on the QS.
Ew. Not a fan.
Well, they're surfing 500 feet away from the speakers, so.
But they have every year, and this has never happened, and never happened in any event I've ever done in 10 years. Sure, there's the odd moment. This is consistently yesterday and today, so I don't know.
Unless somebody opts to climb up onto the 20, how many years? How old is that rock?
Oh, millions. We're going back millions and millions and millions.
So it wasn't just last swell?
No, just on. That's where all the sand came from. It just washed off. Well, we've got 3 waves ridden so far. No waves waiting to be scored. Priority is with white. Second priority with blue. Sadly, Reiki took off before the heat started, got a beauty of a wave, but it doesn't count. Here we go, our surfer in white, Dylan Horde, using his first priority. God, these guys are just getting up in the lip, clean surfing over and over. A real pleasure to watch.
So a fun fact for those viewers at home tuning in, of course the locals know this, Morro Rock is said to be over 20 million years old. And a replay here of Dylan Horde, who certainly isn't 20 million years old, showing some progressive surfing there, which earned him a 6.75. So he's rocketed up into second place. Of course, Davy Toledo with that single 8-point ride, still holding the lead.
Well, isn't that cool that somewhere along the way they've done deep core samples that they can, determine the age. And 20 million years old seems like a long time. And that's just a tick in the real history of when you go 400 million year old, fossils and things. So amazing, huh? It's hard to even fathom that kind of time span. 6.75 for Dylan's last wave. Dylan, your last wave, a 6.75. There we go. Reiki now. He finally got himself his first wave. Not quite as long as the opener that he had that didn't count. We're down to 11 minutes. Is this beautiful backhand jam by Red Ryan Huckabee. Nice split peak. Here we go. Davi Toledo was on this ride. He's still on it. The camera kind of wobbled off of it. We'll see what happened completely on that wave.
2 completed turns and a great backup to that 8-point ride. Because at this point of the heat, halfway through, as we keep saying, you want to build that house, and conditions are changing. And one of those elements that couldn't hear could have been because the wind has shifted to onshore, which has opened up air sections. But here we go. This is Davi's second wave. So a little bog on that first carve, but he knows he just needs a backup. So he rebounds it off the foam. So that'll be a
nice
mid poor to average, backup score, but it's a score. That's complete wave. So yeah, we can see you, White, just updating that situation in a moment. Waiting for the last score. So Green maintains his lead, an 8-point ride and a 3.65. Dylan and White, you're in second. You need a 4.91 to go into the lead. Red, you need a 3.76. And Reiki in blue, you need a 5.01. 9 minutes remaining.
Well, I like Cannon Carr's takeaway. When in doubt, just do what you do. He's like, I'm in a hole. I'm lost at sea. I'll just do a big air. Okay? It worked.
Well, in hindsight, here we have. We'll talk about that interview shortly. And this is Dylan. Just a little bit of a layback there. Also just trying to cement it back up. Well, that one maybe been better than a 1, but that's what he's hanging on to. But not much. And yeah, I mean, I guess every time you line up for a ramp, you want to make sure that tail's high. And if you're landing in the flats and coming out of it cleanly, you're going to go mid-range and above every time. So heat IQ there.
Big time heat IQ. Well, we just love how these rights set up for dynamic finishes, but it's all about finishing the finish. Ride out. Okay. It's so tough.
Tell you what, great bottom turn in the opening section there for Ryan, and Reiki with a great carve, good flow on this wave, and he completes.
Yeah, I really like his style. Always have liked his style. So he's a little late into this game, but he needs the 5.01. to get himself into second. He has all the talent, beautiful style. He ticks all the boxes. So we'll get the complete replay. Beautiful green-faced wave. Look at this opening, extended carve. I like that.
Great technique.
A 5.15 gets him into third. So that's it. Reiki gets a 5.15 on his last wave. Now needs a 3.91.
No way they can hear us. They're about to duck dive from their sets. So
for the beach, for their fans,
yeah,
for
yeah,
their friends.
of course.
Oh, look at this bomb! Oh my gosh!
Well, that's what we saw this morning.
Yeah,
and dozens of them. Hence the bigger board option for a lot of the surfers. I might take out my little groveler.
Yeah, sit on the inside. Chop hops.
Yeah. Or watching Stab in the Dark, just go take out a Ryan Lovelace finless and see how we go. A little rabbit's foot. Not my style.
Blow up the air mat, bring out the finless. We'd allow you to ride a boogie board here.
What had foil?
Yeah. Well, that's what I've been eyeing the harbor mouth for.
Yeah, start off in the harbor and make your way around the headland. Get a big one tomorrow. 6 minutes remaining, and our competitors are just getting obliterated by that inside section.
You can see him taking a breather.
So 5 minutes 30 remaining. Davy Toledo in green still in the lead. Dylan Horde into second place. Riker, your last wave in blue was a 5.15. You need a 3.91 to move into the placings. And red, you need a 5.06 to move into the placings. 5 minutes remaining. That next heat should paddle out if you want. You know what, jet ski assist wouldn't actually help too much today because you'd have to wait for and they wouldn't be able to go through the lineup.
Yeah,
so
they'd be circling around or tucked up against the rocks, and yep.
You'd have to wait for the ski to get in. And red down the beach, so falling off on his second turn earlier. Beautiful, huge spray. Can't get a second one in, but he sent. If there was a drought anywhere, he just ended that because it went miles into the sky, that spray.
Creating rain. And now we have another surfer down the way. This is Davy Toledo, our heat leader. So kind of just taking the down road.
Nice style as well.
Yeah. And you said he's from Santa Cruz?
No, he did well up there.
Oh, he did well up there.
Yeah.
I think that's Philippe's brother.
Semi-finals.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, made finals actually, yeah.
Philippe's brother. Younger brother?
Toledo surname.
Well, I think we've established that before. I could be wrong, but I think it is. Yes, it is. Yep. So what's it like to hang out with your two-time world champ older brother in San Clemente and be like, well, got any tips? Let's go surf.
I'll tell you what, he's got a free-flowing style.
Yeah, he sure does.
The way he's utilizing that wave, and he's not relying on single turns or explosive maneuvers. He's doing it with a pretty calm, cool, collected style. So
right on. Some scores drop in. Ryan, your last wave a 6.5. Ryan, your last wave a 6.5. Davey, your last wave a 4.6. So you extended your lead a little bit. Priorities with Dylan, who is in second. Ryan, you're in third with second priority, needing a 5.26.
So we're going to yell out loud.
Yeah.
So
Dylan, you're in second place. Your last wave was a 5. You have first priority. Ryan, you're in third place. You have second priority. You need a 5.26. Your last wave surfed was a 6.5. Two and a half minutes left in the heat. Reiki, you need a 6.61 to get into advancing position. Davey, you're in first place. You have an 8, and your last wave was a 4.6. You were out in front in first place. There's 2 minutes left in the heat. White is in second place with priority. Red in third with second priority. Ryan needing a 5.26 to go into second. Well, there it is. Strategic. White had to hold off Red. Red will have first priority now with 1 minute left. Yeah, it went to Red, right? Yeah. So, Red, you have first priority. First priority with 40 seconds left. You need a 5.26. It's such a trip to sit here. You see waves on the horizon. You don't know if there's surf potential in them. You don't know.
They don't know either.
Yeah, what are they reading? What are they seeing? White is up with 17 seconds left. Well, it's going to be a Hail Mary for Red. 5, 4, 3, 2,
and he pulls it off.
1. Ryan Huckabee on the buzzer gets the wave with priority.
And a reform as well.
Through to the inside. Will he get a bonus hit? Will that be the 5.26? Interesting scenario earlier. Dylan Horde had to go for this right because they were right next to each other. Didn't get the wave, got obliterated. Priority goes to Ryan.
The drama.
The drama. Well, I know we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back. We'll recap what's going on and who's advancing.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Get rad, get in air, adrenaline.
Well, we are back live and direct here for the SLO Open in Morro Bay. A beautiful day of surfing all day. We are getting to the tail end. This is the 12th heat of the round of 64 of the men's. We are in the water. Wheeler Hasberg, Luke Ginaldo, Cooper Jewell, and Jack Zoltan right now up in red. Wheeler Hasberg. He's another one of Gerlach's wave key kids. This guy rips.
That was sick.
Yeah, Brad's got a great stable of kids.
Oh, and same with that.
Yeah.
For Luke. We talk about different body shapes and different techniques, but two contrasting styles there, equally functional. And waves too. We got those. I mean, I would say the lefts have been a lot shorter today which is opposed to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, they're not running down that long sandbar as frequently.
So let's dissect Wheeler here. So eyeing off down the line, projects up into the lip. And here another one, straightens up the bottom turn and just two. That was very good timing, and the way that he was able to dissect that wave and fit the 2 turns in and make it look like he wanted to do it. He wasn't forced to do it. That's key. That beautiful turn there, really putting his body into it. That's that solid stance that we see so common across the championship tour these days, really involving the whole body. It's not that styly drop knee that we're so used to seeing from goofy footers in years past, but that was a fully committed backside carve there that, you know what, it was popularized back in the day by Butch Van Aertsdalen and then Wayne Lynch, and that correlated into modern day surfing throughout the eras. But so Luke in blue, your first wave is a 5, but Wheeler, your opening wave in red was an 8-point ride, and he's just ducking under that wave. So the judges really liking what they're seeing. And
what was so amazing, and you were talking about that, but Wheeler's wave, his technique and his weight transfer, everything about his shoulder lines, when he was pushing, when he was letting off, all those subtle little nuances translated into 2 perfect turns, into an excellent score. I mean, it's so subtle, but so, when it happens, it's undeniable. And there it is, red, a beautiful 8-point opener. Luke, your first wave, a 5.0. Well, I guess the wave key training definitely paying off for Wheeler Hasberg over the years. It's so cool how, Brad can effectively touch whoever, wherever via Zoom and his classes. And great success happening. And I know he was working with them before during Pismo. I'm not sure now.
One update, Red just signaling there. So 8-point ride for Red, 8-point ride. 15 minutes, 50 remaining. Blue requiring a 3.01 now. And green and white yet to open up their account.
Well, really cool to have David Toledo here.
Santa Cruz, yeah. Thank God.
All right, well, take it away with Davey. We want to hear more about that 8.
So carrying that momentum from Santa Cruz, you were blowing up. A board change from yesterday. You were looking really confident out there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, keep the momentum going. The boys are hyping me up. I did a quick board change. I felt like my other board was kind of flying everywhere, so I optioned for a PU. So it's working pretty well. I surf with this board up in Santa Cruz as well, so that's something I keep in mind, and it's working. So let's go.
And the colder climate's obviously coming from up there and back down to here. You adapting all right?
Yeah, still not wearing booties or a 4.3, but we're getting it done. 20-minute heat, so we're still warm out there. Monero suits are keeping me warm.
And you've got a style. It's your own style. I mean, some would call it steezy, but who do you look to? Who are your inspirations?
There's definitely a few guys that I look up to, especially my brother, being one of them. Ethan, Griffin. I know all the boys in San Clemente as well. They all push the level, so those are guys to look up to. And always the Brazilian boys, we're always training together and getting stuff done. So those are guys that I look up to, and they're my idols. So my friends are my idols.
And you want to have a shout out to anyone in Portuguese or anyone back in San Clemente?
For sure. Shout out to all my sponsors. And galera que tá assistindo em casa, tamo junto. Beijo à minha família, meus amigos, todo mundo que tá acompanhando aí, que tá mandando a vibe. Vamos pra próxima e vamos tirar as ganzeiras que vai ter onda, viu? It's gonna be big, so let's go.
Unreal. He's on a roll. We're going to go into live action.
Yes, I like that. I like the big smile, the bright eyes saying it's going to be big. Let's go. You got to want it. So good intel there. We've had some few waves ridden. Luke Ginaldo in the blue, up and out on his second wave there, so doesn't look like anything was happening on that. Let's quick back up for our surfer in red. Blew the fins, almost rode out. So did all the good dynamic work, and then there was a few wobbles up the face, maybe buried his rail in him. Down the beach now, Jacques Zoltan chasing this small one down the sandbar, definitely going really flat on him, so not going to be a big score. His opening wave, though, all the same, needed that with 12.5 minutes left. Cooper Jewell, he's found a wave down there, also on that long, slopey left-hand sandbar. Hard to say if those are the waves. It seems like the last few that we've seen running away, they're not standing up and giving much opportunity. They're really they're bending out to sea. They're having to push and flat and do a bit of hopping, not able to just keep the rail keeping speed with the rail after maybe the opening turn.
Yeah, that wave really
just flattening out.
Yeah, going flat. Very uncharacteristic for the day. We saw a few waves like that yesterday. But yeah, in live action, we'll go back to that dynamic finish there from Wheeler.
Yeah, love watching that kid surf. He got a nice right just now. Score about to drop in, so we'll get it on the replay. And Luke Ginaldo using that priority. That wave fizzles out on him, so we'll go to the replay, hopefully with our surfer in red. Yes. So it was all about the finish turn. Did the busy work, wanted to get rid of the 1.5, build on his beautiful 8-point opener, which he's going to do. Probably a mid-range 5. And this is live. A nice. Look at how calm and summertime-ish it looks. Doesn't seem like the roaring wildness of this morning at all. Flicks the tail into that oncoming section, Jacques Zoltan. So he didn't need much, a 4.76.
You know, I had a friend ask me what dynamic means when we say dynamic turn or end section or approach to the wave, but it's a change to the process. So if someone's pumping down the line and it's just a standard rebound, that is what we're come to expect. When someone actually kicks the tail and is using their board and their body in a unique fashion, that's where the dynamic approach, that creativity can come into it. Might just still be an end section. We see here. So that's Jacques Zoltan, a little snap there. Yeah, that's something we haven't seen too much today, and it won't be a super high wave, but it was a nice combination of maneuvers.
Yeah, so like that was a bit more of a kick than a full rail slam.
Yeah. Where Wheeler, your last wave was a 5.25, so you've extended your lead. So red out in the lead. Green, you've gone into second with a 5.25 on your last wave. Green into second. Blue, you're looking for a 2.76 with a score still to drop. And white, looking for a 4.76. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, I think that word dynamic is so relevant to surfing, especially when we're in competitions. We're so used to seeing the house being built, as we're referred to, those safe 2 waves. But when somebody can come along on a set and really perform something in a section that is unpredictable, and they're using their body, their board, and reading the wave slightly different, it could just be the line they're drawing, that's dynamic. And the judges enjoy that because it's the wow factor. And it's not because they're doing crazy air in particular or something that's choreographed. It just comes from the feeling of the day. It comes right throughout the judging. Like Kolohe took off on a set wave, but was it dynamic? Not so much. It was just a giant set wave.
Yeah.
Had he done that 5th heat of the day? Yeah, unique.
Definitely. And again, it's that the surfer tapping into that authentic moment that the wave is offering, and when you see a different line that the surfer takes than you might have expected, that's what's intriguing, that's what's engaging, that's what pulls you in as a viewer. And so then we'll use that term dynamic, because we're all sitting here thinking one line, and the surfer's interpreted completely different.
Here we go. Is Cooper 2-stage carve back into the pocket, so just setting up these maneuvers, ramping up for the inside section. We'll see what Cooper's got in stall here, but just trying to build that heat total on that one will not be it. So fading away, much like his other wave beforehand. So, I mean, those waves a little more open-faced, better for longboard surfing, not offering those steep, critical sections that the judges are looking for.
Not at all. Do you know how many entrants? I haven't seen the longboard, the draw. Is it like the round of 48? Is it
right
16
now,
heats, or is it?
It is
8 heats.
So we have
just under 6 minutes, surfers. All scores are in. Wheeler in first. Jack Zoltan in second with a 2.5 and a 5.25. Luke, you have first priority. You are in third. You need a small score, a 2.76, and Cooper needing a 4.76 to advance. Sets coming. They're all going to get caught inside, it looks like. Look how clean and glassy it is right now. It's beautiful.
We have 40 men in the longboard draw. And women, we have 24.
Mm-hmm. So 6 heats.
And some new names as well.
So how are they going to do the 40? Well, they'll have
so
eight.
The first round will have 4 heats of 4. And then it'll go to a seeded round where there's 8 heats with 3 in them with a seed to go in.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we'll wait to hear when that's going to kick off, either tomorrow or the next day. Or under 5 minutes, surfers. Just under 5 minutes.
And back to the philosophy of professional surfing, if we view surfing as just, numbers and facts, the surfer can't. How can they possibly incorporate their creative flair? We see blue and red up and riding. So watching blue, going with blue, Luke eyeing off this section, and he gets the finish. So only looking for a marginal score, and that will go into his scoreline, no doubt replacing that 2.25. We'll see where the judges go with it. But we've got to read the ocean. We've got to be the best versions of ourselves. We've got to be fit, have clarity to make those decisions in those small 20-minute heats. You know, we've got to act quickly and use our body and our equipment to our advantage. That's why it's so helpful to have a mentor or a coach to look after all the background stuff and guide that surfer in the direction. It could just be the boards they're riding, you know, their mental approach, or even just the lack of understanding of their art, the history and the culture behind it, and those that have walked the same line before you. If you're studying, you think life's so hard, you're balancing life on the QS and you study, well, welcome to professional surfing. There's thousands that have done it and are doing it right now around the world and in many other sports as well. But it's those who can really tap into their creative flow who will end up, when they reach the CS and reach the CT, bring that creative flair needed to be a world champion.
And that is their end goal. But, boy, does it take a team, you know. And it's funny to listen to stories of Aki Barton Lynch, you know, Tommy Carroll. Like, none of them had Martin Potter. No one. Damien, you know. Hardman. No one had coaches. I mean, maybe there was a coach for Rip Curl or whatever it might have been. But it wasn't like these kids, they have teams.
2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Red out in the lead. Luke, your last wave, a 5.75 just dropped, so you've gone into second place. Jack and Green now needing a 5.51, and White, you need a 7.75. So red and blue, first, second, and Green needing a 5.51, and White a 7.75. And also not losing the love for surfing. You know, understanding that this is a lifelong pursuit, and not forgetting the purpose to why he started. You see the biggest smile on, you know, Kalohe's face, and he's the most experienced competitor in this draw.
Yeah, big time.
And he's stoked.
I wanted to say something, but loving his little rat tail. He has his rat tail going down the back.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. The semi faux hawk happening. Up in blue, Luke Ginaldo. You know, he had to go on. This is the bonus section. Double whammy. We saw, who was that? It was Reed Platinus that had a wave like that earlier. Went left, or went right, then came left, but came unstuck.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Luke Ginaldo, though, pulls it off.
Wow.
Could extend his position. Jack Zoltan with just under a minute and priority in the green.
Maybe a good call.
Needs the 5.51, but it might be more. So there it is. He needs a 5.9 now. Green, you need a 5.9. White, you need an 8.15 to advance.
See that replay, just launching himself into that wave. A nice layback jam there. And again, a little foam climb. All right, on the outside section, we have Wheeler trying to extend his lead. Just a single turn there and smashes that section, and he'll make his way in.
He just surfs big. Anything he takes off on, he's not going to mess around. He's going to engage his rails, surf big. We'll count you guys out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Quick break, and we will be back with heat number 13.
In the land of SLO, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO now.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, here. A massive set has just rolled through to bless this heat that hadn't even gotten itself into the lineup yet. Here we are at Morro Bay, beautiful Central California for the SoCal Open, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. Baldy and Waxhead, we have been calling the action all day. We started with the women's round of 48, moved into the round of 64 of the men's. We are on heat 13, and actually in the water right now, getting tumbled before your eyes, is the winner of the last Morro Bay event in Taj Lindblad. So this is not the way he wanted to start off. You know, you think you get all this time to paddle out before your heat, sit, relax, regroup, get your game plan. Instead, what happens? One of the bigger sets of the day comes colliding around the rocks and washes
that
you
really
in.
that was top to bottom, that one as well.
Did you see the refraction of the one? It hit the rock and like a barrel went north for 50 yards. So Taj, you can see him in the red, making his way the furthest out. The rest of the lot, he's just getting scrambled eggs on the inside. Well, not an ideal beginning, but in this heat, Taj Lindblad in the red, our current champion of the event from earlier this year in late February. Parker Cohen in the blue, Lucas McMahon in the white, and Laird Lavique in the green. They all got lulled to sleep with the joy and happiness of those last bunch of heats being a little smaller, I suppose. All right, another Canadian Lottie. Wheeler, surfing for Canada. He was probably down at the ISA World Junior Games. Take it away. Tell us about that heat.
Wow, terrific technique and stamping your authority. Could you hear us out there? Did you know what your scores are coming in at?
Just when there was like no waves, then there was like the opportunity to like wave and say, what did I ask what I got? But yeah, it was fun.
And any nerves going into that, or pretty confident?
I actually felt pretty confident. You know, I was just all loose and I was kind of just in a mental state where I was okay with any outcome, and I was just gonna go for it, and that's what I did.
Yeah, you certainly did. You maximized your potential, and you looked at the challenges as opportunity, and you made the most of it. And the judges really liking the dynamic finishes. And how important is it to understand your equipment and to understand your body and what it's capable of when those sections appear?
Oh yeah, it's so important. Like first off, like the equipment I'm on has been feeling amazing. Thank you, Xanadu. And then it's just with the technique, everything. I've been just doing wave key and working with Brad, and he's been getting me dialed in, and so I just don't have to think about anything out in the water and just feel it out and just surf, you know?
I subscribe to Wave Key too, and it's really interesting looking at that board. It's just face it. It's like actually like a flat deck up on your chest and forward, which is really interesting. You can just see how flat it is. Is that something unique to your boards? Do they all have that sort of feature?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. This is actually one of the thicker boards I've ever ridden. I used to ride like really, really thin boards, and I went a little step up just because of the waves. So he's the master, Xanadu. He just knows, and so I'm so grateful to have a lot of good guys in my corner.
Cool, you certainly are, and you're carrying that momentum on. We'll get to see you tomorrow, hopefully. Anyone at home you want to give a shout out to?
Mom, Dad, sister Jensen, and yeah, my coaches, and yeah, everything. You.
All right, back to live action, Baldy.
Oh, I love it. I'm feeling that interview. Yes, good team to surround. Xanadu, one of the master craftsmen on planet Earth for high-performance surfboards and other craft too, by the way. Great guy. I've had hundreds and hundreds of Xanadus that worked incredible. Brad also master of wave key and Wheeler's coach in that regard, has also rode many Xanadus, went to #2 in the world on a Xanadu. So it's great, and it's so cool to see the kids having so much pride in their national flag that they, keep on their board. The ISA sticker, a lot of them just returned from the ISA World Juniors down in Brazil, and they're understanding the importance of what's going on in the world of surfing, and they carry that, man. They carry it as a badge of honor now. It's great. Well, during that interview, Taj Lindblad had a quick up and down, a 3.75 on his opener. Woo, man. Nice, powerful turn there for Laird Lavik up in the corner. And as we move through these rounds, from the 64 into the 34, obviously the talent level just ratchets up. You know, the best of the best, the people on the best of their game for the waves and the conditions at this event. Strong surfing there. Straight away, a 5.75. Green, your last wave, a 5.75. Taj, your first wave, a 3.75. Well, I think tomorrow, although we're not done today, we have another 7:30 kickoff. So the event will start early, but I'll give that official update when I get the schedule. Here we go. Taj Lindblad on his second wave. Wow, I love how he got a torque into that oncoming peak and again rode through both those sections with convincing style and grace. Taj Lindblad, current champion of this event, gets a 6-point ride. You know, it's a flat, confusing wave, but it gave him the 2 opportunities right after the first bottom turn, that middle section, and the finish turn. 6-point ride for Taj Lindblad. Oh, wow. Blue was up. I couldn't see him. Parker Cohen on his opener. Oh, I was looking right, so that's it. He had a blue, went left, quick 1 turn. Parker Cohen got a 4.1. Have to wait for them to paddle back out and settle in before I can let them know what's going on. You got to wonder, after all day of the tide moving around and this swell today, what has it done to the sandbar? Has it helped it out at all for what we're anticipating is a increase in swell size tomorrow, possibly into the next day? We would love to see the potential for long shouldering waves, peaks in between, not just big walls. But we can't really predict, we can't really change the outcome. Here we are, 10.5 minutes. Let me recap. Taj, you are in the lead. Taj Lindblad, you are in first. You have a 3.75 and a 6.0. Laird, you're in second place. Your wave was a 5.75. Parker, your last wave, your first wave, a 4.10. And Lucas, a throwaway 1-point ride. Priority is white, blue, red. Arms raised. What's going on here? Just under 10 minutes. Oh, okay. I can't see it on the screen. Taj, you have a 3.75 and your last wave was a 6. You're in first place. You have a 3.75 and a 6. Laird, you're in second place. You have a 5.75. Parker, you're in third place with a 4.10. Priority is white, blue, red. Just over 8 minutes left. Ooh, a split peak. Both surfers going. Lucas on the left. Parker went on the right. So will these two surfers get the scores they needed to go up into second place or on further on into first? Parker needed a 1.66. Lucas needing a 4.7. We'll see where these waves drop in. Oh, well, just based on that first combo, very stylish down carve, second turn. That's it. Parker Cohen with a 6.5 goes straight up into the lead. Now Taj Lindblad in second. Looks like, well, Lucas got a nice finish on that wave. Waiting for his score to come in, and then Laird had a wave in between all of that. So getting a nice little bit of intel from our buddy Bradley Gerlach, of course. He's always on it. Love it. Baldridge. That's what he calls me. That's what his dad would call me. Papa Gur. Baldridge. Great commentary with you and the Wax Head. Informative, refreshing. Hey, just to get facts right, I went to number 1 on Xanadu. I had said 2. He's a classic. And then he goes on to say some other stuff. Yep. Wheelers. The best student, by the way. Been working with him closely for 2 years now, and yes, we do know that because I know back in Pismo, and so it's great to have the world tuning in.
I was going to mention about the Xanadus, but I didn't want to interrupt any situation, what boards he's on now, and didn't want to add any incentive because Brad's still ripping as maybe not as fast as he was back then or as explosive, but certainly in tune with his technique and his body and the ocean. Perhaps more than ever, because as you get older and you get more observant and you're able to incorporate those other elements and have a different outlook on the purpose as to why we do things.
Yes, indeed.
So 4 minutes 10 on the clock. Parker and Blue out in the lead, and Taj holding priority, needing a 4.61 to go into the lead. Laird in green, you require a 4.01, and Lucas in white, you require a 5.86.
All right, Green, we see your arms. Laird, you have a 5.75 and a 3.4. You're in third place. You need a 4.01. Parker is in first. Taj is in second. There's 3.5 minutes left. Priority is white or red, white, green. Oh, he's not wasting any time with that third priority. Nope, that one's not going to open up for him.
Green down the line. Beautiful setup carve for Laird. And here he is ramping up this end section. Snaps it into the wash. And that's one of the furthest north takeoffs we've seen all day. And the surfers opting to go up there on the other side of the current. And back on this side of the current, we have our surfer in blue here. So heat leader Parker coming off his board. So he was looking to drop a 4.10. That won't be it. It's all based on Laird's last wave. So 1 minute 50 remaining.
Will this wave for Laird be the score he needs? A 4.01. He, rode quite a ways across the face, and then we know he got a beautiful finish. Opens up, nice sweeping carve, and a lot of setup, but he just had to get across it. That's it. Good technique, good powerful finish. So this is a critical score, and with Taj now in red in second with priority, you'd think he'd want to surf a wave quickly to get rid of this 3.75 because he's not safe at the moment.
And it is enough. Laird, you have gone into second place. Taj, you're down in third. You need a 4.35, and Lucas, you now need a 6.45. Blue in the lead, green in second, red in third, white in fourth.
So there's some waves coming. Anticipation. Priority with red. Past champion. The current champion. Taj Lindblad. All of it on the line right now with 42 seconds left. Will a wave come?
Yep,
Well, he's going to stroke into the corner of this little right. Now these kids from San Clemente, they all surf so incredible. Nice cutback. Big committed layback. So... wow.
And he's got more on the end section, maybe. He's pumping down the line. He is. And out the back, we've got some riding too. So, wow. Strong finish there from Taj in red. So he was in third, counting down.
I'll count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, great teamwork there, Waxhead. We've got a lot going on. And, will Taj get the score? I mean, boy, he gave the judges everything to think about. We haven't seen someone ride to the shore yet in the entire event, or maybe one person yesterday. Well, it's a 6.20 for Taj Lindblad. Goes back into the lead, gets the work done. Moving on through, Taj Lindblad and Parker Cohen. Quick commercial break, and we will count the next heat in.
In the land of Slow Cow, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of Slow Cow now.
life on coast in Morro Bay.
Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Back to the SLO Open at Morro Bay. We are into heat number 14, a round of 64, and results of that last heat. We did have Lindblad taking the win, the buzzer beater. And then from Parker Cohn in blue and Laird in green, just missing the cut. 10.35, and Lucas McMahon in white coming in fourth. We're going to catch up with Taj and speak to him about what was happening in those last few minutes.
And coming up in the next heat, Wesley Santos, Lucas Austin, Kai Grani, and Grayson Grant. That is going to be heat 15. Ooh. Sometimes it's hard to see some of the surfers. The camera's doing a great job of finding them in the mist. Oh, no? Okay. That's right, yesterday. So Jack Zeitz, that is who dislocated his shoulder yesterday. Unfortunately, whatever. He thought maybe he could make it for today, but I've dislocated my shoulders and elbows and other things, and that takes a bit more time than one day. So best to him. Hope that he can heal up well and get himself ready for the next and up-and-coming event in January, and if not, the following events. We always come back better through injury, it seems like. We have that time away to reflect, regroup, figure out what our real motivations are, and just drill down a bit deeper in finding self. So best to Jack, and here we are in this heat. White, beautiful. I love the lighting that's going on here today and this afternoon. Nice two-turn combo and carrying the speed well. Looks like that board suits the movement of the ocean nicely for Mackay. Kai Yang in the blue opened with a 3.5. Woo! Quick carve. A lot going on there for Sam Coffey. This reform working for him down the beach. Carrying the drone going as fast as it can to follow him. That was really beautiful drone work. Thank you to Run Amok. It threw me off for a second. I was wondering what angle is this? What camera? And I realized this is the drone following Sam Coffey in the red. Look at the lighting. It's so sharp. Our surfer in white, Mackay Bray. Three solid turns to open the heat with. That was the turn that I saw. Sam Coffey burying the full rail, nose to tail. So a three-man affair out there right now since Jack Zeitz got injured yesterday. Oh, we are ready. Sorry about that, Taj. Great job out there. Take it away.
A buzzer beater coming right down to the end. At last 40 seconds, you managed to pick up a wave. Did you know your situation paddling into that last one?
Yeah, I could kind of hear. I heard I needed a score, so I was like, better try and make it worth it.
Yeah. Now, you didn't just get the score, but you hammered it shut. You got more than the requirement. What's your heat IQ like? Obviously, you know a lot about scoring. You're an experienced competitor. But what goes through your mind? Do you just want to get that score, or do you understand what the difference between, say, a 4, a 6, and an 8 is?
Yeah, but if the wave off, so I was like ready to finally get through a heat. In good waves in Hawaii, sore.
Well, they would have been in the edge of their seat, maybe having
championship tour this coming year, so she's in Hawaii right now prepping. We've watched her come through all these events. That's insane. Good job. Wow, the Sawyer family, they must be so stoked. And when Taj says he hadn't advanced out of a heat since May, so does that mean it was back at the Narrabeen event that those were his last advancements? Because he went there and did well.
That's
so
correct.
That must have been the last event that he won heats in, and there he went quite far, I think, to the quarterfinals or something.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Narrabeen. And you know what? It was
and he almost had a semifinal berth.
That's
right.
right. So
yeah, he had the kid's name? Rip curl. Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, he went on a heater. So
against the ropes.
But
And all of a sudden,
have a look at this replay. Just in that time. Watch this. He comes up. They've got that onshore chop now. Bang! Layback. Disappears. Rides out with flow. So Mackay Bray. We've got a score still to drop. And that was Kaitlin King there. So we're opening up with a 6.75 for Mackay.
Yeah, he had a beautiful 3-turn left during or right before the interview. Then now this backup right. So would that have been? Oh, that's a new wave coming in for Kaitlin.
Yeah. So I think that was pretty explosive. I think for Mackay's right hand of the judges, a 6.2. So backing that 6.75 up with the 6.2 for White out in the lead. And this is the replay of Kian's wave. Beautiful opening carve there. Gets low. Puts it up into the lip. Looking for more, and there isn't any.
Now Sam Coffey, there's no end to surfing happening. Oh. These kids are going off, or young men. How can I say kids? These young men. And remember, so Jack is who dislocated his shoulder.
Yep.
Yesterday.
So Sam displacing a lot of water on that wave. Bit of flat water and banking that one off the top. So not a lot of pumping required today because of the power in the waves, but we've seen it back off a little bit in this heat. 11 minutes 10 remaining. White out in the lead with a 6.2 and a 6.75. Red, 6.71 required to go to first. Your last wave is a 4.5. Blue, you require a 4.81. You're in third place. And green, a combination of scores, but your shoulder is dislocated and you are probably on the beach. You're tuning into the webcast right now. $10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. White, red, in that order. So blue, you need a 4.81. Blue, a 4.81 required. You're in third position. And no takers on that one. Blue was having a look at that with priority. A foamy monster of a wave, really difficult to surf. A 4.81 needed for blue. They can't hear us right now with all the commotion. There's a slight onshore breeze that's come up in the last hour, and that will not be helping these surfers listen to the requirements. You can see our drone out there hovering, getting the fantastic angles. That's run amok. Looking up over the end mountain there. That's Cambria just in the distance. Beautiful barren landscape with the highway just hugging the coast all the way around. A plethora of surf spots and beautiful places to stay. Some amazing Mexican food and fishing bars and restaurants down here at Morro Bay, and Slow-Mo County has got it all. Surfing for Hope Classic, so we've got the longboards coming up later in the week. Hopefully the swell will die down for them, but before it gets smaller, it's going to get a lot bigger. With 8 minutes 20 left on the clock, you'll see this long period swell dissipate at times. And if you are just checking the surf right now, you're going to say it's 2 feet. You might take out a groveler. There's some little air sections, but until those sets come in, which are 2 to 3 times the size of what we're seeing on the camera right now, it's been a entertaining day of surfing. And the highlight package, if you guys look back, will be exciting to say the least. Excellent range scores and heat totals. So white out in the lead, red in second, needing a 6.71. Blue requiring a 4.81. You're in third. And green needing a combination of scores, but you're not out in the water, so we're going to stop saying that. 7 minutes 30. Jack yesterday dislocating his shoulder, finished, made the heat, and went to claim, put his left arm up and realized it wouldn't go up. And that's when he realized he had to surf in, couldn't jump on his stomach. He had to surf that wave in and get attended to by the lifeguard. And the waves temporarily gone flat in between sets. A good chance to give a shout out to our title sponsor, Visit Slow Cow. It's 80 miles of coastline. They're encouraging surf culture. Events at Pismo and Morro Bay aligned with Surfing for Hope. To the south, Montana, Dioro, and Polly Canyon. You can bring your bike, hiking boots, fishing rod, or surfboards and enjoy it all. Incredible food, and of course the idyllic backdrop. We've got Morro Rock here, said to be 20 million years at least old. So one of 7 volcanoes, 2 out in the ocean and 5 inland. And see those sets starting to march. So the sets, if you're checking those waves, it's not longboardable at the moment, or it's certainly not what you'd look at as a typical SoCal style nose riding wave. This is Central California, and we have a northwest long period groundswell grooming Morro Bay. 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining. And Blue coming off the bottom, smacking that one off the top, and incomplete. So a crucial time of the heat. Kian needing a 4.81. That would have been close to getting the score. So 4 minutes 45 remaining. That's always the risk when you... I mean, mid-4s, that's a score that you can't play it safe. You on a single turn, you have to go for it.
Yeah, and especially when the wave doesn't offer, you know, a ton of potential, a quick section. So I was reflecting on my quick little break there from Brad's back to the wave key in Xanadu. And yes, he went up to #1 on Xanadu's boards and then really like put Xanadu on the map, getting quite a few other amazing world champions. Lisa Anderson won a world title on a Xanadu. Brad was so close. So shout out to all the team, the history of surfing. It's great that, you know, the upper echelon of such generational surfers tune in all the time and are involved with the young surfers now, up and riding with priority. Sam Coffey, a big bombing section. Will he ride through it? No, he does not. So maybe
left the door open
a little bit early to that section, just a foot or two early, maybe.
3 minutes 30 left on the clock. No change in positions. Blue still looking for a 4.81 and green a 10 point. Well, sorry, he's not here. He's at home or perhaps in the car park. So blue looking for a 4.81.
Hopefully he's somewhere secure, happy and warm with an ice pack on that thing. You know, there's not much you can do for dislocated joints other than reset them and rest and heal up. Yeah, it takes a while. Those ligaments and tendons and big muscle groups, you know, go into a bit of shock, stretched enough to dislocate, and then fortunately he got it back in instantly within 5 minutes of dislocating. The lifeguards were on the spot for him.
Oh.
Fortunately, and where he came in, the lifeguards were stationed.
Well,
so
thankfully, he was able to ride in.
Yeah, right, exactly.
He rode in on his feet, so that was yesterday. I've still got a lull, so yeah, no change in position. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. White out in the lead. Red, you need a 6.71 to go to the lead, and blue needs a 4.81. No change. Two-minute mark. And also our partner sponsors there, the Allen Group, who are putting up a lot of the background stuff. Of course, they've got 3 hotels, including the Best Western San Marcos Hotel, the Slow Cow Roots Dispensary, 805 Beer, Meathead Movers, Midstate Containers, Cow Poly Journalism, Giffen Equipment Rentals, American Riviera Bank, Alpha Fire Unlimited, Peak Wi-Fi, Sex Wax, which is crucial out here, and Pedago Bikes, Pismo Beach. Approaching the 1 minute mark. Priority with White. Red having a look at this. And down the beach, we have White as well.
So nothing doing, nothing for Sam Coffey on that one. Mackay in the white was down the beach, the heat leader. Just over 40 seconds now. And really, Keon Yang with priority in the dying seconds. Will he get an opportunity to get that 4.81? Nothing changed in the score lines with the other surfers, so we've seen it happen quite a few times today. Right on the buzzer, Keon has the opportunity if a wave makes it to him in time.
10 seconds.
Well, I think I'm going to count it out, and we will see 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Opportunity does not land for young Keon Yang in the blue. Moving on through, Mackay Bray and Sam Coffey into the round of 32. Coming up next, right after a quick commercial break, Heat 15. 2 heats left for today, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the land of wide open spaces, full of hidden secrets. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Since 2012, Surfing for Hope has been helping families navigate through cancer using the healing benefits of surfing and the ocean. Each year, we host a number of surfing-related community events to shine a spotlight on the fight against cancer. Visit surfingforhope.org to sign up for one of our free beginner surf camps. And come join us December 8th for our 12th annual Cancer Benefit Concert featuring Tom Curran. See you there.
Welcome to the land of complex wines and simple pleasures. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Jeff Baldwin here with Waxhead. We are into Heat 15. Wesley Santos up and riding. Big, powerful Brazilian who's been living in California in Huntington for quite a while now. We've seen him. I saw him during the Pismo event do one of the most amazing Supermans. I mean, he was 6 feet above the lip, perfectly executed.
And this was in the break. This is Lucas's opening wave, and he went to town. 3 turns, 4 turns, and this is one of those waves that hits the current and runs down the beach, and he finishes in the foam there. So about 6 turns on that wave. Of course, it's not quantity, it's quality, so the judge is dissecting those individual maneuvers. And that type of wave is going against the trend of the day and the growing swell, which is meant to be almost double the size tomorrow. But of course, we know with long period swell predicted to be up to 17 seconds, there can be long intervals too.
Long intervals that lull them to sleep to be on the inside, and then the washing comes, the big thunderous whitewashes that they duck dive 50 of. A nice replay of Wesley Santos always staying stable over the front and the back of his board. Yeah, well spoken, super cool kid. Or man, he's a man. What am I talking about? Young father, living in Huntington. Lucas in the blue opens with a 6.5. Wesley's score somewhere around the 5 range, about to drop in. A 4.75 Wesley. Red, you got a 4.75. Blue, a 6.5. Here we go. Our surfer Kai in the white on his opening wave. Into the shadows. Only the top of the spray finding the light of the day. So can you imagine another few feet on top of this morning? It is going to be wild. Those early morning surfs. There's going to be some hearts pounding tomorrow morning.
And that set went against the grain again. It's been a little smaller in these last couple of heats, but we're going to cruise down and speak to Mackay, who's just made his way in from that last heat and that heat win.
Yes, another great heat win for Mackay Bray. The interview will happen soon. Kai Gale gets a 5.25. All right, we're going to throw it down to Matt, who is with Mackay.
So a heat win in conditions that went against the grain. It's been bombing all day. You guys had a big interval. So what was it like? You waiting for those little mid-sized ones, or what was going through your mind?
Well, at first I was like, maybe I should go take the bigger set off the rock, but they weren't really coming in at first, so I got this like insider one, more like a medium-sized one. The medium-sized ones were working a lot better. They stood up better.
It's been a long day. Were you down here early? What's your program? Were you prepping back at home, or did you go back and forth a few times?
Yeah, so usually I'll surf like in the morning, then like get warm again for like 2 hours and surf my heat. Yeah.
And was there ever going to be a board choice, or you were pretty committed from the get-go?
Pretty committed from the get-go. Riding this driver, feel pretty good.
Perfect, yeah. It seems to be a popular board for a lot of the winners today. Anyone at home tuning in, or anyone here to support that you want to give a shout-out to?
Yeah, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Hi, Grandma Karen.
Heaps of mums and dads, grandparents, sisters, girlfriends, all getting a shout-out. So, yeah, continue on your roll. We'll see you tomorrow, Mackay. Are you looking forward to the swell coming up?
Oh, yeah, I can't wait.
All right, Radical Surfing on the way. We're going to go back to live action.
Yes, well, congratulations, and congratulations to all the moms, dads, grandparents, and all the supporting cast of these young athletes making their way, hopefully out of the, the nest of regional surfing out into the big wide world on the Challenger Series. It's a long goal. Blue, Lucas, your opening wave was a 6.5. Red, your opening wave, a 4.75. White, your first wave, a 5.25. So right now, blue in first, white in second, red in third with first priority. Grayson, your first wave, a small one, a 1. Priority is red, blue, green. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on through these heats, we are into heat number 15. This is the second to last heat of the day. Still don't have an update on the schedule for tomorrow, but I'm assuming we probably kick off at 7:30. I will wait to hear from our contest director. Well, so far today, an amazing, action-packed, surf-filled day. Plenty of surf up here in the Central Coast. Morro Bay does not disappoint. Year after year, we get consistently good surf. Wild open ocean beach break. Nice finish there for Kai Gale. All right, that's it. The official 7 o'clock call for a, well, maybe a 7:30 start, but a 7 o'clock call. Athletes be here then. Ben, okay, so we don't know yet, but with the anticipation of the swell, we have that freedom. Be here early, 7 o'clock call, and we will let you know if it's going to be men's or women's in the water first. That is how it's going to play out. So for you viewing at home, tune in tomorrow then also at that time, and we will let you know. Quick replay. Even though the shadow is long off of the Morro Rock, the sun is still shining out there for the surfers. And who do we have on our left live in front of us? I think that might have been Wesley Santos. Or is that Grayson Grant over there? That's Grayson on the replay, sliding the fins, and he does ride out, ladies and gentlemen. So that's it. So Wesley has a wave to be scored. He had a long left, and he went into the lead, a 5.75, so we'll have to catch up on the replay. He was way down the beach, hundreds of yards down the beach, surfing kind of alone, but he got a great score. Good score, 5.75, went into first place. Grayson Grant on his last wave. There it is, Wesley Santos. Yeah, very fluid, very stylish, huh? The hair whipping back as he generated so much speed off that second turn.
Yeah, he really loaded up on that second and third turn, keeping that speed and momentum through and then tapping it. Judd is always loving those seamless transitions. It's so easy just to connect turns with a few pumps and double pumps and triple pumps, but to carry that momentum from rail to rail and engaging the fins and the trim spot on your boards, really understanding your body, the wave, combining all those elements, that's where we get the speed, the power, and the flow element in the criteria.
Well, and Grayson, he got a 4.6 in the last wave he had, so he has a bit of work to do with just under 10 minutes, needing a 5.06 to get up into advancement. Blue has first priority. Lucas, you need a 3.15. You only have your first and only wave ridden so far, but the high wave of the heat, the high score of the heat, That's always a great position to be in, knowing you have just the one wave, but it's the high score. So anything you back it up with in the mid-range is going to really settle you into a solid position.
Ominous looking lineup now. Whoa!
Wesley
sending it up. So he's bringing the energy. Although we have the shadow casting over the lineup, the onshore breeze, and a bizarre tide, the water filling in pretty quickly. And this is Kai. So a 2-turn combo there for Kai. Just building on his score total. So a 5.25 and a 4.4. We'll see where that one fits in. I feel like it'll be right in between. 8 minutes 30. So this is the replay here of Kai. So the first turn, lines it up and just nails that second turn.
Yeah, it's a trip in a 20-minute heat, like we've alluded to so often. You really have to maximize the opportunities that come right at you. If a wave comes and there's no one around, it's your priority, or you don't have priority, you got to go. You don't have time to sit and wait, really, you know, like you do in a head-to-head matchup where there's 30 minutes in priority. You can kind of calm down. What that also tends to do is sometimes the waves duplicate each other. So you'll have a heat where every wave you ride is similar.
Yeah.
And that is so frustrating. You're like, where's a wave that's going to give me an opportunity to do a bit more variety of surfing, show my full portfolio? It just doesn't always happen.
And that's why building the house is so important. And then when you do get an opportunity to unleash, whether it's a dynamic wave or section, that's where the training comes in. And that's where the mindfulness also is applied, to not go through the motions and not, you know, be received. So, Kai, you've gone to the lead. White in the lead. A 5.75 for your last wave. White leading from red. Red, you need a 5.25 to go into the lead. Blue, you're in third. You require a 4 to advance. And green, you require a 5.9 to advance. 7 minutes remaining. White, you're in the lead. Your last wave, a 5.75. Red, you're in second. You need a 5.25 to go to the lead. Red, you're in second. You require a 5.25 to go to the lead. Your last wave is a 1.4.
Priority at the moment is blue with first priority, green with second priority, red with third priority. Just over 6 minutes left. It feels later today than it did yesterday, but I don't think it is. We've ran on pace, right on schedule.
And here goes Wesley down the beach. So needing to drop a 4.75. He's not there yet.
Wow, he really does use his rail so well. Nice. So here we go. Up again, our surfer in white, who's out in the lead at the moment. Again, getting one of these down the line lefts. Gets to push a bit more. Chuffed on that finish.
Yeah, really displaced a lot of water. And that's important. It's difficult to find those sections that you can tee off on and unload. A lot of the surfing today has not been necessarily survival, but just trying to finish and complete your maneuvers because of the unpredictable nature of this long period groundswell. It's a bit of a lucky dip. Are you going to be getting bombing 8-footers, or are you going to be getting those shifty rights? 5 minutes remaining.
Well, he had no lack of confidence on that finish. A 7.0, Kai. Your last wave, a 7.0. Wesley got a 4.0 on his wave. Just got a little stuck. That was a funky first section for him. But, I mean, all in all, surfed the wave so well, you know, always utilizing the rail, finding speed where there's no speed. He felt good about it, but the score just didn't translate.
And on the outside section, this is Kai again. No, that's a replay. That's Blue on the outside. So that's Lucas getting his version similar to what Kai did on a bigger wave. So sets coming on the outside.
Well, this is so critical with priority. Lucas needing
Oh.
a nice score, a 4-point score to go in and take Wesley's spot. We'll see where he does end up after the judges get this score locked in.
And that was Grayson before in green. It wasn't Lucas, the goofy footer.
Oh.
So that was Lucas just then. It was my mistake. So Grayson, the goofy, and that was Blue, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Sometimes I look up at the monitor. There's different cues
Here's
for us.
Kai on the outside. Probably didn't need that wave.
Yeah, he's just staying really busy. Yeah, yeah.
But he doesn't know what the other's got either. So
Yeah, they're a bit tasked to hear what we're saying with so much movement and
If at
so
all.
much paddling it, which is a shame. You know, we want to make it easy for him, but what do you do?
nice. Oh, that was really nice flow from Grayson. He chose not to hit that first section and did a high line and unloaded into that next. So here is Lucas getting low, coiling up and extending through that section. So really nice tail whip there from Lucas.
Love how he stayed so compressed up into the transition and then extended his leg just enough.
So Wesley, you're down into third at this stage, maybe into fourth. So Wesley, you're in fourth. You now need a 6.75. Red, you're in fourth place. You need a 6.75. Green, you now require a 6.6. Your last wave is a 5.9. And Blue, Lucas, you need a 6.26. You're now into second. Kai, you're sitting on a 7 and a 5.75 in the lead. 2 minutes, 28 remaining. Red, you need a 6.75. You're in fourth place. Your last wave was just a 4.
Wow. So Grayson, that stylish, it kind of had a little flair of Craig Anderson when he got up in the lip and drifted. That was cool. A 5.9 for Grayson, now needing a 6.6 to go into second position. Wesley in the red with priority and all the potential in the world, needing a really healthy score, a 6.75, doable. Those waves are out there. Will he get it in 1 minute and 45 seconds? And will the other surfers not get a wave to change anything? But that's what we know at the moment. Well, you can see Wesley desperately scouring around the lineup, knowing he has priority, time ticking, and up and riding again down the beach. Our surfer in white just maybe having a victory lap. A lot of repetitive sort of waves in his score line. I mean, even though he does have the 7, he's just had a lot of that same wave over and over. Here's Grayson. I like how he checked the body, checked down and went up vertical. Comes unstuck. So that's not going to affect anything. Now it's really Wesley in pole position if he can get the wave and surf it to his potential.
30 seconds.
That is such a frustrating feeling, that lost at sea feeling with the time ticking down. Here we go. Wesley was scratching across to try and find a wave. 10 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Wesley has to go under that wave. Nothing working for him. Blue with a beautiful finish. Lucas on the buzzer. Probably was up before it, but moving on through. Kai Gale in the white and Lucas Austin in the blue. Go to a quick break and we will finish up the day with Heat 16.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO, where life's too beautiful to rush.
You just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
Well, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here. The final heat, Heat 16 of the SLO Open in Morro Bay, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. That's right, we have had a full day of action, tons of surf, and men's and women's concluding here. We will be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. for the call. We don't know if the men or the women will go into the water first thing, but it is going to be the shortboarding. Cole McCaffrey, young surfer from down in Encinitas area, surfs seaside all the time, opens with a 4.25. In the red, Dimitri Poulios, the current winner from the Pismo Beach event last year and getting his chops all year out on the Challenger Series, really making waves. I remember watching the very first event at Snapper Rocks and listening to the boys commentate. They didn't know, they had never seen him surf live, and from the very first heat, straight away, they identified that spark, the sort of intention behind his surfing, the lines he was drawing, the maturity in what he was doing on the wave, and it just continued through the event. So really cool to see a young Venturan surfer go through the ranks, get onto the Challenger, and then get that kind of acclaim from, you know, great surfers commentating back home in Australia, them aware of what he was putting down.
And intention is something that is so crucial in today's surfing. Obviously with social media that we're aware of a lot of these surfers, but it takes something special to stand out and to stand up on your feet. We see Red out in the water right now. So here he is, Dimitri, 3 turns, and he rides out of that. And that's building your house epitomized right there on the outside section. We see our surfer in white. And this is Kai Williams falling off.
Yeah, it's amazing. He's had a great relationship with Timmy Patterson, working with him, so he's just set with his equipment. He's with O'Neill, or he was, I'm pretty sure he is, has a great mentor in Garth Tarlow and the team at O'Neill, and, you know, yeah, having solid backing really helps.
This is that replay of Dimitri's wave. Love that deep bottom end coming a little, will fall, almost falling off the back of the wave, makes up for it in that foamy second section. And here, a considerable hack on the end section. So the timing got better throughout the wave. And as it went on, his third turn was definitely one to stick with a lot of people's body language. When they bobble on the first turn, can tend to give it away that they're not feeling confident. But Dimitri regained his footing and his feet and gained momentum. And 6.75, and largely due to that last 2-turn combination. So Red, a 6.75, out to an early lead. Cole McCaffrey, 4.25 for your wave. And White, a 1.10.
Yeah, it's amazing how, you know, the judges identifying what he was doing on that wave, and like you said, he gained momentum, so he corrected his error a little late to the first turn, and that affected the second, but then came out polished on the third. A 6.75 for Dimitri Poulios. Cole McCaffrey, you opened with a 4.25. Kai Williams, a 1.1. Now waiting on Petey to get his first wave here in the last heat of the day. Heat 16. And we are ready to throw it down to Kai, Gale, and Matt.
All right, Heat 2 for Kai in this event. So you've got a board change today. You've brought your 5.9 step up. What's the reason for the change?
Switched the board up, 5.9 driver 3.0 with the pintail. The waves are way bigger than yesterday are, so helped me get into him, and the pintail allowed me to get tighter in those steeper sections, so stuck with how the board change worked out.
A lot of repetition. You're choosing those lefts, teeing off. I think you got 6 or 7 waves towards the end. Did you know what your other competitors were up to? You're just assuming they were banking scores?
I mean, I had no idea what was going on out there. I've been eyeing that left out since like 3 heats before mine, and kind of like stuck to the plan, and glad I got, I think, 2 or 3 really fun ones. And yeah, really no idea what was going on since I couldn't hear, but stoked it worked out for me.
It seems like one of those heats where you just had to roll the dice, see what was going to be on offer. You capitalized really well. You built your house. And some of those turns, how hard is it to identify which lip line is going to allow you to really unleash, or which one will go a little fat?
I mean, it's really hard since there's so much whitewash and the wind, and the wave's pretty big. So there's a couple sections that you can hit. And mainly I was just trying to focus on one and not overdo it, because you could easily just get stuck out the top and not make it. So yeah, glad it worked out.
Smart heat for you, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And anyone at home, you want to give them another shout out?
Yeah, my mom and my dad, my brothers, I know they're watching. Yeah, I love you guys and hope to see you guys soon.
Right, back to live action.
All right, great interview. Thank you to Kai, and congrats moving into the round of 32. Next tomorrow, tune in at 7 o'clock for the call. Right now, though, in the interim, we have Kai Williams up and blistering this last section. Unstuck, though, at the end. That was a bit of a replay. Dimitri, he backed up his opening wave with a 4-point ride. Out in the lead is Red. Kai Williams in second. Cole McCaffrey with 1 wave. Needs a .60, not much, to get into second. Early is in this heat with 13.5 minutes left. Priority with green, first priority green, second priority blue, third with red.
So very different looking lineup to what we've had all day. So Red, you're out in the lead with a 6, 7, 5 and a 4. Kai Williams, White, you're second. You need a 7 to go to first. Blue, you're in third, looking for a .6 as your second wave. And Petey, you need a 4, 8, 5.
Yeah, different look for sure. It's the first of that real onshore fluff that we've seen from yesterday and today. It's been picking up a little bit, but you know that'll be gone in the morning. We'll probably have straight howling offshores again, which is the nature of these cold valleys, the wind blowing out through these canyons, down along the 7 or the 9 Morros, right into these waves. 11.5 minutes left. Dimitri Poulios out in the lead. Waiting for Petey to get started in the green.
Yeah, it's actually a new swell tomorrow, a west-northwest swell that's coming through. So I think this one will start to, which it is dissipated throughout the day, and we should hopefully see that new swell that we've been hyping up so much. But not so much us, it's the forecasters.
Yes.
They're the experts. So
those forecasters.
Don't blame us if it doesn't eventuate.
Don't shoot the messenger, right? So what was it? This was all northwest?
Yeah, northwest.
And tomorrow will be
west-northwest.
West-northwest. So I wonder, we'll just have to see. I'm wondering if that makes it peakier or more lined up. Maybe that right into the Morro will start to happen that we haven't seen many of. It gets tucked up and guys and girls can ride right into the rocks. Here we go. on his forehand in the blue. Woo, tail high for Cole McCaffrey. He does that all day long down at Seaside. Kai Williams, a 1.0, a 1.10, and a 3.5. Cole McCaffrey, a quick score in, a 5.0 drops, pushes him into second, just like that. Under 10 minutes now. And now it is Petey in green. He'll be playing catch-up. He needs to get 2 waves or a 9.25. And Kai Williams needing a 5.5 to advance.
This is the final heat of the day. We'll be back tomorrow for the 7 a.m. call with a potential 7:30 start. Big thank you to our presenting sponsor, Surfing for Hope, which is the non-for-profit organization created to help ease the difficulty of cancer through the healing powers of surfing, which we can all relate to, of course. And the ability, it's like saltwater healing. And it's a natural remedy. It clears the mind. It's so good for so many of us. But over 12 years, they've raised almost $1 million to help local families recovering from all types of cancer. And this year we've got the qualifying series and the World Longboard Tour associated with Surfing for Hope here at Morro Bay. And a big bottom turn straight to live action. And that was Petey opening up his account. So backside attack and well timed because it was a 3-wave set behind him. Was that the beginning of the west-northwest swell? Because it's coming in with the wind.
It's coming in with the wind, and now he's going to play duck dive for a bit after that opener. He sat on priority for 12 minutes of the heat and finally gets his wave.
That's a heavy duck dive from all 4 competitors. 3. Petey's on his way out. So an imminent closeout, which is interesting, but bottom turning gets it up there and makes the wave complete. So committed. Oh, and in live action, we just had Blue go down in that flurry of white water.
I missed it. I missed Cole on his last wave.
It was up for a fraction of the time, bottom turned, and didn't make the top turn.
Oh, I see the big frothy replay. Ooh, challenging wave. I love it. Push the fins and the board up over the lip. Going for broke. Cole McCaffrey sparring with his sister Ella for years and years, and everybody else down that way. Seven minutes left, surfers, in the final heat of the day. Right now, Dimitri Poulios with priority in the red and in the lead. Cole McCaffrey in second. Kai Williams in the white with second priority. You are looking for a 5.50 to get into second place. Petey, your first wave of 4.05. Now you need a 5.2 to go into second place. Kai Williams eyeing something up, separating from Dimitri, who has the priority. Will there be enough separation? Yes. Good eye there. This could be critical for Kai. Racing around this shadowy section. Nice carve down, and he's going to get the finish turn. Oh, does he overcommit, overcooks, and just instead of hitting and pushing the nose to the beach, he redirected it back to 3 o'clock or to 9 o'clock, excuse me. And then behind him, Dimitri gets himself a wave and might be bettering the 4-point ride.
A very solid finish to that wave. Just so much white water and bump on the face of this last heat of the day. Conditions really deteriorating, or visibly deteriorating. And just there, see all the foam, clean bottom turn, and he manages to stick that in the lip. Just the spray silhouetted.
Very
that wave.
Yeah.
Mature?
Very mature surfer.
I was gonna say very professional approach to this heat so far.
Yeah.
Third wave, and built his house, and will no doubt extend his lead.
healthy score is going to drop in for our surfer from Ventura, past champion at Pismo Beach last year, a 7.75, Dimitri. You've extended your lead, so really everybody now is playing catch-up for second place. Cole McCaffrey, who is in second place right now, he decides to tuck under that wave, so he's going to forfeit now his priority. It goes to Petey in the green. Still needing a 5.2, and Kai needing a 5.5. Oh, committed but can't get around it. Kai using that priority a little unwisely too in the last few minutes here. Hopefully he can get back out quickly.
Yeah, bad timing there for Kai. That wave
Yeah.
is crucial. He might sneak out and have another opportunity. We don't have a chance to read out any scores at times. Just yet, it's been non-stop waves for the last 5 to 10 minutes. These surfers having a duck dive. So many waves. As I see some free surfers on the beach getting ready to paddle out, and good for them.
Yeah, good for them. Motivated. Well, all right, that's green. Petey, you have first priority. You need a 5.2. Dimitri, you are in the lead. Cole, you are in second place with second priority. Kai, you need a 5.5 to go from third to second. Petey, you need a 5.2 to go from fourth to second. Priority is green, blue, red. Just over 3 minutes left. Well, we hope that all translates to the surfers out there in the storm surf, in the woolly conditions.
That onshore is definitely not doing the audio any favors. So if you're viewing at home, don't be surprised, because we're sharing the audio with you and the surfers. So you're getting a real live experience, and the fantastic camera angles, actually better than live. Oh, sick. And does he ride out of it? And he doesn't. The foam catches up with him. He thought he had it. I'm sure he thought he had it for a moment. The turn, the timing was perfect. So we're going to try, because I see red trying to signal for some sound. So Dimitri in red, you're out in the lead, 14.5 heat total, 2 minutes 20 remaining. Blue in second.
Ooh, this is a critical one for Kai on his forehand. Ooh, nice tail waft in the lip and comes into it late. Will he ride out?
Oh, he doesn't.
He needed a 5.5 and he was on his way with that last turn.
I tell you what, same with Cole. He was on his way. Incomplete, so the script could have turned. Had Kai had completed that wave, the script may have changed, but here we go. This is the replay. So Kai projecting. This is a fun little beach break looking wave. This little rip bowl, smacking that. You thought he had it, and just bouncing off with that reverb coming, or just the general chop of today. 1 minute 30 remaining.
Yeah, so Cole could have potentially increased on his 4.2, putting more pressure on Kai. Kai didn't complete either, so it's a wash straight through. Situation the same, except for priority. It's still the same.
Yeah.
Priority with green, second priority with red.
Green chasing a 5.2. You're in fourth, green, a 5.2. White still needing a 5.5. And blue, you need a 9.5 to go to first. You're in second.
So all eyes on first priority with green. Petey needing a 5.2. Under a minute left.
Yeah, only the one wave ridden for Petey, being very selective. And here he goes. He eyes something off, 40 seconds to go.
He's in position for this right. There we go. Can it come down to this? Will he take it out from Cole McCaffrey? This wave very short, so nothing for him. And priority settles into our first and second place surfers with 26 seconds remaining.
He's going to get another little chance here. He doesn't go.
Yeah, that one, it looked like it might stand up. It was going to go right under him. We're down to 10 seconds, surfers. And I will count it out at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the day. Dimitri Pouliot moving on through to the round of 32 with Cole McCaffrey. Congratulations, surfers.
So much to unpack. I'm glad we don't have a post show.
Yeah, we don't have a post show, that's for sure. A beautiful view of Morro Bay and the Morros, the stacks, the town, the village, the hamlet, as you called it earlier, of Morro Bay. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Thanks to the judges. Thanks for all the staff and everybody on the beach. We will be here bright and early tomorrow at 7 o'clock.
And hey, if you've got any interesting facts of surfers coming up, hit us up on Instagram. I am the Waxhead. Thanks, guys. Baldy, your tag?
Yes. Funny.
What's your Instagram tag?
Just at Jeff Baldy.
At Jeff Baldy, there you go. We can mention about your boards and interesting facts, but that's live from Morro Bay. We'll catch up with you guys in the morning.
In the land of SLO, you can go from kicking it poolside to snuggling up seaside. Start planning your journey across the land of SLO now. Welcome to the land of sunken gardens and elevated afternoons. Welcome to SLO, where life is too beautiful to rush.
All right, everyone. Well, thanks for joining us all day today here at the second day of the SLO Morro Bay Open, presented by Surfing for Hope Foundation. Matt and I have had a great day calling all the action. And so tune in tomorrow bright and early. 7 a.m. is when the call will be made for potential 7:30 start. Either the men or the women will be out in the water. We do anticipate a little increase in the swell, but we never know. So, again, blessings from the Central Coast, and thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.